He is the top player in the gaming world, but my job is to be expected. Not only deleted his game account, and brought it to the studio, Shafeng, who had been desperate for a long time, unexpectedly returned to the time when the game was just released. In this life, he is not only. To return to color, we must trample under our feet those who have been sentenced. God's Domain is a new simulation game, and God's Domain allows players to play the game in their sleep. The time in the game is different from the real time. It is 48 hours, quickly becoming one of the most popular games in the world, and many studios that rely on God's Domain for their livelihood also rely on the investment of this large consortium. Who is in charge of it? At this time, Team Yuyun led. I was just about to log into the game when I discovered that my account, which I had spent 10 years training with New Blood, had been deleted. I'm so excited about this, I don't even understand what's going on. At this moment, a termination contract fell directly in front of him. Gamer for 10 years. After 10 years of Jade Blood Silk killing, he has experienced countless pains and sufferings, but now he has to face the termination of his contract. Shafeng never thought that his 10 years of hard work would be in vain. He worked so hard for the game and it was all over. Let him step on people's pretense, guiding him to oppose the merger of the Yuyin Union into the Super Union Xiong Tianxia. The Union deleted his account within the next day. The Shadow Guild's collar has a few slits all over its face. It's very comfortable and I can give it a large sum of money. Feel safe. The scene changed, and Shafeng Jingjing was sitting in the mansion, full of disappointment and resignation. As the leader of the Shadow Team, he was also a well-known expert magician. But now he can only study and solve the concavity at home. Very much thinking of myself for, there are so many movies out there, and I feel like trash and get pissed off. It will definitely come back. Randomly pick up a bottle of red on the table. Sudden hanging of the machine port. Even if you don't have an account, your skills and knowledge in the game will not be judged. As long as your skills are still there, you can still rise in the God's Domain. On the morning of the 4th, the soul of the mobile phone kept thinking of. 10 minis opened their eyes with a roar. They are still dizzy from last night's material. He reluctantly got up and picked up the mobile phone beside the bed, asking Hazy what he wanted from him. And a voice with black characters came from the phone. Today is a day for recruitment in Shadow. Haven't you always wanted to be a core member of Shadow? Shafeng was a little confused. He had just been fired by Yuyin Gonggui, so how could he practice? Aria is Dimple now AZ teams. The next moment, Shafeng's head is dizzy. Seeing that familiar face in the mirror again, this person was startled. He looked in front of the mirror repeatedly to confirm that he had really become younger. Then he cut up the cell phone that fell on the ground. After looking carefully, this is not his mobile phone at all. His mobile phone is the latest. He can also read the time on his mobile phone. It is April 19th, 2129. He clearly remembers that today is August 5th, 2139. The only possibility is that he traveled back to 10 years ago. At this time, Shafeng's mood is indescribable. There are regrets, backaches, joys and sorrows. It seems that everything in front of him is just a scene, but everything in reality reminded him that it was all true and everything had returned to the far point. This time his case happens, you must take revenge on Yuing and those who were convicted of him. When Shafeng came to the teaching building, he saw a young man with a tall body and dark skin. This man was the Black Man. He urged Shafeng to quickly go in and sign up. Faced with Heizi's urging, he shook his head very much and was very willing to do so. He really means that he intends to do it on his own. Facing Shafeng's invitation, Heizi immediately stood still. It can be said that he has black spots. Although Kuroko has no gaming talent, his management is very strong. Zheng Donghui managed hundreds of thousands of people in an orderly manner. With Kuroko's help, the goal will be further achieved, but it will follow Kuroko's choice after all. He wants something now. Heizi knows Shafeng's situation very well and wants to persuade him to give up this crazy idea. Brother Feng, stop talking nonsense. Do you know how much a virtual investment guide costs? Do you have that much money now? I looked at Heizi with a very serious look. If I still plan to have my own studio and don't want to be ignored, Heizi, will you come? Heizi said helplessly that he wanted to join in, but he simply couldn't afford virtual investment losses. He couldn't play the game without investment losses. His very tight brows suddenly raised, and he happily patted Kuroko on the shoulder. Don't worry about the virtual helmet. Let's go and try it out for free first. Heizi's face was so excited. What can Shitian do in God's Domain? Bai Shafeng showed a confident expression. 10 days is enough. You don't have to worry about the previous problems. Then Shafeng took Heizi together to receive the Shiwen helmet. I spent all my money to buy some dry food to prepare for the next 10 days. Time will soon come to the opening day of God's Domain. There were a few glimmers of light in the radical cabin. Shafeng put on his helmet on the bed. Then he lightly clicked on the activation button of the helmet and returned to the divine world. When Shafeng enters the divine realm, first, he traveled through an uncut flower, and then came to a pretentious golden temple. Just when it returned to the familiar interface, movement suddenly appeared on the roof. The angel with 4 pairs of snow-white wings in the cave flies to the stone cover. Welcome to the God's realm. I am Bailey, the island's astronaut. I will explain to you the career points of the God's realm. Then Gabriel waved his little hand, and the picture and text introduction of 12 professions appeared 10 minutes ago: warrior, shield warrior, guardian knight, berserker, rustic, builder, assassin, and rogue. As for the magician druid, the magician, the elementalist, the summoner, and the conjurer, the previous one was about Shifeng's choice of weapon department. He had invested too much in the profession of knowledge, so naturally he would not choose other professions. Next came the naming process. Shifeng chose the same name, Shifeng. He thought about it, not wanting to be too brave, so he chose to put down 10% of the bar. Although he is not as handsome as himself, others will definitely not recognize him. Then Tokikaze began to choose his place of birth. A map of the Crescent Kingdom appeared in front of him, with dozens of cities located there. Tokikaze directly chose the Shirakawa city he was most familiar with. Baiha City is an important city in the eastern part of the Crescent Kingdom. Many small studios like to choose to develop here to avoid the disputes of the big guilds. Then entered the great history of teleportation. Shifeng slowly closed his eyes, waiting for the opponent to teleport away. The next moment, Shifeng glanced at the surrounding environment and knew that this was Hongye Town. Looking at the familiar town in front of him, he felt confident at this time. There are already a large number of players. Begin to become familiar with various functions of the game and the panel. Red leaves formal medieval architectural style wrong everywhere, revealing the system of defense. After receiving the previous version, players and NPCs were walking around and communicating. It felt like they were in another world. I don't care about other players and directly talk to each other about attribute links. All experienced players have the same initial attributes. The only difference is in the selection of free attribute points. Each level of the body can obtain 4 free attribute points. Strength increases physical attack power and attachment. Free speed increases attack speed and movement speed. Endurance increases health and physical strength. Strength control increases magic attack power and magic value. Spirit increases magic regeneration speed and healing amount. Strategies for each profession. It's also different. Construction is a physical output profession. Most people will give priority to strength. In the past, Shifeng's home points could be said to be very formal and mediocre, but this time it is not planning to add points like this. A quick and easy bus to click on without any hesitation. These attributes are all added to MIGA. Even an assassin with the name of MIGA would not be able to add points like this. However, in the early stages of God's Domain, agility is the best choice when entering the in-battle profession. This is also a secret that players only discovered after a long time after the launch of God's Domain. As soon as I finished adding the attribute points to the stone-sealed Yuin Tongxing, I remembered that the name was Heian Jelui, which was typed with black characters. At this time, I was very excited to enter the Divine Realm. Feng Ge, I chose the Curse Master. I am in Luoyu Town for you, where he can't wait to show off his talents as soon as possible. Shifeng said that he was at the Red Moon Earthquake not far from Luoyu Earthquake, but Hazy did not want to waste time recording. If he wasted so much time, he would probably fall behind. Others would have too many shots. Shifeng expressed confidently. Don't worry, it's just a waste of time to compare. I'll catch up with you soon. You can't feel the black words when the wind is in the car and the cannon. Then when he heard that Shifeng had received the only mission, his eyes suddenly lit up and he started to get excited. After all, this kind of only mission can easily be divided into 10 years. But it is something that cannot be desired. Shifeng was still slowly walking to the dark little box in the small town. There are hundreds of NPCs in the entire Red Leaf Array, but there are only dozens of NPCs in the Truth mission, and among the hidden missions, there are only 5, and there is only one mission. The only mission of this Hongye town was discovered 2 months after the Divine Realm was opened. Then Shifeng laughed and asked if he was interested in operating this task together, but Hazy felt that such a long time would not be enough even if he could block it. Then he started to guess. You know so many inside stories. Are you a closed beta player? It can be said that the beta testers have first-hand information about God's Domain. Although God's Domain will make changes, the beta testers definitely know a lot more than ordinary players. I didn't say much, just said don't worry, I will take you off immediately after you finish this task, and you will be defeated by a piece of paper in prison. Hearing Shifeng's confident tone, Hazy no longer hesitated and immediately closed the communication and started blocking the road. Then Shifeng walked to a corner, and there was a man sitting there. He was a broken middle-aged man. When Shifeng saw the man, he said in a formal way, Sir, do you need any help? What the knee man said, I have been hot for many days. Can you help me? Very smiling seriously director unfortunately, sir, I cannot agree to your request, but if you are willing to pay enough, I can do a lot of things for you. Chi Guy looked up at Shifeng, his eyes full of hope. I hope you can help me kill Cross, the mayor of Hongye Town. The mayor of Hongye Town is a level 15 elite. Killing the mayor is undoubtedly a very crazy move. No player will believe this task. No one dares to agree to such a trap request. When he came, Feng did not hesitate and accepted the task directly with a smile. He is the first person to meet a god in the divine realm with his ability that makes people fear him. The studio was ordered to delete its account. Reborn outside. This 10 years ago. For him, he not only has to return to the scenes, she also wants to trample under her feet those who betrayed her in her previous life. At the beginning of the game, Shifeng took on the sole task of killing the governor with a machine. As a joint player, he flung his palm towards the elite. Not long ago, when Shifeng was walking to the city hall after receiving a mission, it could be said that it was packed with people. Not very spacious. The streets are full of players. It's a pity that the missions in God's domain are not that good. Maybe it's mainly because players have to be particular about what they say. Otherwise, it is possible to directly measure the players on one side. Arriving at the two-story town hall, players lined up in a long line. Regardless of whether he is the village chief or the chief, it is undoubtedly a sign that gives a mission, and the players will naturally not let it go. A Han Queen who was in the middle of the queue looked at Shifeng more often when he saw Shifeng walking towards him. Finally, Hunan Yang took action and said from behind, only a few people away, newcomers, if you don't want to be surrounded, just go and line up. Shifeng suddenly had a new season, and Lu showed an incomprehensible smile. Then Shifeng Dairan said that he was not here to take the mission, and he kindly persuaded Han Hunan to go to other places. To take the mission. Waiting here would be in vain. Then the male saw Shifeng didn't mean to be wrong and relaxed. However, when Shifeng said this in a firm tone, I was very curious as to why he was showing off. Shifeng's smile gave no explanation, but instead changed the topic. I see you are a nice person. It would be much better to go to the wild to hug and kill monsters than to wait here. Yao Chu of the Southern Warrior Yao, he is not stupid. At this time, he must go to the Sea of People. If he stops using his technology, he may not even be able to grab a monster. It is better to wait here. She said in a very low voice that if you go to a place with few monsters, no one will force you. Compared with the huge crowds in monster-dense areas, the upgrade efficiency there is several times higher, and the refresh rate of monsters is slow, so one person can easily handle it. When I heard infection, I looked a little excited. I was very excited about this place. If I could grind monsters for an hour without being disturbed, I would definitely gain a lot more experience. Then the mission. The 10 seal key gets better and better, and the hook strength is instantaneous. If you want to go to such a feng shui protected land, I will give you a discount of 20 barrels. When the male war heard the price, his face immediately dropped. He said that there are only 10 barrel boards now. 10 Feng Hu Gan Cai said that you can give half of it first. I will give you the location to confirm. Then you can pay the bill. Come on, when men are fighting, they are afraid of missing out. Isn't it just a stone deposit? You can just take it. In the end, he decisively chose when to close the trading system. Shifeng was very happy after receiving the money. Now he had enough money to buy the weapon that killed Jing Chang. After getting the destination, Shifeng did not stop. In the morning, I was listening to Pang's fruit stall asking about the price of Shihong style. After paying the price, he waved his hand and directly consumed the stone copper plate, which was full of stones. His actions after that made passers-by moved. This guy stopped at the corner. Please continue to laugh heartily with little Golly. He used his only compatriot at the beginning to buy fruit. The two Lis suspected that he was a stupid errand. A large number of players are queuing up to get the mission from Zheng Jiaojin. Cross is a level 15 elite with a blood volume of up to 2,400. No player can defeat him at this stage, even if he sends a group. In the end, he ignored the queues and slowly approached the corner of the town. Please then take out the red chamber and start eating slowly and gracefully. The next second, Shifeng was halfway through eating and dropped Shihong. On Cross's face, Shihong hit Cross's face with incomparable precision, and the bright red liquid was so thin that it stayed on his face. He immediately turned around and ran away. He didn't even look at you, and while he was running, he was scolding you for being a gentleman and a damn fat guy. Zixiegi, you are not worthy of being the chief administrator. And Cross's shining Mediterranean, lying tomato juice and angry look, stretched out his nose. At the same time, the system prompts that Cross's favorability towards you has dropped by 100 points. Shifeng was not satisfied yet. He then took out the Western red style from his backpack and threw it at Cross again. There is no one in the whole city hall. It makes people laugh. When all the players saw Shifeng's actions, their mouths were agape and they were dumbfounded. They didn't expect that there would be players in the competition, attacking NPCs and being the boss for newbies. A burst of palms. After such behavior, there is no need to think about taking over from me. At that time, after sealing the last Western-style hybrid elephant cross, each screw's favorability towards Chiffon will change to hostility. Very proud of the tiny construction of Duncher Road. The plan was a success. He also said that Croce suddenly let out an angry voice, and his furious voice echoed throughout the witness hall. Please, then he lost his mind in an instant, and the skin of his soul body suddenly turned brightly colored. The yellow mark instantly turned bright red. Croce's speed was extremely fast and he reached Chiffon's side in a blink of an eye. She raised her fist towards him. Chiffon, who had been motionless, moved and instantly drew out his novice sword. To block him, the next second, Chiffon flew out. He turned over and landed on the ground. However, his health was instantly reduced by 84 points. All the players took a breath of air conditioning. They thought they were just a rookie player, a punch that can withstand 15 episodes of Elites. Each screw had no idea and became even angrier. The clothes that guarded his whole body were wrinkled and torn, and Chihei's hair came out, turning him into a werewolf with sharp teeth. This is why all the players were surprised. They didn't expect that the political minister turned into an evil werewolf, and Cross just moved forward and cut towards Chiffon Fei. With his high health and strength, he cut towards Chiffon's heart. At this moment, Cross stopped in his tracks, was blocked by two guards from episode 25. Chiffon secretly thought carefully. Wei Bing is the guardian of the town, specializing in resisting evil. Chief Chen has turned into a werewolf. Wei Bing and the others will not let him go. They will kill him completely as a wild monster. The mission requested by the whereabouts seems to be the same. In fact, as long as Masa Chang takes the initiative to attack and survives the initial blow, it will be successfully completed. Later, Masa Chang will reveal his true nature, and the rest will be left to the guards. When many players saw that Cross was about to die, they were too stupid to do anything and wanted to give Jing Chang the last episode. Although I don't understand why. Why did Bing attack Cross as an elite in episode 15? If he died, he would definitely get something good. Just when Cross had less than 100 life points left, all the players took action and rushed towards Chief Cross, wanting to give him the last episode. There were no soldiers in front of him, and there were countless French players bombing behind him. Cross's health volume soon began to increase. In the end, a stab spear took away the last bit of his health. It's a pity that Cross died under the spear of the guard in the end. Even if the NTC is killed in the city, there will be no experience and no drops. Those rookie players kept complaining that they could not accept the death of an elite who had played 15 episodes before their eyes. What would be the benefit to them? Departure kill. At this time, Chiffon has arrived at the dark alley. He is holding the mission props and preparing to complete the position inside. Chiffon, who has 10 years of gaming experience, is just like opening monsters in the game. Other players are still doing it. Do newbie tasks. He has already completed the entire Hongye town's defense mission. Just now, Chiffon handed over the Silver Zhenchang Ash agent to the whereabouts class. The whereabouts class immediately recorded a new expression of joy and despair to express his willingness. Then he handed 10 letters to a delicate little box and said, "Thank you. Thank you so much. Now I will repay it for my friend. I hope these things can be helpful to you." Randomly remembers the reminder to complete the task. The experience of speaking force is only 2,000 points. 20 points of free mastery. You can try it by speaking. In the slippery life, Chiffon has been promoted to level 1. He is still 1,000 experience points short of level 2. His level has become Red Knight formation low. It takes 1,000 experience points to go from level 0 to level 1. Normal players usually need several hours. I'm very confused. Why is the only mission reward so blocked? Is it because I completed the mission at level 0? But it was very satisfied with the rewards. The rewards posted before were not so generous. There was a video next to him and he was a little nervous. He opened it and pressed the launch button, hoping to unlock that piece of equipment. What he really wanted was the video and the contents. Inside. This was an important item for him to complete a series of upgrades and make money. As the Shihua video and video were turned on, the entire area of stations released a colorless brilliance of dedication. Ashes. Fortunately, very deep down and in the small direction, no players will wander here. Otherwise, this big motive will definitely arouse the greed of many players. Scatter the ashes and float in the air. This rustic color ring is engraved with a circle of words on the periphery of the ring, which looks like ancient elven script and hides infinite magic power. In the gravity boundary, all characters can be equipped with iron poles to increase their strength by 2 and their agility. Add 1 to stamina. The attached skill Gravitation Liberation can significantly reduce the gravity experienced by the wearer and gain a body as light as hair. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. After reading the introduction of the ring, I was overjoyed but not hurt. After completing the task at level 0, you will be given a topic. Using a machine's gravitational force, it was really unexpected. He immediately put the ring on, then Shifeng opened the attribute chain. He planned to use the 4.4 fully encrypted disk with attributes obtained from the upgrade. Now his name has reached a high of 12 o'clock one after another. The attack speed was increased to 5 points, the movement speed was increased to 6 points, and the attack speed was almost the same as that of a pure agile assassin. Then 15 points of free Jingtong were added to the one-handed Jingtong, leaving 5 points of cost for the one-handed Jingtong. The one-handed Jingtong was suddenly reached. At 20 points, the damage caused by one-hand pieces of primary construction from the learning map and realm is increased by 10%. As a person, leveling is just the basics, skills are indispensable. Shifeng is a master of swordsmanship and wants to be fast. The next step in the Laisu upgrade is naturally to get the key skills book. The only way to quickly get skill books in the Red Knight formation is the Black Challenge Tournament. The Challenge Tournament is a competition that tests players' skills. After entering the arena, all attributes of players will become 10 points. Skills cannot be used and can only be avoided, or the enemy comes from the Earth Warp gun. Design can finally pass through the finish line and become the final product. At this time, little Gaga outside the court was complaining about the black heart of the challenge. It was so difficult that it was so difficult. Just before the film, after a while, the assassin on the field was seriously injured and was lying 20 yards away. He was still 10 yards away from the point. Come on, what Ornau said after the assassin was resurrected outside the field was damn close. Do you still have money? I will definitely pass it next time. The two little ones shook their heads and stabbed the new boss. All the money for the 5 of us has been given to you. We really have no money. On the side, Shifeng couldn't help but look at the assassin named Assassin when he heard the word assassination. It was difficult for him to think about his past life. The names of the places and times on the Music Kingdom Assassin ranking are actually the victims in front of you. At the same time, Confident also moved his eyes to Shifeng, with a look that seemed to find something to practice with. Then he came to Shifeng Shen and said with a smile, "Hello, my friend, my name is Xiai Xin. I am the assassin captain of the Assassin League. Can you lend me 5 coins and give you 20 coins tomorrow?" So I wanted to use the name of the guild to set up Shifeng and let Shifeng lend him Wutong. Looking at Da Xuan's confidence, he thought about it and said, "You can borrow martial arts skills." Zixin Wenyang Dunsha Lianxin smiled. He felt that ordinary players like himself, who are great players, would definitely ask for a big reward. It's limited to 5 barrels per day. As for paying back the money, it's definitely not necessary. When he came back, Feng Sai locked up for a while and said, "Do you want to pay back the money?" 50 barrels. Xu Xin's face instantly dropped. This was different from what he thought. The little Gao gang people suddenly. After all, the stabbing heart is so elegant. The average player can easily hug this thigh. 10 feudal emperors didn't say a word and then asked, "Will you meet again?" Xixin almost wanted to cry, but after thinking about the riddle after the letter, he decided to meet again. This is more powerful than super bullets. The 10 points were traded to Xiai Xin Wu Tong, who didn't forget to remind Wu Tong. "Let's add a friend tomorrow. Don't forget Huang Wu, Dancer Tong." 10 letters were sent every time, and the hatred from the sky was so powerful that even the party couldn't help it. Then he walked towards the green-skinned manager. The one-on-one look of Xiao Jiao and Shifeng couldn't help but persuade Xiai Xin to return the money now and wait until he gets the money tomorrow to challenge again. Although Zixin was also pressured by the money from Gao and Russia in order to maintain his reputation as the captain of the Assassin League, he could not do anything to rely on. When I was just a little short of completing the challenge or example, I had a premonition that I would use these 5 buckets to complete it this time. Even Gao Da Jinjuan instantly burst into tears. The first 70 and 50 barrels were a huge amount of money. I was so confident that I didn't think anymore and went to NTC to start the registration process. At this moment, Master Nanlu reminded Brother Thornstar that the boy who borrowed money also participated in the challenge. Thornstar couldn't help but smile. "That boy is just a dish. Do you think the challenge is so easy?" Although it is only 30 horses away, after 15 horses, the attack pattern of Earth Crystal will change, and the attack frequency will be greatly accelerated. Even I will have a hard time dealing with it, let alone him. South Road is the Alliance's nod to reunite, of course. The 4-star brother is so powerful that he reached 20. I don't have time to look at others. At this time, the Dow mark on the challenge field has begun to flash. The challenge officially begins. Even if it ends, where is the charcoal? Shifeng moves forward to Qingqing, his frosty legs bend, like a burst, suddenly exerts force, rushes out. At the same time, the gun in his hand was pointed at the wind in the air running line, and he could still shoot towards it at the first moment. How strong is Shifeng, who has 10 years of gaming experience? In order to get an awesome skill book, he chose to go to the black market for a challenge. Just now, at the beginning of the challenge, the gun in Ji Feng's hand was aimed at Shifeng, who was on the 7th running line, and fired at Feng Huang. A full 6 bullets were shot out of Feng's front, and there were bullets everywhere in front of Shifeng, blocking his progress. If the road does not reflect enough Lingmi, it will be beaten into pieces. Seeing the bullets flying, Wang Pang quickly dodged the distance of his horse and continued after Shifeng made a side cover, dodging the first round of designs. Go and rush forward. Little Gaga Jinjuan was immediately shocked. He passed the 10-yard line and it took less than 5 seconds. He was twice as fast as brother Ci Xing. Ci Xinjing in the class actually looked at Shifeng, who was walking forward. He explained that maybe this newcomer, it's because of sports or martial arts that it's so flexible. His timing was so accurate. It's like a veteran who has been practicing for many years in the challenge arena. Every action is simple and efficient. He is definitely not an ordinary newcomer. Even after many challenges, he still feels that he cannot dodge better. Although Sanling's progress continues to work hard to figure out the design, shots are fired back and forth, but the time seal of the corner piece seems to dominate the bullet like a violent explosion. It can always be one step ahead of the bullet. When the next round of bullets comes, how many steps will 6,000 take? Ci Xing suddenly smiled, but once he passed 15 horses, Di Jing's attack method would change and he would definitely not be able to hold on by then. Soon, Shifeng Miran challenged the field and stepped out of the 15-yard line. At that time, the 3 Di Jing records showed extremely shocked expressions. Following their fury, Feng Huang fired, no longer concentrating on aiming. The number of bullets fired immediately increased to 12, but the bullets they hit were very wide. Dodging and dodging is definitely different. This kind of burning, the ballistic limit in front of you covers a large area. As long as you are hit by one, this challenge will be over first. Shifeng took the initiative, took out his new item, twisted the bullet and rushed away. The bullets were not allowed to hit Shifeng's head, chest, and arms. It looked like he was about to rush into the bullets. Will be concentrated. Seeing Shifeng's performance of charging straight towards the bullet, I burst into laughter as soon as I could. It was too little. Did he think that if he was hit by 1 or 2 bullet machines, the challenge would continue? At this moment, I saw the head of Shifeng on the field tilted. The grey movement among the newbies flashed out of the tree path in vain. The grey movement among the novices was just right. It was easy and intense. The bullets from the shoe created small sparks. Zhonggu's bullets were easily diffused by him. While he quickly waved the bottom of his novice sword to block the inevitable bullets, he moved the part of his body that was about to be severely injured, allowing the bullets to pass by. It was difficult to record. When he is wearing a shield, his eyes are very serious. Holy shit, is this guy a human? He can actually block bullets with a sword. Although Shifeng can predict the trajectory of the bullet, but if he happens to block it, he can't predict the trajectory just by talking about it. It requires very precise judgment and skill, and the errors can be said to be outrageous. Na Lucia looked like the wind was like grass. Walking forward like a dance, sparks flashed when I took 10 steps forward. My heart was completely confused. Brother, that thing has already reached me. It's 25 yards. I've definitely passed the point now. I was also deeply attracted by Shifeng's movements. He interrupted impatiently. I have eyes. You don't need to remind me. The self-confidence was shocked by Shifeng Jinren's performance. The weapon was used as a bullet. It's like walking high in the sky and accidentally falling into Shenzhen. What will happen when the once strongest god of war returns to Xinshou village? Show just now, Shifeng uses one hand to press the bottom button to resist Zidane's screen. Keep the shock in place. Soon, Shifeng stopped and quickly passed the 25-yard limit with his quick and accurate movement. The 4-star construction and decoration is immediately a big monkey's caution. Women at the same time, the earth scriptures revealed the wind sailing line. Xiao Rui took out the repeating musket from his clothes and aimed it at Shifeng and fired at him. The number of bullets in deepest Meiluan has been increased to 24, and it is still in the ultra-short distance of Wu Ma. There is no way to avoid it after rushing home. Seeing this scene, my heart is in my throat. I can't help but curse the goblins for their shamelessness. Faced with such intensive treatment, Shifeng became serious for the first time. Although he had known for a long time that the attack method of the 25 horses would change again. But he was still facing so many enemies. I know the police. This Shifeng reborn the Westland Bay area like a violent explosion and sent it to the lowest density of treatment, greatly reducing the area of Zidane's life. Then he held onto his newbie and started flying wildly. The time in red flashed out 4 times. Please wait until you are busy. The next second, a burst of huge explosions erupted from where she was, and the bullet she cut exploded instantly. Everyone and the buildings were all cold and furious. They didn't think Shifeng could pass the challenge with such a terrifying attack. After a burst of sparks flickered, Shifeng suddenly emerged from it and passed through the shadow of the extreme wind like a spell. The moment it landed, it rushed through the midpoint like a flash of lightning. It held the ground with one hand and used its feet to rush forward. He immediately laughed and announced that the total number was 14 seconds, breaking the default record of 18 seconds for the same award. Mr. Girls, let's cheer. Congratulations to this person for succeeding in the surveillance challenge. A very brave talk about passing the finish line. With a system of more than 100 episodes, it is very easy to achieve 4 consecutive key opportunities. It will never be as human-like as it is now. At the same time, the system contains the first player to pass the same prize challenge and break the record will be rewarded with winning land and construction skills. Thornstar and others couldn't help but get excited. It was an eye-opener for them to see such an awesome breakthrough. Imagination skill is classified as silly, action type, see demand. It quickly causes 3 healthy light attacks at a distance of 20 yards in front. Each attack causes 10% damage. At the same time, the incidental damage is deepened, so the next damage is increased by 20%. The cooling time is 30 seconds. I just thought that I was hallucinating. Since I have superpowers and skills, Feng, this is a skill that you can't get in more than 100 episodes. Construction is a profession that mainly focuses on physical damage skills. There are no powerful group work damage skills. Wind and Thunder Flash can be said to be the only super powerful group work skills in construction. What couples can learn is definitely a step ahead of all construction. Jifeng looked at the angry and dumbfounded Jixin and others with some differences. He exchanged words and prepared to leave. If you don't want me to have fun with my grandfather in Linzong, I'll leave. Don't forget it. My samurai barrel. Xiao Gaogao asked excitedly. 4-star brother. He left and took away the reward. Should we catch up? Zixin Wenyang immediately gave the 2 of them a lesson. Are you eating for free? The 8th sister who is such a master of construction will come again. Sorry, you must not be looking for death, right? Recently, Xi Xing thought he couldn't do it when Shifeng was able to pass the challenge so magnificently, especially the attack after 25 yards. It was simply cheating. 10 winds, snow, thin pills, wind and thunder flashed, only then did I feel. I have some signs of construction and am ready to start spawning monsters and upgrading the large level. Passed the black market challenge with great success. Obtained the super western group attack skill ceiling thunder flash. Next, he is going to start frantically spawning monsters and upgrading them. After leaving Red Knight Town, I found that there were many more sheep and team players around. He looked at the 30 barrels remaining in his backpack. Not long ago, he found a way to imitate the general trend of cutting news. He bought 20 Baojiang fruits in one go and put his talents to use in one go. Come and taste a lot of soda water. All players are currently at level 0, and they are all killing level 0 in Red Knight. However, there are also some players with good skills who team up with Sandstrike and Wolf. The warrior is responsible for drawing hatred, long-range output, treatment and health, and the fight is effective. Help me. Although the experience is divided among several people, it is not very efficient and there are few people who can force monsters. If the player dies, the death penalty is very heavy. Not only will the experience of one episode be lost, but also the skill proficiency will be lost. If you don't feel like a player, it's easy to take risks. Otherwise, the experience and proficiency earned through a few hours of hard work will be lost. Shifeng Lian, who had wished, suddenly felt a black eye at the bald man's sense of humor. He was indifferent to it because he had no intention of brushing off such low-level management. May 30th is beautiful. It is composed of wind tree spirits. It is full of 5G mobs wandering around. It is absolutely suitable for players with 3G and below. Yes, that was when Feng Chu ran into the Red Knight Forest without hesitation. Then the cute right bear rolled around on the grass as he should. He looks cute, but he is fierce. Although he is also a weapon monster, he hates bear monsters more when entering the battle because it is more tiring to fight as a back room. Shasha had just passed Yuxiong through the trees when he saw a forest wolf camping in the water not far away. Faced with 5G, Moromuro Shifeng is extremely anxious. If he doesn't keep enough distance, Moromuru's Shiojua will be. I quickly discovered that Bai Yi, this me, is just a snail, but not those food chucks. 32,005G has a health value of 400 points and a very powerful attack power, considering that the health value is only 120 points. You can die in 2 strokes, but if it is really possible, it can be dealt with. But what I am most afraid of is that there are wolves and dogs nearby. At this moment, the soil under his feet suddenly dented, and he fell down without even noticing. He jerked in the air. Thank you fans and friends. On the ground, a pair of starry red eyes suddenly appeared from a hidden zoologist next to him. I was very aware of the deep movement and couldn't help turning around with a bright red face. He approached the wolf den and the warning came, a group of forest wolf kings. Both sides exchanged and came out of it. It's very bad luck. 7 forest wolves can be drawn at once. The forest wolves are very fast. However, Shifeng's speed is not slow either. All his attributes are agility. His nose movement speed of 6 is definitely fast. After all, it's an episode of Gensha. Even if he has all the attributes of a hidden hero, his speed is still slower than that of Forest Lang. Sai Lin Lang soon caught up with him. Lin Wei kept getting angry and dodging his paving machine. Even if I'm 10, I can't care about that much. I just activate the life-saving skills. You are not liberated. During this period, my body felt as light as red hair, and my speed immediately increased by a big knot. I quickly got rid of the deep forest wolf, and we were all together. After all, the old monster is a small monster. Once it is chased to a certain range, it will be released. The 10 points will be kept for a year. More than 10 minutes later, Shifeng came to a heavy mountain before entering the ridge. The combined strength of several mountains with a height of hundreds of meters. In the middle of the red night forest, chatting with the clouds on the top of the mountain, as if the world is advanced. The wind is looking at the mighty mountains. See, I looked around and found a small step, so I walked over. The central mountain range is a treasure mountain, and the top of the mountain is back to. There is a mithril treasure chest in the Wild of God's domain. There are treasure chests in many hidden places, waiting for players to take risks and find them. In the past, it was because of this fake Shadow treasure box that Shadow became a well-known studio in White River City. In the early days, it accumulated a lot. Return to stage. Revisiting the interview 10 years ago, in order to make enough money to buy game investment rules, he chose to come here. Come to the central mountains to explore. There is a life sound treasure chest stored in Guidance Mountain. Want to earn 16,000 credits in 10 days. But I'm counting on him. Currently, low-level players do not have the ability to hide their basic skills because their agility is not 40 points. Black-eyed coin walking Mesopan rock climb. There is no way up the mountain in the central mountains. You can only climb up. Although Shifeng does not have such a high Mingjie, he has the realm of gravity and can still climb mountains and mountains. No longer the time to avoid. That is to use the gravity liberation skill. After activating the skill, Shifeng climbing is very easy and he can climb up to 5 meters in 2 or 3 times. Click to see the release of Yin power, which is still 5 seconds away. Jifeng found a controlled place to rest and wait for gravity. Direct CD. At this moment, before Shifeng could finish the legend, Yenny suddenly let out a burst of shaking. Of course, a late actor appeared. The 10 feudal statements were written without any trouble and came so quickly. The next moment, the Yangsha giant appeared completely in front of him. The Yangsha giant is a monster with extremely high attack power, HP, and defense. However, his reaction is very slow, and his attack speed is also very poor. Turn around and move around. As long as you have 20 points of agility, you can play him off, round and round. Please continue. When the Yangsha giant surges, the wind bursts into a roar, and his message also appears. The Yangsha giant is an ordinary monster, Wuji, and the 550 life. He was so sure that he didn't panic, and guided him to be prepared in advance. Then he immediately took out the Baojiang supplement he bought at a great price from his backpack. Applying the effect of Fang Yuan's wine code will slow down the movement speed by 30% and reduce the turning speed by 70%. The duration is 1 minute. It is a magical way to deal with this kind of pure war monster. Faced with the heavy punches thrown by the Yangsha giant, it was not difficult for Shifeng to dodge with all his collar points. Please then he threw Baojiang Guo at the feet of Yangsha Juyuan with all his strength. Next second, the fruit emits a strange light, and the giant's movement speed is suddenly reduced. Jifeng showed off his newbie strength and suddenly made a sword move, rushing behind the giant Yangsha. Please remember that he practiced with both hands and suddenly moved towards the strict giant. Take a look at 1. The grateful skill is directly stuck on the delayed giant, and the skill proficiency and concentration are increased by 3 points. However, the damage caused by this one to the delayed giant is really negligible because the effect of level suppression and machine expansion is not very good. However, the giant level is 4 levels higher than him, and the skill proficiency is increased additionally. With the talent of construction, the proficiency of slashing is increased by 3 points. This is definitely a good place to improve the skill proficiency. The action was eaten and the appearance was changed to a giant. The drama corner that can be lifted up immediately to look away. It is a corner facing the ground. The 10 winds are keen to avoid it easily. Then the tight security guards quickly stood up and raised them again to kill the big security guards. The terrifying drama power suddenly moved towards Shifeng. The impact point returned to the entire ground and was blasted into 4 or 5 columns in an instant. I was very careful, but I didn't panic. I immediately turned around in the air and faced the strict giant. The novice button in his hand was swung upwards, and the moment Feng Weishan activated, saw the lightning flash. Unsurprisingly, everyone was killed. The injured Yangsha giant immediately burst into anger and began to fight back. A burst of light came from the mountain. When Yang was gone, the giant turned into rubble and scattered all over the ground. The wind explained. Then the effect was very powerful. Under the attack of Shifeng and Ban, in less than a minute, I also knew the giant was killed. For solving the problem, even if he has high skill in writing but not heavy attack, it is used by him to improve his experience and skill proficiency. Mutual love host. How strong is this man who was once the top god of war? Other players are still forming a team to play one episode. Weird times. However, he relied on his superb skills and understanding of the game to fight the tough giants of Wuji as road warriors. Just when Shifeng easily killed Yangsha Juyuan, he started to feel full, and it was not bad. He actually held a piece of equipment. The drop rate of God's domain is extremely low, let alone level 4 ordinary equipment. Someone will definitely buy it at a high price. Just then, suddenly a group of editors appeared in the sky. Shilian Blind put away his equipment and looked towards the place where Bat Yongchu was, so I found out that the front member had a movement. The strict control of Hanju around here is basically unable to pose a threat to him. Cameras. Next time, I will go deep into the inner valley of Kinesi alone to find out what's going on. After walking across the bridge, Shifeng's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. A huge Yangsha giant was lying on the bed sleeping. The Yangsha that turned around was not ordinary dark grey but dark. Shueosi Elite Level 6 Xie Liang 900 Elite monster of the same level requires at least a team of 6 people to kill it. Shifeng didn't bother to clean up. He still had a lot of explosive Jianghua. If he captured this De Jianghuo, he would probably be able to explode a lot of good stuff. There is no hesitation to fully charge up the power, just use the thunder and lightning flash to move to the huge birth area of Shuroz in Lei Guanghua Kingdom. The sleeping giant Zunos was suddenly shaken even if it was a feudal. The damage done was negligible, but it still surprised Naked Shimon. Being woken up from sleep will make anyone very angry. Please remember to be a good doctor. Humans are as small as 2 seconds. I want to step on some girls. Randomly, she stood up suddenly and headed towards Shifengbu. Jianke announced that Xue Weisina's right was violently smashed towards Shifeng's position. However, this kind of slow attack is still very easy for the release of Mijia Layman to seize the fan. He immediately opened up space in his backpack when he was in the air. Holding Bao Jianghua in his hand made him confident of Bao Zun. This one has a lot of HP, but with its speed advantage, it can be slowly wiped out. Naturally, Shifeng will not have a chance to repair the naked body. It will be here soon. Throwing fruit on his path, the speed of the strict giant has always been a weakness, even for elite monsters. However, Shio Naked Silk's body is larger, has more attack methods, and moves and attacks faster. However, after being exploded, the deceleration of General Fruit is still the same as that of Dirty Rules. It has a time seal of 16 points of agility. Its movement speed and attack speed are very fast. It can directly reach behind Shio Naked 4 and launch a fierce attack. This stone-fronted pine bed is facing the first appearance of Zulo's Grey, and it is full of the same means that the prosecution is also quite seen. The bulky Zulos immediately reincarnates and invests. A series of damage kept coming out of Xiao Ruisai's head. Xiao Ruisai's defense power was really amazing. The normal attack only caused 3 points of damage, while the Shan Weisai's attack was slightly better and could reach 4 points. After a series of attacks, Xiao Wixi turned around, returned the huge arm inside, and blasted Shifeng very hard. As a reborn person, Shifeng experienced it in the divine realm. After countless battles, I have mastered the terrifying power without any panic. It has been practiced to create a distance. When 5 seconds passed, Zuluoza's blood volume recovered to 18 points, and all of Shifeng's efforts just now were taken away. Stone-breaking pressure increases. Monsters above the elite battle recovery is 2% every 5 seconds. Weakening 4 has 900 health points. 5 seconds is 18 health points, which completely exceeds the damage caused by him. Even so, Shifeng did not intend to give up. If ordinary players saw such blood volume and recovery ability, they would have given up. But Shifeng can rely on the increased damage of Wind and Thunder Flash and Lingjia's advantage to slowly wipe it out. The 3 flashes of sword energy made Xiao Nusi become an angry figure. She ignored him but could not catch the voice of Shifeng. Please remember to add the display machine to the normal appearance of the tree road. Under the effect of damage amplification, the damage power is doubled. The stone shield was washed out and what he saw was Pisha's hope. However, at this moment, after Shu Luosi had given out his life, he suddenly fell down. A ball of unexpected energy suddenly appeared on his body, which shook the earth in chronodynamics. Please follow his content with a small sound of bullets and suddenly go to. So for the rest of my life, I want to distract you. In the next second, the weak silk threads are repaired with both hands, and the body power of Byron is falling from the sky. The entire chain immediately erupted into a burst of red honey with a huge face the moment it hit the ground, and the ground quickly stabilized in an instant. First, divide them into 4 and 5 lines. If a team came over, Tuan Mion would definitely be unable to dodge in this small space. 10 feudal situations are not good. Evacuate from the surrounding area of Zunos immediately. It's not that his body is very spiritual. The space is also, even though it is relatively wide and long, it is difficult to avoid this wave of bombers. Dianku Gongfu border service to a competition and Xu Luo's his casual body was revealed in the ring. It's just that at this time, when repairing nude silk threads, it is time to activate the big move, and there is a state of exhaustion. The fishing state is a period of weakness after some small packages activate their big skills. Not only the attack power is weakened, but the defense will also be greatly reduced. When Shifeng was in front of him, the car in front of him rushed forward. With the leather prison state, he can deal a lot of damage. The attack of Pai Lao's naked silk thread was as slow as a nest. It was very easy to quickly approach his face in just 1 month. Please then Shifeng suddenly raised his new sword in the air. The next second when the weak thought of cultivation reaches out to block him, he is very speechless. Stab the common thing in your hand into his eye socket. It is very easy to remember that the hand immediately jumped into the Enterprise, and the naked mediator who responded immediately stopped his own theater and was crippled by a piece of paper. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shifeng's attack moved the wind widely, and the wind and thunder flashed out from his hand. Immediately afterwards, there was another set of combos with Zhangji and basic attacks. After Shifeng landed, he took advantage of his weakened energy and increased damage to continue turning towards his corner and fired another pair of outputs. The small body is not injured, and the body like a small mountain will suddenly lose its reputation. An ugly spot will immediately fall to the ground. But at this moment, Xiao Nosi, who was reading stupidly, suddenly stopped, and the struggling actor began to breathe heavily. Then he suddenly stood up and burst into a roar that shook the sky. The invisible energy surged out again. The next second, a cry of Xiao suddenly came from Xiao Sai's position. And the nearby living area disappeared in place. 10 feudal shields. Where do we want the boss to go? Please go deeper, and the smaller nude strand suddenly appeared from behind Shifeng. The attack speed and movement speed of Xiao increased significantly. The Taiwan player punched Shifeng. He couldn't dodge and even tied up Tai Chifeng. It is common to perform boxing in the hands. The attack power of the knockdown and repair weak style is reduced. This punch still directly knocks Shifeng out. At a distance of tens of meters, it is likely to cause it to collide with the dynamic wall. The heavenly things dispersed and Shifeng fought hard to survive. He actually survived among this horrible group of people. If his condition at this time can be said to be how bad it is, there is only a trace of blood left. However, number 4 did not feel timid, his eyes were shining with Korean light. And he was ready to fight. Immediately after that, he opened his breath and relaxed the force of gravity. He suddenly exerted force on his feet and counterattacked without retreating, moving towards the head music of the weak. Pose. As for the elite stick with 15% of its health left, he will never give up easily. His hand is filled with dust and a dose of wind and thunder flash. Yellow ice temperature. Before he could react, Swordsman fired another slash behind him. The time for Inli's liberation is getting shorter and shorter. Shifeng suddenly turns around in the air and plays chess again. The players are preparing to give him the final season. The next second, the long thread in its hand suddenly passed through Xiao Lu's body. This piece took away the last bit of Shuro's health. The life of the Red Dragon. Shuro suddenly turned into a pile of rubble and scattered drop by drop. It is the strongest fitness in God's domain. Blood Shadow Force production was fired by charcoal fire. Now that she has been reborn, she must pay homage to the greedy cartographer. While others are still fighting against Earth-level monsters. As soon as he started, he commented on his rich experience. Kill high-level monsters more and more quickly. Just after trimming the naked silk that has faded away just now, start grinding it together when it is broken. The quality of the items dropped by elites is still very high. They drop a very good large shield equipment and a skill book. Skills, comfortable pit stop, general skill parry, standard pit stop weapon, can resist 1 damage from the front, cooldown time is 30 seconds. This high-priced life-saving skill is extremely attractive, especially when fighting bosses, which are often critical. Can save yourself from immigrating. Shifeng looked at the skill book and finally chose to learn it. Although the skill book could be sold at a better price after adding the skill book, he didn't know how to kill to keep warm. Shifeng didn't stop and continued to climb up. He killed many solid giants and changed a lot of equipment on his body. He no longer looked shabby. Looking at the top of the mountain, he immediately used gravity to free himself and suddenly headed towards the top of the mountain. Finally climbed to the bottom of the mountain. The eyesight is completely white, and you can only see a distance of 20 yards. With added strength and vigilance, he seemed to remember that Shanding had never had such a large weapon before. At this moment, the system issued an emergency prompt and the player discovered. The past glory of the mission is hidden when the player is turned on. All external contacts are temporarily closed for the player. The player cannot leave this place until the mission is completed. I couldn't help but secretly think about the situation on the top of the mountain and what the assassins reported back then. It's completely different. At first, he didn't hear any information except the Life Shadow treasure box, especially the hidden mission in the Lost Land. Past Noya. Apart from the name, this mission has no mission content and I don't know what to do. Someone with 10 years of experience in the divine realm. You can immediately see the key to this hidden mission. Is it a hellish trigger mission? There are some very special tasks in God's domain that can only be triggered when reaching certain areas. Moreover, such tasks do not have any content and players need to go by themselves. Even if the next player is here, the mission will not be triggered again. It can be said to be a very special and unique recognition. It is also a very dangerous task. As much risk as there is much gain. After I really wanted to understand it, I stopped thinking. If you walk ahead, you won't be able to get out anyway, so you might as well explore it and go back to the city if you die. This is a city that has been abandoned for many years, with dilapidated houses everywhere. From the size of the city and the level of history of the buildings, we can tell that this place was very prosperous in the past, even more prosperous than Baihe City. However, there is not even a single person in this bustling city now. After spending a lot of time, Shifeng still hasn't found the quest line, just started and kept going. When the gap is officially opened, he can't waste too much time here. Immediately climb to the bottom of a relatively high house and use the highest point to broaden your field of vision. Now on the roof, I have a panoramic view of the city, and I tried it out. Didn't find anything special. Suddenly he discovered that a mage's tower not far away had not been destroyed. Unable to take any advice, he no longer hesitated and came to the mage tower without being asked. This was once a holy place for the legal profession. The best place in France is now in dilapidated state. Even the magic crystal on the tower is broken. As soon as I boarded the mage tower, I heard a voice, "Young adventurer, welcome to the city in the sky." An old man with a white fox suddenly appeared. His voice was full of Sangxiang and Ruiji. He made the stone seal jump. He thought it was some kind of monster. Appeared. City in the sky. Shifeng was shocked when he thought of this very famous city in God's domain. The city of sky. Once upon a time, there were countless legendary professions in the cities of the Democratic Front God's domain. The demigod's construction Walusha was also a witness. Even the gods had to count up to 3 points. Unfortunately, Yun Luo disappeared during the Third Divine War, which became a regret for the God's domain. Bai Huzi continued to say, "I think you definitely want to become stronger. I can help you, but you are willing to accept my dislike." I accepted it immediately. He nodded with satisfaction and said quickly, "I'll give you 3 choices." Shifeng said impatiently, "No introduction is needed, I choose the most difficult hell difficulty." As a reborn person, he should have some bright spots and strong challenges. He is confident that he can deal with this difficulty. Once he passes, it will play an important role in future development. Baozha Wenyang immediately shouted, "Young man is really clean and tidy. I admire you very much, but don't regret your choice." Secondly, at the same time, the system talks about accepting the mission's past glory. It can read 1,000 monsters of our level. Killing 500 of them will be considered qualified. The real time is 4 hours. The penalty for mission failure is that all attributes will be permanently reduced by 10 points. In the end, the old man disappeared without a trace. Attributes are the basis of a profession. If all attributes drop by 10 points, the number will be almost spent. This time, at the same time, he kept making noises inside him, and countless dark shadows appeared in the sky. Jifeng looked at Jiao Tan. The Yuling warrior that pops out from under the head is warm and wet, and the scalp is hairy. The Yuling warrior ordinary tank is level 2 and has health value. Countless ghost warriors wasted no time and headed towards the mage's tower. At the same time this time, someone also showed up with the prompt to start the mission. It's easy to deal with one monster like this, but facing a sea of ghosts. But even Shifeng became nervous. If you rush down directly, you are seeking death. You will definitely be killed. The first way is to fight one-on-one using terrain restrictions and positioning. Jifeng has a lot of fighting experience. He moves quickly and jumps down from upstairs. Time is running out and he has already chosen the best winning venue. Finally, it landed on the stairs of Xiashan one after another. The stairs there only allow 2 monsters to pass through at most, making it the best killing point. You have to hold onto the stairs to pass the test. At the same time, all the ghost warriors inside and outside him went crazy. They all rushed into the tower and killed Shifeng desperately, facing thousands of Wang Lin's troops. Boy, early in the morning. It should be faced with a firm body. An army of ghost warriors like Wang Yong went straight to the master tower where he was. If Shifeng has already chosen the best shade venue, the stairs he chose were very narrow, each blocking the other, allowing him to easily face the 2 ghost warriors. 3 lightning flashes flashed through the seal, and the superior spirit warriors within a range of 20 horses were stunned by this. Skills are used to carve most of the HP. The damage amplification of Feng Yijian combined with the harvest of slash killed 90 people in one go. This ghost warrior, with its narrow terrain and Shifeng Nai's high attack speed, monsters of the same size simply cannot withstand its attack. As long as you don't accumulate monsters, the effects of Feng Leichan and Shanji will not be suppressed. Faced with these, there are only 200. Excellent warriors with multiple health points are divided into 0-1 competitions to show super powerful group worker damage. Hand sealed after a game. Shifeng was able to take away an elite warrior with only 2 pieces, in order to speed up the killing. At 10 points, Secret Liberation is opened again, the attack speed rises again, and the damage amplification effect is extended to 3 seconds. Can solve 1. Shifeng can use supergroup attack skills and is not afraid of crowd tactics. He can even cleanse 1 to 2. If Song were to dodge the attack, he would probably fail the mission if it were other players, but for him it's not a big problem. Just when there were 100 monsters left, it was no longer a single ghost warrior that was refreshed on the field, but a more agile ghost. Now, 604G didn't attack from the stairs. He was very ungrateful and rushed to the stairs in a few jumps. At the same time, Shifeng was resisting the attack of ghost warriors, and 2 ghost assassins had come from behind him. News: Shifeng, who has 10 years of combat experience, was finally aware of the movement behind him. Using the sword, he suddenly jumped up, his legs facing the ghost assassin's paved position, which was a horizontal ladder. 2G, 104 grams and steel. All the Yuling warriors who were still in Broadbin were swept away by him. The next second, Shifeng landed from the air and stepped on the side with his wings. Xiao Miao dodged the display of another Yuling warrior. Please follow them and then there will be scars on your hands. Give a lot of land to the ghost warrior's investment to kill him instantly. At this moment, Yuling suddenly stepped out from behind him. Knock out 1% of his health before he gets stabbed. Shifeng turned around angrily, and his legs moved again. Send away the ghost assassin who secretly studied him. The assassin in Holy didn't have much health. After declining from high altitude, direct violence on the spot, the pressure increased during the 10 Fengxian period. He did not expect that the last 100 monsters would have different characteristics. Fortunately, they did not gain much health. The next moment, the ghost assassin had no intention of giving Shifeng a chance to pass the news. It was just refreshed. These 5 assassins continued to move towards him again. Use the wind to replenish flowers and immediately use gravity to liberate. Get a lot of upgrades and also apply to quickly shuttle among the monsters, which is common in Crazy Grey Hands. The next moment, Shifeng, who was flying on the roof, quickly scanned the situation below. Continuing to exert force coldly under his feet, he entered the job. I'll rush back. Along with the common martial arts, the combination of wind, thunder, lightning and slashing was launched again. Fragile Young Mountain Dream. For adult guides. Time passed by, and the mage tower that had been destroyed returned to peace again. The stairs in front of Jifengshan are already filled with the remains of countless ghost assassins. I was so shocked by this incident that I even held a common hand and started micro-deleting it and waiting. He took a deep breath to regain his composure and completed the 500 machine kills. Just then, appearing again, he looked at Shifeng with a smile. The young man did a good job. The safe box for a wonderful dish suddenly appeared blank, and the system prompts also came to mind at the same time. Complete the mission and get past glory to get rewards. Jing Jing Bao Xiong, get the title and sign the lottery together. 1.7 When using this title, all the attributes of defensive teammates within 30 horse range of Fang Yuan will be increased by 10%. At the same time, the player will gain an additional strength of 5%. Please follow up and the old man disappears again, leaving only a sentence, the reward has been given to you. You can leave. Fighting at a straight wind angle. He immediately fell downwards. The changes in the household made him feel a little crazy. The last 10 scenery. So much so that when I saw the scene again, I had returned to the square of Hongye town and quickly jumped from the air. Su was caught off guard and stuttered when he fell off the stone, causing many passers-by to examine his eyes. Jifeng hurriedly approached the deserted Wangdang. The Jingjing Baoxiang he had worked so hard for could not be snatched away by others. The activation of the guidance Jingjing and Baoxiang would definitely cause a commotion. Among the human elephants, Shifeng quietly observed for a while, and then felt at ease after making sure no one was following. Then he took out the gold-level treasure box and saw the big shiny golden treasure box. Shifeng was so excited that he felt in a shield. The life camp level treasure box they took in the previous life contained a potion formula and a cutting diagram. He didn't know what good things would be released this time. He has been playing in the God's domain for 10 years and has never seen more than 20 exquisite treasure chests. He couldn't wait to open them. Of course, the guide exudes a golden smoothness. If it is at night, this is definitely a famous lamp that shows off its medicinal skills. Everyone's attention. Although Shifeng was well prepared, he was still given a thumbs up by Jin Guang acting like this. When Shifeng came back to his senses, he was a little surprised when he looked at the common ones that had just been opened. Abyssal, magic weapon, carved ball career matters. Whether to bind this equipment, it is very familiar with the model. The model is different from ordinary equipment. There is no difference in quality. Compared with real equipment, it is rarer. Its power is unparalleled. There will also be corresponding side effects, that is, reflection, which is slightly invincible. The character becomes a waste. It's a double recognition. The new safe has only 35 versions of the model in the entire server. Although the Abyssal one is ranked in the Mo position, even the reborn Shifeng did not dare to write his terrifying bed articles. The sun's meal and his companions. After thinking about it, he still chose not to guarantee it after the third game. He had to transfer 16,000 credits 10 days before the game. There was a lot of pressure. In case of X, he would attack forward to gain air. There are also two ancient books, namely the Book of Breaking and the Secretary of Appearance, which are the guarantee books of Tianjin basketball. With these two books, you can create a Master of Breaking and a Master of Appearance. He remembers that there is a hidden meat in the monthly trading stocks. It is not classic. When I learned the art of breaking things, I also talked about the talent of breaking things. If you have the talent of breaking things and the Book of Breaking Things, you will definitely be able to do it very well, become a high-level apprentice quickly and make big money by building green tube equipment. However, the case review business stock is a level 4 monster area. Moreover, that task is difficult and time-consuming. You need to prepare some props in advance to cope with it. It seems that a Nianji War fake equipment was also released. The Sky War Ying Nianji board fake equipment requires a strength of 20 points. Equipment. After waiting for 5 episodes, the defense power will be increased by 25, the strength will be increased by 6, the endurance will be increased by 3, and the agility will be increased by 3. The physical damage received after equipping it with attribute weakening power will be reduced by 10%. The thing is that if you wear plate armor for 5 episodes, you can be a shield warrior if you wear this equipment. Got it. He walked around in Maui and found an open space casually, intending to dispose of the unused equipment. After a while, after setting the price, he put the herbs and equipment he picked before and turned it into a stall to sell goods. Shifeng casually started to pour blood. Don't miss it when passing by. High-grade materials and ultra-fine collectible equipment. If you want to buy, come and take a look. There are many players who want to set up stalls in one area, but all they sell are materials and the like. Now there are basically no players selling equipment. It's very easy on the throat and has directly become the focus. Many players who have violated the rules can't help but watch. Now that God's domain has been open for less than 10 hours, they can actually get such high-level equipment. The most incredible thing is that they are selling it. The big guilds and studios all use the equipment they produce for their own use. It is impossible to sell the equipment for possible added advantages. Nowadays, players are generally inorganic. I can't even think about the assembly, let alone the Qingtong shield in Wuji. However, the price of 2 billion battalions is too high and ordinary players can't afford it. He doesn't expect ordinary players to buy it. What he wants is the publicity effect. Just then, a message with black characters came through. This matter is very intertwined with him. Feng Ge, you finally accepted it. I wasted so much time and I am still getting my citizenship. What should I do? Shifeng said with an embarrassed look on his face that he thought the strange task he had just done was not a big deal. Come here and take a chance. If you know how to sell me, I'll take you to the next level. Just then a pair of players passed by. The one holding the ghost hand was a shield warrior named Yang Hua. He shouted impatiently, get out of the way. Now that we have another, we've got it all covered. Everyone else can go. He looked at Shishidan, who was from Qingtong, and then expressed his poetic style and asked questions. These are all your business, right? Shifeng nodded and said nothing more about. It's because people who use it instinctively feel overwhelmed. He knew this shield temporarily. His name was Yang Hu, and he was the leader of Hongye Town. In his previous life, he could not rise quickly, and was treated as waste time and time again. 3 of his successes were all due to Yang Hu's efforts. I didn't expect to be injured so quickly. Seeing that there is no palace in Shifeng, he will fight back. He seems to be just an ordinary player with good luck. He accidentally said, I want to win all these things in this industry with one bite. Not even angry at all. My price is very low. Please don't pretend to be a big business and hinder my business. Tiger Wen Yang's face suddenly became ironclad. It was cold and beaten on the road. Are you sure you want to go against our Yu Yin? I'll give you another chance. Think about it carefully. Say it again. So the other 5 Yu Ying members immediately drew their weapons to come up. However, Shifeng, who was surrounded, did not panic. He said simply, idiot. Look at the secret tooth sao in his heart. How dare he threaten Hongye here? Don't you know that you can't do anything in a small town? Qin Hu immediately became furious and suddenly pulled out the huge pancake to criticize Xiong Shifeng. He wished he could kill Shifeng right now. At this moment, a voice came out and interrupted it. It's really interesting. With so many high-quality equipment, how can we, the assassins, be left out quickly? At this time, more than 10 people came, each with an assassin's chain. Yanmeng's Huiji just spoke and formally assassinated Xin. As far as Hu and others were concerned, they were still in the same place, confident in seeing the greedy master. Sometimes I greet you warmly after sealing the deal. Oh my god, we are really destined, he responded very readily. This is 24 British coins. I want them all. Make friends. If you have any good equipment in the future, you must consider our Assassin's League. She very clearly understood that this was because Stabbed in the Heart was thinking that he was a good person. It would be good to cooperate with such a great association. He said that since you are so cheerful, the samurai fellow stomach will not want it anymore. Please contact me often. At this moment, the black character squeezed into the crowded soup-flavored Handang. Brother Feng, you have kept me searching for a long time. After trading 24 pounds, Shifeng took the accumulated money. I said it lightly again. My friend is here. See you later. He didn't say anything more, and immediately turned around and walked towards Heisey. Thornstar couldn't help but say that the 24 British-style collapse had finally come down. He wanted to have more time with Shifeng. Explain. At the same time, the spirit-level black asked some curious questions. What should we do now? Shifeng smiled and went to Dark Moon Valley to farm monsters. Kuroko's shield is a little uneasy. Dark Moon Wound's bones is there to stimulate the monsters. He didn't ask. Why don't we go fight some pressing monsters? Regarding Heisey's worries, Shifeng smiled and put them down. I just need to leave. At the same time, the little guy from the Shadow Guild asked Brother Yang Hu, are you going to let him leave in peace like this? Hu's face was grand and he spoke with his feet ready. He said with gnashing teeth, leave me alone. The good boy must know what will happen if he goes against our Yu Yin. After a close turn, Shifeng took Heisey all the way to Yue Mountain. God's Domain Yueji challenges Jinan. Generally, it is more than one level. The black letter of the spiritual level. I'm not very optimistic about this training trip. In order to dispel his concerns, 10 Sealing Alliance blindly restored my friend. My friend is a master of sealing and testing. If we are not close, he will not tell me this secret. Just wait for the rocket upgrade. You see, I'm not in the second episode. From the time the server was launched to now, not many people can reach the second episode. I only relied on the wind test experts to upgrade so fast. Heisey knew that although Shifeng had good skills, he was definitely not that powerful. Seeing Shifeng, his power disappeared instantly. Just as the two were on their way, a voice suddenly appeared nearby. Luo Lan was hiding in the dark and was secretly surprised that he dared to go to the stimulation area. This thing was really weird. Then he can. But when I meet this uncle, I can only blame you for being incompetent. When all players are still on the same board. Our protagonist Shifeng Dangnai Wang Hua has been transferred to the 24th Battalion. He bought a series and prepared to finish the transformation. This guy went to Dark Moon Trading and started trading stocks. So after a while, Heisey suddenly said, Feng Ji, look, there is a Lan Ming elite monster here. Shifeng glanced in the direction pointed by Heisey. Sure enough, there was something on the ground that Kong touched. White fox. There is also a little white rabbit carved in the fox's mouth. The blood fox is stuck in the foot. It absorbs elites. Level 2. HP 450. Shifeng couldn't help but Wei Wei said, your luck is really yours. You can be lucky if you drop from an elite. Very rich. He couldn't wait and leaned over by chance. He's not the leader of Heisey's circle. You can just hide behind and throw away your skills. Let's see how I kill him. The Shio elites are a very special kind of elites. Their strength is different from that of ordinary elites. If the reward after killing was higher, then Shuran quickly circled behind Xuehu. Taking advantage of its anger, it suddenly launched an attack. The moment it activated its sword energy, it caused 32 points of damage. The speed and reaction of Blood Arc are very fast, and the distance between the two parties can be quickly opened at the moment of injury. Shifeng quickly made a judgment based on Blood Lake's dodge and damage. His movements were good and his defense was not low. However, there was a period when it was very successful as a pen. All attributes increased by 10%, as well as 5.2% and 5.2% internal strength. Its attributes are completely comparable to level 5. It can be used as a counterattack with level 2 elites. The main speed of the blood pot is not. It burned fiercely and was about to launch a fatal blow with its skill at the stone-sealed berg. However, Shifeng's speed is not slow either. It is no worse than Xuehu. The moment Xuehu rushed over, the novice sword was already in Xuehu's mouth. As the sound of a collision came out, Shifeng still couldn't stop the power of the blood pot. He was blown away a few steps. 49.3 damage appeared on his head. But the blood pot only suffered 5.3 damage. The difference between the two is obvious at a glance. The wind is blowing. No matter how obvious the strength is to ordinary people, it is as obvious as blood. Every time a building was built, he suddenly lost a lot of money. He saw the results of the attacks of ordinary monsters. He didn't expect that the gap between them and elite monsters was so big. Suddenly a big monkey is born in the wind. Hazy, hurry up and don't get too big. Hazy doesn't dare to die in the first phase as a big deal. He is also a spirit level anyway. Then he quickly chanted the incantation. Seeing his hand open once, he moved it to Ai Yin's room and ejaculated quickly. Focus on attacking Shifeng's snow arc. If your speed bone attack is short of defense, you will be hit hard. Fizi saw the damage backing stone explode on the spot. He was taking the route of adding magic points with full healing power, but he didn't expect that he only dealt 5 points of damage by stepping on it. The defense of elite monsters far exceeded his imagination. While attacking the blood lake, Shifeng reassured him, "Don't stop, I'll contain it. It won't pose any danger to you." Shuihu Liji, who was fighting with Shifeng during the Jinka Kung Fu, was directly hit by the shadow structure and was killed by more than 20 people. Thank you for more. The pressure on Shifeng facing Xuemu was even greater. Xuemu was very agile and an accidental bite would cause more than 50 injuries. It was so deep that when he went down to the surface, he immediately raised his leg and kicked it to cover the blood. Lift up, quickly distance yourself. The path on the stone surface of Yoshang's shield that I'm watching is not straight. These two little trashes will probably be scattered by the inner madness before it's my turn to take action. After fighting for a long time, Tokikaze only had 31 health points left. There are still 244 points in the blood paste that are completely out of proportion. Shui Ark had no intention of giving Shifeng a chance to pass on the information and launched another fatal attack towards him, but Shifeng could only fight in a panic. Just then, come on, the novice building with low durability will be damaged by the bite of the rock mouth. The durability will continue to decrease and it will be damaged. It's okay to be bold all of a sudden. Is it possible that Brother Feng's Ishue is going to be confessed here? At the same time, number 4 did not panic. With a pull of the hand, Shuihu exposes her fragile abdomen. Lifting her legs towards it is the ultimate skill. The next second, the weak point of the blood paste was stimulated, and after a lifetime of residual fermentation, Shifeng kicked him away. At this moment, he felt bad in his heart and if he continued to chat, he would definitely be gangbanged. After Shuihu landed, he didn't stop thinking about it and rushed towards the wind again. And they were hot and took out a bottle of black iron horn from their backpacks. Please follow him to quickly open 9 screens in the air. The airport of Mengguan is walking by the road. At this time, Shifeng's level at Kanshue Lake was displayed as Ling level, and it was level 2, so there was level suppression in an instant. But his vision has become a little blurry, which is a sin. Although it can increase the damage, the body will also become difficult to control. Not daring to waste time, I immediately activated the gravitational liberation and rushed towards the Snow Lake with such force. I came to Snow Lake for a body test just in time to get crazy. The Taiwanese artist showed off his skills against the grey tree. He didn't dare to risk 4 millimeters, and the novice in his hand had a few points to hold tightly. Hua hua hua, 3 rays of lightning quickly flashed across Shuihu's waist. The black characters make my eyes freeze. Your style is too awesome. What did you drink just now? At this time, Shifeng's behavior was as if he was being distracted. Xiao Meng's snow paste didn't even have a chance to resist. And this set of combos is a mess. He went online to seize the opportunity to give him the last episode. Shifeng quickly arrived in front of the snow lake, suddenly ready to charge up and activate his skills. At this moment, a hidden horn suddenly came from outside the battlefield. I think, the Mason Bee suddenly felt uneasy in the air. He immediately turned around and looked towards the source. A sword and a wind-powered nose hand flickered towards his neck with a cold light. With many years of combat experience, his instincts were the same as before. Then the hand that left a trace of blood passed by him, and he dodged the opportunity without any risk. Give up the snow lake immediately and put some distance between yourself and the slowly emerging voice. And the waves revealing the deep shadows are very long now. He had hidden his aura very well without making any sound, and his forward attack was still dodged. There are all plot-oriented elite monsters attacking crazily. Later, assassins from the Yuyong Attack Club made a sneak attack at level 4. Our protagonist is how to deal with the summit. Just now, Shifeng nailed the assassin who appeared and suddenly became angry. The people you seduced are really a bunch of dogs. However, at this moment, the forgotten snow paste suddenly started to stop. What product? Please continue with his lean Huaio. Suddenly the phoenix emits a burst of light and is willing to become bigger. Then they burst out with a roar, and their blood-white anger turned into a huge and unreasonable one. Their already low blood volume was restored a lot. At the same time, the overall attributes of the huge blood paste were also increased by 20%. Blood Lake only knew to kill Shifeng and moved towards Shifeng's position again. At the same time, the black letter Jens Huanglian reminded the blind people loudly, be careful of that one. The assassin is planning to steal you again. While Shuihu kept attacking Shifeng, Spirit Wolf also quickly moved into action. She was planning to kill Shifeng during the scene where Shifeng was dodging the blood talisman and the Yulang machine. At this time, Shifeng's blood volume is Save at 31 o'clock, the situation is extremely critical. Yu Lang's eyes were full of pride at this time. He felt that it was impossible for Shifeng to survive under his family's control. Seeing the distant deep emotions of the Snow Lake and the lake mouth of Jingming, they are already close to the ruler. It's really worth trying it. He suddenly stood up and spoke to Zhu Sheng, who was coming towards him, and kicked him away. The snow paste without any strong points was easily pushed in the direction of Yu Lao. It opened its mouth and prepared to kill Yu Lao in front of it. Shifen building suddenly felt cold. Hang Yisheng had everything under control. Everything happened too fast. To be honest, Shifeng Yulang didn't react at all. He had already lost a lot of money at this time. Then the other person's nonsense that changed direction. Open one arm and bite it directly. Then he sprayed chi on the ground like a Chula chicken, and a big pit suddenly appeared on the ground. After this wave of attacks, the spirit wolf's health was instantly cleared, and her heart was full of, "Don't do it." He has never thought that players can transfer hatred like this. Heizi, who was far away from the battle, had already looked at it and even forgot to attack Snow Lake. The 10 Winds Company King shouted that Snow Lake's line was down and attacked him quickly. Without the interference of Yu Lang, Shifeng once again attacked Snow Lake. He quickly used Thunder Flash and Kalela's hatred, while Heizi was running around the outside while frantically throwing out cases. The residual blood hardly lasted long. If he is not happy, he will be diagnosed with lifelong cancer and fall to the ground. At the same time, the system prompts him to talk about the machine-killing blood pot with elite tricks. Gain experience and eat. This oil-absorbing elite dropped a Blackwood staff with ordinary energy. It is easy to equip with an equal level pole. Attack power is increased by 8, intelligence is increased by 3. Spirit is increased by 1, and magic power is increased by 30. Shifeng directly gave the Blackwood staff to Heizi. This piece of equipment greatly improves the legal profession. Not only does it have high attack power, but it also adds 3 levels of control. If it is equipped with a legal profession, the damage can be increased by 2 levels. Fizi didn't have the final equipment, and he looked a little hesitant. After all, the blood arc power relied on Shifeng to kill him. He didn't have the ability at that time, but he got the best equipment, and it was extremely precious bronze equipment. At this stage, not many players can own it. Shifeng Ming's thoughts in black. He said seriously. "What's wrong with you? Aren't we good brothers? Drink me. Besides, you are a conjurer. You can use the staff to its maximum effect after 1 episode. This way we can upgrade much faster." Heizi didn't refuse even after he made a sound. Only by becoming stronger can he help Shifeng, so as not to hold him back. Shifeng then smiled with satisfaction. At the same time, in Hongye Town, Yang Hu yelled, "Yu Lang, what do you do for food?" Shu Ran was fucked by a second-level trivial matter on the way back. Xu Nang's face is as gloomy as water in the morning. "What do you want to explain?" Shui didn't know what to say. Could he say how he was tricked by Shifeng Shi? He couldn't tell, otherwise he would definitely be taken out of the studio. The atmosphere of the thick wolf and sheep costume turned black and white upside down and shocked me again. I accidentally discovered a rare elite. But when he was fighting the elite monster, he was discovered by the little one. He also brought a magician with him. I was pushed forward and backward, and then I was killed by them in a sneak attack. Now that kid must have killed the oil-sucking elite, and he was so good at it. The route they are taking is to buy monthly stocks. We are in a hurry to catch up now. Maybe we can get the equipment back. Qian Hudunqi's eyes shone brightly. He no longer blamed Yu Lang and became extremely interested in the drops of elites. After a while, Yinhua took over all the members of Yu Yin Studio in Hongye Town. He insisted on getting Shifeng's tune this time. Not equipped. We immediately chased after him to strengthen our equipment. I wanted to make him regret it. And latest taste, Shifeng and Heizi soon arrived at Dark Moon Chong Valley. No matter how hard the iron is, they will all enter the pit station. I saw a middle-aged naked man holding a hammer and pounding the red ore in his hand. A little time, Heizi asked in a low voice. Feng Ji has been waiting for a long time. Do you want to continue? Shifeng said. If you don't have the patience, he won't give you the task. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, a sudden question from a middle-aged iron general. Are you interested in doing Zhao after watching it for so long? Reply very immediately with a new like. I am very interested in doing Zhao. The system prompt suddenly mentions a hidden mission to break the road to creation, which requires 100 pieces of new mission props and ores. But you're eating the stuff from the new mines? The Shishin ore jelly is the blood of the quadruple kobolds. Their favorite thing is the ore. They mine in the ore jelly every day. The kobolds are born with great strength and skill in the ore jelly. There are all walking dogs and peach people at the door. Just attack one and you can attract a group of them. Shifeng suddenly took out the cigarette egg and leaned over by chance. The cigarette egg could make a trial run of monsters with a radius of 100 horses within an hour. It was simply a trial operation. Shifeng hit the cigarette egg and threw it in front of Donko. There were all level 4 kobolds there, more than a dozen of them. The natural egg can reduce the time spent by monsters. It is not very useful for other monsters, but it is very good for dealing with kobolds. Holding the wind pointed at the kobold in the paper flood and said, "Don't be afraid, just use your skills to attack. It can be placed under the back of a shield stone." The cold man is crazy, but he believes in Shifeng. He is level 0 anyway, so he will die if he dies. Who pays his debt from himself? Finally, he chanted the spell quickly and shot out quickly when he reached the shadow. Then there was a roar, and the shadow ship directly penetrated a group of kobolds in the front. The severely injured kobold dealt a blackjack damage. Constantly attacking, the kobold expressed his anger. The real name kobold looked around, and the pair of dogs suddenly looked so big, like a searchlight. This move made other kobolds a little jealous. I've never seen Hay for an interview. A stroke of Feizi's sudden desolation. His body, which has suffered a lot, cannot withstand the axe of a dog fleeing a human being. But Shifeng confidently said, "Don't be afraid. As long as we keep a distance of 30 horses, they won't attack us." The kobold thing is also very short. It can only detect enemies within 35 yards. Yenwu Bullet can reduce the monster's career lock and horsepower, which is exactly the attack limit of the legal profession. The concentrated kobolds forgot to look around and found no enemies. Being attacked but unable to find the enemy makes him waste his efforts. Continuous explosions are a good way out. Deliberately, he returned to his original state, and the other kobolds were not around to meet this neurotic companion. Then there was a saying. With Shifeng's encouragement, Hazy was no longer just a hand or a foot, and became bolder. He kept chanting, "Smelly rain," and kept shooting the shadow sword. The kobold with only 420.2 health points could not withstand the random explosion of black bees. More than 20 love shadow swords flew away. Avoid the spot directly. The kobolds around him didn't say anything about this, and Sihao remained unmoved. Seeing the first kobolds fall, he immediately became excited. Only now did he understand why Shusha was so confident that he had killed here. Even if you waste a few hours on the road, it's worth it. Killing monsters is more exciting. Although it is a two-person team, the experience points are divided somewhat, but the experience points are still very generous. At the bottom, the experience will be increased by 5%, which is equal to, for example, how much business can be gained by killing 20 kobolds. Moreover, it is safe and harmless, and has constant monsters. The upgrade speed is simply terrifying. This way, it will be very effective until it is upgraded to 6G. After a while, the kobold arrived before panicking. I was taken lightly by the black man. He didn't waste time. He immediately took advantage of the magic medicine note that was sealed to him in an effort to quickly answer okay and brush off the next wave of monsters. And this group of kobolds broke out 12 barrels of land and a level 3 ordinary fake equipment. There are also a few pieces of new cloud ore, and they are very good. As far as Shifeng knows, the new cloud ore is dropped by the dog escapers. The absorption rate is not high, only 1 out of 10 monsters appears. It takes almost 1,000 kobolds to defeat 100 hands. Now more than 20 kobolds can explode 5 pieces of hard feather or an ordinary equipment. I have to say black luck. Actually it's too good. After collecting all the drops, Shifeng wasted no time and started moving again. He used 16. The advantage of the rear point twist joint continues to be hidden. He was not afraid of the hordes of kobolds. This time you are more than 30 head shakers. The speed of 10 points is faster than that of a dog stealing people. While running to help, he can maintain more than 20 horse steps. A distance of 25 yards. It was not until all the kobolds were lured into the smoke egg that they suddenly accelerated away from a distance of 25 yards, causing the kobolds to lose their target and stand there in a daze. The black sword kobold 30 yards away entered the range of the smoke bomb and immediately took the opportunity to start releasing the shadow sword to attack. More than 30 dog heads were cleared in less than 10 minutes, and another 21 children and 6 new cloud ores were exploded. A large amount of experience only allowed Shifeng to rise to level 3. And Heizi also rose to level 2. In addition, black characters are used as treasures when the sister-in-law, a piece of Qingtongji equipment was discovered. Just then, the sound of rapid footsteps suddenly came out. Please continue black. A monster business suddenly appeared behind Yizi. The voice came with an angry voice, nose and hands in hand. Let's take care of this Zaza first, and then we can deal with Yifeng together. If I don't dare to take your 10 points, I'll be a good doctor immediately. Heizi, get away quickly. However, at this moment, 3 deep shadows suddenly appeared. Ren Jianmeng brought by the assassination skill made the 3 assassins of Huogua Heizi attack at the same time. Even if Heizi wore a few ordinary clothes, it still caused damage to him who was unable to react in time. Not a small harm. He immediately lost nearly 4/5 of his health, but did he also visit his relatives as a sneak attacker? Henran is Yulang, who was sent home by 10 letters, and the others are also members of the Shadow Guild. Heisei understands this. Once he was dead, he couldn't match the assassin's speed, but before he died, the sun resisted and uttered a spell quickly, and a shadow from zero distance shot towards the waves. Whoever is the best wolf would like to thank you, even though it is inevitable. No. If his HP is still very high, how powerful can a useless spellcaster's attack be? Can he still be defeated instantly? As Todoroki's life came out, he pressed the answer button and hit the ghost wolf. Lee gave 185 points of damage only to appear from the head of the ghost wolf, instantly blasting it to residual health. When Heisei saw such damage, he immediately dealt with it. Even the pig almost fell out. He didn't expect that the third level Shadow Seer was so awesome. The other two assassins were also frightened. This is his mother. There was the spellbook master. It was basically a bubble table. As a veteran of the game, Ghost Wolf quickly reacted. The brothers blasted him. His staff must be the best equipment. He felt that Heisei must be suspended if he could cause such high damage. I'm so anxious, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to kill him in one shot. The three assassins pulled their horses in a clean instant, and they couldn't wait to rush towards Heisei. They didn't even have ordinary weapons, let alone Xiantian weapons. If they could explode the Xiantian weapons, then that's it. Just make money. Heisei, who was passionately clearing monsters, was attacked by three assassins. Even if it's not expensive, it's the color of an electric shell. The level 3 shadow sword he threw out casually hit the leading assassin to the point where he was left with only half of his health. The three of them didn't know Fanshi, or they didn't expect it, so they wanted to explode the equipment on him. Look at these three people getting up quickly. Kuroko shield hand. It's been deserted. After all, its game level is not very strong. Just when he was about to give in, Sandow was busy. Flashing winds and tears appear in dreams. The enemy party was able to withstand the attacks of three people with the lightning flash, and the other one was still floating in the air. A lot of damage came from their heads, and their health points were all reduced to 0. You can't chase stars if you have a romantic face. In an instant, the painting was like a sheet of starlight that dispersed away. The location was leveled, and the effect of the second level wind and thunder flash was terrifying. You can stare blankly in front of you. Everything in front of you is happening too fast. The wind suddenly appears, killing three people in one line instantly. He couldn't react at all. Heisei felt that this kind of mobility and reaction ability were simply not human. He was shocked again by Shifeng's strength. At this moment, several more players came around. Looking back, Zheng Ying wanted to gnash his teeth and curse, King Yu is such an idiot. He was killed 3 times against 1. Everyone, come on me. I want that little trash to know the consequences of offending the Yongying Guild. At this moment, things changed violently. He was still thrown out by Shifeng and exploded at the feet of Iwatora. He was obsessed with the surrounding floods and formed a party to start their career. 10 wins and Shikuroko retreated. The opponent had multiple plate armor occupations and healers. The only option was to run away. The alliance asked Yang Hu if he would continue to pursue. Yang Hu's eyes lit up when he saw this mine. They were running fast, but they had enough land. This was an upgraded land. He quickly informed Yulang and them to come over. Xiao Gao Shield has a stone-surfaced road. After all, this is a level 4 area, which is a bit dangerous for their level. Lianhu Jianzhuang recorded it immediately. You don't even know how to visit demons. Didn't you see that you can spawn monsters without any damage by just pulling the kobold into sight? After a while, under the command of Yang Hu, the soldiers were responsible for pulling the kobolds who were far away into Yang Wu. The 3 legal professions stood far away and lost their skill output. The one with stripes started to kill the kobolds with his machine. This thing can really be wiped out without any injuries. Xiao Deng and Dana immediately started to flatter each other. If Brother Yang Hu can soon become the #1 person in the God's domain. The shadow members burst out laughing looking at the kobolds that kept falling to the ground. Even if there were so many people sharing experience, the kobolds would definitely be killed. Future generations can also gain 2% more experience. Yang Hu is in a good mood because of his experience, and his improvement is like this. The speed has been reduced to level 6. By then Yu Ying will definitely become the #1 collapse in Hongye formation, and he is Yu Ying's domain. Yes. Groups of kobolds were lying at the entrance of the mine. Various mines and coins were scattered around. Yulang suddenly shouted loudly that there was a riot here. It was a CU skill book for construction. However, Yang Hu said not to stop grinding. At the same time, not far from the new frame hole, I can look at myself and gnash my teeth. Feng Jie, we just going to forget it. That is the news that I finally learned from Feng Jiji. Dan Ran shook his head very much. Dan Ran always liked things that stole songs. Just let them have fun first, and soon they will know what Lady Shen Cup is. Little by little, the effect of Liu's electric pollution bomb slowly began to disappear. Naming the element, I accidentally noticed the disappearing smoke. Chang Yanhu asked Brother Hu, "How did the smoke come up?" Yanhu Lianmao looked over and saw that the smoke was indeed coming up. "Just wait and see." The kobolds who could not attack looked at everyone in the shadow. There were more than 40 shaking heads, their eyes were blood red and they were quarreling for a while, and finally found one of them who was attacking them. The people in the back shadow deliberately harmed the demons. Level 4 kobolds were simply not something they could face. Secretly, people immediately used it and made a red sound along the way. Move towards the player who has been sneak attacking you. The player in the second episode couldn't stop one of the 4 kobold episodes. Avoid the spot directly. A whole group of kobolds began to map out their plans crazily. Playing in Huying's studio, Nanjia didn't react at all. He was beaten by the kobold crowd in an instant, and several people were killed in the blink of an eye. The members in the rear were also in chaos. Seeing that the situation was not good, Yang Hu immediately lost his memory and retreated. But kobolds are very fast. I deliberately caught up with the short-legged legal profession, and kicked each of them in the head. The reality was not good and he ran away without realizing it. It took a lot of effort to get everyone to the second level. Now that they died, they all came back. After one episode, the dream of becoming the overlord of Hongye has been shattered. It is even lagging behind other guilds by a big margin. The sneaker was not satisfied after killing the surrounding players. After all, he attacked the remaining soldiers who were running away. It's so urgent to pull out the road for a while. Immediately afterwards, the kobold quickly launched a pursuit again, heading towards Yang Hu and others. Yang Gu's skills are obviously superior to those of others in Yuyin's studio, and he can avoid the attacks of kobolds by moving continuously. After escaping under her royal lantern, she gradually distanced herself from the kobolds. Among the dozen or so players, he was the only one left alive. Yang Huzi didn't dare to stay and quickly left the area. Just when he thought he was out of danger, suddenly there was a sneer. We meet again, local tyrant Xiao. Why do you call me the aunt's housekeeper? Where did your little one go? Were they all killed by dogs and thieves? He became the Shadow Guild and created endless wealth. Deleted and sentenced to deletion of account. Going back to the time when the Divine Prison opened 10 years ago, this time he will give the Shadow Guild prison prize. Encountering the pursuit of Yang Hu, the leader of Ghost Code, he pretended to give up the upgrade coins. Finally this kind of kobold comes. Bring them in with the intention of killing them. Just after King Yang Hu fled. Fortunately, I met the Sunset Watcher. Seeing Shifeng's sneer, even if he was stupid, he knew that the kobold riot was definitely caused by Shifeng. Lian Hu passed the barrier with no way, and the boy was dead. He immediately picked up the black and fierce battle axe and rushed towards Shifeng. The cover attack was very powerful, and the battle axe fell instantly despite the black blindness, and it went to the position where it was blocked at the time. Empty as a field, Yang Hu's confident blow came to nothing. He stared straight ahead in a daze, but there wasn't even a single figure. At this moment, Shifeng suddenly appeared behind Yang Hu, and with a slashing technique, Yang Hu quickly fell to pieces. My health dropped by 1%. After Tan Lai met him, he still didn't forget to ask Feng, "Where are you going?" "I'm behind you." Qian Hu was no longer calm. Ji Bai turned around and took out the tent in his hand again, but it was too late. He saw the tiger's behavior and took a step back. He easily dodged with a body test. The angry tiger who was tricked will not win. He will not stop until he kills you back to the 0 level. Then he quickly moved towards the 10 seals. However, the cover attack cannot hit the flexible stone crevices at all, and the full length of the stone crevices makes it easy to dodge. After a while, Ying Hu had already stopped attacking. He had no other choice, so he started to attack you. If you have the ability, don't hide. I will kill you in a minute. The master agreed directly without thinking about it. Okay, I'll just stand still and you can do your work. Ying Hu didn't expect Shifeng to be so pure. He immediately jumped up with just one shot of the machine gun. He quickly raised his shield and used the collision skill at Shifeng. If Shifeng didn't dodge, he would have to move. In terms of strength, it will not lose. The next moment, Yin Hu fell into despair. He rushed to the place 2 horses away from Shifeng. Shifeng used wind and thunder flash, 3 rays of lightning passed through the shield and passed through Yang Hu's body. 3 Gao Wen's damage came out of his head. And his life dropped to 0.0 in one stroke. Jin Hu was lighting up the stone pit and was so angry that he fell into the pit first. If he hadn't taken the initiative to rush over, this skill would never have hit him completely, but Shifeng said that this was purely an accident. Brother Tu Hao, you okay? I only said to stand still, but I didn't say not to fight back. Why did you rush over by yourself? By the way, thank you Tu Haoji for helping me buy so many mineral materials, which saved me a lot of time. Lian Hu is so powerful that he can jump like thunder. He still wants to point at Shifeng and say something. If his body has turned into the light of his heart and dissipated, he can't even say anything automatically. Come on. Immediately after, the system prompt appears in front of it. The player Nightbreeze machine will kill you. You will be resurrected in Red Knight Shock. Wait for the machine to drop by 1 machine and all skill proficiency will drop by 100 points. The next moment, in the bustling square of Hongye Town, white light flashed, and figures kept emerging from it. Yang Hu, who had just finished his work, was even more pale-faced. With eyes that could eat people, after regaining his composure, he immediately ordered everyone to check their backpacks to see what was missing. Ying Hu opened his backpack and took a look at it. He almost swallowed a mouthful of old thread. The skill book he planned to use to absorb Shifeng was actually exploded. It was a very detailed construction skill book, and it was also the most valuable among the cobalt brushes. Now it's gone. Get up, he's a giant monkey, he's going to the sky. He's going to gather right away. He's going to rush over to me right now. I'm going to break that guy's poems into pieces. At this moment, Yang Hu's communication message came to mind. It answered impatiently. Is it a big deal to open your mouth directly after that? Who is it? Do you have anything to do with this university? Then a cold voice suddenly came out. Yang Hu, you can do it. It becomes quite big when you mention it. Yang Hu should be kind immediately. Brother Zhong, it's you. I was just teaching you a lesson. Those bastards didn't expect you, Brother Zhong, to contact me. Brother Zhong, please don't care. The man guided you in a cold voice. I know everything about you. Look what you did in Red Knight Town. I will go to your place now. From now on, you don't have to be the captain of Red Knight Town. You will be in the team. The elemental things are here to take over temporarily. If I get to Red Knight Town and you don't have a voice director for the second episode, just get out of here and leave me alone. Don't be a waste. Then the communication was directly hung up. When Li Hu heard these words, he became very old. Then he burst out angrily and ran towards Yi Feng. Even if he was innocent, the world could not wash away his hatred for Yi Feng. In Dark Moon Trading, Shifeng and Heizhi were cutting the items dropped by the Shadow members. There is no real style and truth. I was holding the skill book dropped by I-Tiger. I can build my own equipment and couldn't help laughing. I-Tiger is so interesting. These things will be left for you. Water Seal Key, Action Type, Demand Key. Launch a protrusion against enemies within 50,300. The movement speed will be increased by 40% and rush to the target. The attack speed will be increased by 10%. With this skill, the excitement of construction is greatly enhanced. It is very useful for rangers who like Fangfeng Town and their reactions. Courtesy effect. When Heizhi saw such a detailed skill, he said that he also wanted a copy. Shifeng Xiao secretly said, Yang Hu will send us the one you want. Then Heizhi collected the fallen ore from the ground. He saw. I cut up a piece of moly ore and asked the guide, what is this new grey stone in Feng Ji? When I heard the new grey stone, I frowned and turned to look at it. Heizhi, your rhyme is also very good. This thing can be reduced in size. All monsters in the world have attack power and drop the new grey stone. The hit rate is 1 in a million. Kuroko immediately became excited. It is so difficult to drop. What is the use of this type of grey? It must be very old. Lai Shifen smiled slightly and turned around. It was for eating, but it wasn't. It's for players to eat. You'll understand later. But it's not useful at this time, so I won't use it before. Black letters have some purpose. Who would eat rocks if they were looking for brains? But Shifeng didn't want to explain, so it made sense, so he stopped asking. Then the two of them came to the blacksmith's house and handed over all the nebula ores. None of them were lost, but they were mission items. Even if it is more resistant to NTC, it is not as good as before. Master Shieka saw the full mining power and was satisfied with the tactics, so he said it very sternly in the end. If you want to be an excellent Duansao master, you also need enough strength to obtain precious minerals. There is a powerful kobold in the new mine. Go and kill him to prove it. Your power. At the same time, the system prompt pops up. The hidden task is to break the road of creation. It requires killing the kobold of Shishin mine power to realize a small stone. Isn't it enough to read 152's The History of the Demonic Sword at that time? Just possessed. Everyone holds a magic weapon and creates an empire. There are also people who are prepared to be clear because they cannot control their strength. Not long ago I saw that there was still a second phase of the mission, and I really wanted to curse out the one-shot deal. Now give it back. You need to dig out the hole first. I believe that everyone will be safe, but I can't believe that they are all liars. The last one I bought was a lamp. There is no mention of a second stage mission. Now there is a second stage real-life mission. We still have to deal with a leader tank, that one. It is equivalent to a dungeon boss. It is too deadly for him who is only at level 3. Seal it when we can see you again. This is so ugly that I can't help but feel concerned. but Shifeng said calmly that he just accepted it and thought that even if he was cheated now, it would not matter. Method, he is not going to give up. He is going to take a look first before making any plans. Black-lettered classical Chinese, immediately explain, there is no chance of having Feng'er without any tasks. The stone seal doesn't have an earth groove. That's not what you said before, but this mission is very dangerous. You have to listen to me. After that, Shifeng and Heizi used kobolds to reach the second floor of Xixin Mine, the kobold in front of the mouth. The kobold inside is no longer 4G 25G. The secret is everywhere. It's a kobold holding something like this. If they want to complete the task, they must first clear out these love-loving monsters. The two of them wasted no time and got ready to start immediately. Please then Shifeng suddenly used the wind-chasing sword, and he disappeared from the place instantly. Rushed towards the monster group. Disu and Gongsu received a lot of improvements. He wasted no time. His hands often danced wildly. The dog-headed crowd was immediately attracted by him and hated him. Just when the kobold sounded the only time to seal it, again, Heizi in the distance threw his shadow sword wildly, interrupting the kobold's attack. Secondly, at the same time, Shifeng quickly shuttled among the monsters, constantly harvesting the remaining blood of the kobolds. Although the muscle killing was a bit useless, fortunately there were enough black iron feet to reduce the kobold to the second level. With the cooperation of Iron, the nearby kobolds were quickly wiped out. The black characters have some unique characteristics, indicating that the little dog's head is still not a concern at all, but the wind is blowing. It would be nice if it was that simple. It hasn't become popular yet. At this moment, a burst of sound suddenly came from the depths of Dongxue. The sound of turning and moving. The black characters, the shield, the stone, and the gold are barren. It seems like a monster is coming. Look for it now. I thought that every step I took would lead to the chain linking up. Shifeng looked at the explosive ring and said, this is the target we want to kill this time. All I saw was a white-haired kobold named Huang Huan, whose body was extremely wide and holding a giant husband's skin behind his body. Chu Ren Tu Ling, Chu leader level 5, HP 2100, skill armor. It is almost impossible to cause high damage with physical attacks. Skill regeneration says it can recover 42.3 every 5 seconds. Health points, the body can also resist various negative states and twisting attacks. The attacks caused by it are difficult to parry and withstand. Stewed Stone Road Fear with black characters. This kind of awesome boss cannot be killed by players in the online stage. As for using waste fog eggs to kill without damage, it is simply impossible. The boss monster has a huge field of vision, and there are still requirements to achieve it. There are only 19 minutes left before the end of the mission. However, at this moment, the kobold leader suddenly burst out with a roar, and he couldn't wait to start attacking. Looking at the giant kobold with the black letters on its head, I don't feel confident at all. Not to mention the terrifying health value, just the huge life-size weapon carried behind it makes people scream. If hit by this axe, it would definitely turn into flesh on the spot. Shifeng doesn't know whether it can complete this task, but it cannot give up, because once such a hidden task fails, there will never be a second chance to obtain it. If he wanted to kill the kobold, Tu Li could only fight head-on. He opened his backpack without hesitation. I very reluctantly took out the mold next to me. Now I can only give it a try. After all, there are only 2 of them, and their equipment, very bad. It is impossible to kill the kobold in 20 minutes. In the previous life, the molds that Shifeng Qingqian had seen were of the same type. Anyone who has seen the power of the molds will be corrupted by the power of the molds. Those who can also control the molds. Even more so, the blood-eating god of war became famous in a union battle involving more than 100,000 people and created the extremely desolate war god empire. At that time, the blood-eating god of war was holding a blood-colored magical weapon with giant wings, and Disha rushed to get it. Thousands of warriors in the group were killing everyone, but not one person was killed. The party leader's huge blood-eating god of war killed the enemy guild and fled in panic. It can be said that he is like an official and a chaotic man, but there are also a lot of people who are out of temper and rebel. Holding a mochi legui, he ran towards the city. Each person attacked and defended the city. None of the thousands of players could approach the city at a distance of 100 horses. Unfortunately, Mochi turned around and turned his efforts into a weapon. But control. Those who use magic weapons declare their decision to go overseas in the divine realm. This is a respectful question. At this moment, the system prompted to discuss whether to bind the Abyssal Abandoner. Shifeng took a sudden breath and chose to bind. As for the counter-effects of the demonic energy, he didn't care about it now. Since those people could marry with the demonic energy, how could he, as a reborn person, lose to those 9 who had not yet grown up? The moment you choose to bind, the system will immediately issue a warning that the binding cannot be released and all consequences will be borne by the player himself. At this time, Shasha had entered the rank and file state, and countless dark energies emerged from the magic sword, entangling it. There continues to be a burst of terror. Long Yin ran to the inner group and the energy from the magic sword evolved into a true spiritual Black Dragon King. The next moment, the Black Dragon King slowly dissipated and returned to the magic arrow. At the same time, the system prompts that the binding of my mail to the abyss is successful. At the moment when the queen was bound, Shi Fengqing felt that all the power in his body was sucked away. The level was even lowered to level 0 in a blink of an eye. Haizi from Haitang looked at Shi Feng and thought, Feng Ji, don't laugh at me. Why did you become a spirit level person? At this time, another force came out from Shi Fengqian, and he was urinating all over his body. But his physique is even stronger than in 3 episodes. Wei Wei never has to worry, and the current situation is better than before. When I read 152's The History of Demons, I would either become a god or become a demon. There are people here holding magic weapons and creating empires. No one else has suffered repeated strokes due to their inability to control their strength. Just to kill the kobold. Complete the task. People who choose to bind the model in Shenzhen when the time is closed and go out. Although the level was reduced to level 0. But I have more powerful power. His alliance checked the attributes of the Abyssal. One-handed sword of the Abyss. The magic weapon has an attack power of 24. All attributes are increased by 10. Attack speed is increased by 3. Ignores monster level 5. Attack wall has 15% chance of causing double damage. 10% chance of causing bad luck. All attributes are reduced by 30% for 20 seconds. For construction professional holders, all skill levels are increased by 2. Each liquid generated and the free attributes obtained are increased by 2 points. Additional skills, changing drinking sand, abyss restoration, and wine head expansion. The abyssal ones were assembled by the Black Dragon King. In addition to giving the holder amazing power, they will also turn against the holder for a period of time. At the same time, the dog stealing the man's collar suddenly let out a burst of thoughts. The roar of the sky changes. As the summoning skills are activated, soft sounds can be heard in the field, and countless kobolds are being killed. Summoned. The kobolds are not allowed to take the life of their hands. The summoned kobolds quickly rush towards the players on the field. He couldn't wait to deal with the kobold incident, so he even helped Shi Haizi hide in a safe place. At this moment, the branch kobolds had temporarily spread out in front of him, blocking all his escape routes. 4 out of 10. Don't panic when you run away. You still have time to sharpen the sword in his hand. The electric sharpener pops out from the sword. The next second, the sword in his hand turned grey, and the kobold that suddenly fell in love suddenly stagnated in the air, killed instantly. Black character Qiansha was so shocked by this powerful attack that his eyes widened. At the same time, the woman saw her younger brother being killed in the competition, and the kobold leader couldn't help it. He suddenly turned on the giant rod in his hand and looked at the position of Shi Feng. Shi Feng easily dodged it with one strategy. Seeing how easily this small human being could dodge his attack, the dog immediately stood up and gritted his teeth. Please let the huge banner fall from his hand again. Fen was so stupid in midair that he was immediately cut in half. Fei Zijian suddenly became cold and furious, looking at this scene with an unfathomable expression. And at this moment, Shaban, who was criticized for being divided into 2 pieces, painted a group of cases. Lies dissipated in place. This is the effect of the skill Shadow Kill. This skill can instantly create a clone. Players can operate this clone and have 50% of the attributes and skills of the original body. At the same time, the original body and the clone can be interchanged. It lasts for 30 seconds and has a cooling time of 5 minutes. The scene of the leader taking the lead was so serious that his eyes almost popped out. In the blink of an eye, there was a sudden shrinking sound, and Shi Feng was chatting about an amazing dream. The abyssal one in the hands of the High Bureau appears next to the one in the hands of the dog stealer. Then a red light flashed in Shi Feng's eye, and the abyssal one suddenly erupted into a burst of harsh warm mud, and a large number of magic weapons were translated wildly. The next second after the sealing sword was activated, before the kobold leader could react, he saw a black blind mark on his neck from the stone seal painting. He immediately appeared with a terrifying damage value of 105 points. It was sealed in my hand when I arrived. Tang Jian did not stop and quickly returned several items. Every time Jian passed by, dozens of damage points appeared. Then Shi Feng, who was deep in the sky, suddenly took the magic sword in his hand. With his anger, the magic sword once again moved out of the tree, and the amazing magic weapon came out. The next second, the wind and thunder flashed out coldly, and 3 dark red sword hairs of violent spiritual power penetrated the huge body of the kobold leader. This move instantly knocked out more than 300 of his HP. Please take a moment to work. Most of his blood bar has been cut off. The leader of the kobolds who was sent to the merchant business was very angry. He suddenly fought for the power of the dog's eyes. Please then he suddenly burst out with a burst of tricks. The wound will flow out first, but it turned into his excitement skill. The hair of his soul body suddenly turned bright red, and he entered the state of exposing his attack power by turning his back. However, at this time, Shifeng held the bright sword of the abyss, which greatly increased his attributes. With his current speed, he was very confident that he could easily dodge any attack. Please follow the kobold leader's eye hat and chest light, and suddenly open the Shifeng card of the giant rot in your hand. He continued to help the holy man, who landed on the ground, and the flying sword suddenly shattered and the whole area was directly hit. It was also smashed into pieces, and Shifeng Lang was thrown into the air to avoid the impact. However, at this moment, Guzaran led an unexpected person and quickly came to Shifeng. The next second, the leader of the dog thief suddenly showed the effect of a belief. Entering the blessing state of the Sun Festival, the public prosecution will immediately receive a double bonus. Please. Then he started waving the gun in his hand crazily. Both the attack speed and power increased to a terrifying level with every attack. There will be a deep horizontal line of mansions on the ground, broken stones and flying arrows. One mansion after another, the continuous line is endless, making people unable to deal with it. 10 seals stew and 10 pressures increase. This kind of crazy attack, even if it is a martial arts stew warrior, and Deputy Wang will also be killed in an instant. At this moment, the transfer case file suddenly exploded on the head of the kobold leader. Although it only caused 30 points of damage, it also interrupted his attack. Kuroko was very keen to relieve Shish's pressure, but after seeing this damage, he was also shocked by the boss monster's defense. Comparing the damage of 30 points with the damage of Shifeng's pop plate, the difference made him somewhat determined. At the same time, the leader of the dog thief also discovered that the man who had just attacked him had a pair of terrifying dog eyes fixed on Heizi. Feeling very bad, even the gang reminded Heizi to run for his life. As soon as the sound faded, the kobold leader gave up Shifeng, turned around, and moved towards Heizi with a smile on his face. And Heizi's legs suddenly became weak and he collapsed on the ground. He never thought that his arrogant attacks would also attract hatred. Please. Then a shout came out. The kobold leader is seriously ill. The sunspots that caused the shaking airflow suddenly fell down. Regarding the black letter, I already felt that I probably wouldn't survive, and I was mentally prepared to hand it over. However, at this moment, Xiuxiu's voice suddenly came to mind. Countless. An iron chain formed by dark flying energy stretches out from the sky. Seeing that Kuroko was about to hit him, Shifeng did not dare to hold back and directly used the abyss binding. In this case, Yian was restrained by Qi Hei from Shenchen, completely immobilized. This skill can make the target unable to move for 3 seconds and reduce its defense by 100%. His ability as an institutional magician is disappointing. After being reborn, he took the risk of being betrayed and chose to bind the person he had deeply wronged. All this is just to punish the person who was sentenced to him in the previous life. Just when he saw that Heizi was about to die under the huge banner, Shifeng directly used the grudge banner to come to the scene. The 10 seal key rescue was successful, and I was relieved. If it failed in the early stage, it would have a great impact on Heizi. 3 seconds later, the leader of the dog thieves burst out in anger and submerged all the chains wrapped around his body. At the same time, Shifeng also moved, and all his beings rushed to the kobold leader to recover. They were the grievances in the hands of TSMC and quickly activated their skills to recover the seal. 10 Fengxian styles turned into a black horn directly stimulating the fruit. Stealing people, stealing collars, stealing, and trying to get out with the sound of bumping. Dogs stealing people, stealing collars, were directly beaten into a short-term state of divorce. Heizi didn't have the slightest attitude to turn around. He didn't intervene in this terrifying battle at all. Soon, looking back, the kobold leader quickly locked onto Shifeng's position. He suddenly made an impending flash of thunder in his hand, and quickly moved the silver in his hand. The 10 feudal emperors and shields are not good. Even if they eat magic weapons in their hands, they are not invincible. In the next second, a terrifying electric light flashed through me. I quickly checked my body and dodged to see if it passed by me. How short is the change in the attack method of Chu Ling's explosion? He already has IQ. He can't hit a single move. The tomahawk is in his hand. This time, go back to Shifeng's position. Shifeng didn't dare to take any chances and quickly distanced himself. After just a short exchange, he felt as if a century had passed. The leader of the thieves suddenly shouted angrily, and suddenly opened the opera with his real name, and the strange energy group of the evil group emerged from it. As the names of countless people spread, the drama rights of countless real names are discussed from the inside. Continue to choose the door on the wrong side of the landing and spread the snow in front and behind in the direction of the time seal. At the same time, there are only the last 2 minutes left to complete the mission. Shifeng Dun is a man under pressure. Now he has no time to clean up the rain. If you continue like this, the mission will definitely fail. If you want to go back to defeat, he has no choice but to use the 9-headed dragon exhibition, but he doesn't know how long his current mental power can last. Mental power in God's domain is different from other attributes. If the player consumes it excessively, he or she will experience severe pain. Once the mental power reaches a certain level in the game, the player will be forced to quit the game. However, he couldn't care less about the situation at this time. This mission was closed. The moment the liquor-headed dragon palm was activated, a pair of mysterious figures suddenly appeared under the stone wind. The phantom of 9 to 7 appeared, quietly hanging in the air, still surrounding him. The 9-headed dragon show can create 9 voices in an instant. The person's shadow changing tool is really good. No shadow changing tool can cause 3% damage. The damage this time. At the same time, the actors who were approaching quickly came to Chiffon with them. The next second, the round body of the drunkard was flying in the air, like naughty energy, constantly penetrating the body of the giant dog in the inner skirt. Although Chiffon can't completely use the wine sword, there is still no problem in using the wine sword to carry out simple attacks. After cleaning up the debris of the love affair, Chiffon immediately controlled the 9 voices of supporters to head towards the kobold leader community, those who seek the abyss. Flying quickly in an instant, I rolled up the scroll of my life in the sky and left. The huge kobold leader immediately turned around and attacked continuously. Small values of more than 10 points floated up one after another, although the damage was very low, but there are a lot of them. Just being deceived by bombers, the life of the thieving leader dropped to the last few hundred points. At this moment, the drunkard stopped attacking and quickly flew towards Chiffon's position. Chai Nigier's wine floated the round body in front of him again. He raised the round body in his hand, preparing to steal the human head for the dog. Come to the last episode with your hand. However, at this moment, Chiffon suddenly felt a violent sting on his head. His mental strength was about to bottom out soon, so he helped Wang Huan dissipate his voice at the bottom. Hong Ruki's drama system made him unable to stand even when fighting, and he collapsed directly to the ground. Hong Ruki's system kept warning him that once his mental power returned to 0, he would be killed. If you force quit the game, you will be restricted from logging in. Haizi Lian blindly ran over to care about him. What's wrong with you, Feng Jie? The leader of the dog thief seems to have noticed Chiffon's wine and fruit. The dog's real name shows a trace of color on his face. Huan Chang. He walked towards Chiffon, who stood up forcefully. Kuroko and the blind began to persuade Chiffon to give up the mission. If he died here, the loss would be huge. Instead, he is crazy about his state of spreading information to flatten his abdomen. Do you really want to give up? Let me be at the Yuyan Labor Union Recognition Task Force for a while. He has made countless achievements for others, but is thrown away like garbage. I don't know whether it was God's favor or a twist of fate that gave me the opportunity to start over. How could I let it go easily here? This is what I will thank my miserable fate for. He strengthened his body and used the skill Shadow Kill. Instantly, a Love Shadow clone appeared 3 horses away from him. Please use his skills Gravity Liberation and Camp Points next. Quickly start attacking with business partners. The next second, after pressing the button, the clone and Chiffon suddenly fell to the ground and quickly moved towards the head of the kobold. At the same time as the Shadow clone, the advanced voice user launches an attack. Looking fast, with 2 voices coming from the west, the kobold leader's face and dog eyes suddenly hit him like a dream. In his soft eyes, before he could even react, Chiffon and his clone had already put the abyssal one in their hands into his dog eyes. Please continue to seal and break up. The deep wind and violent grey moved the pillow of deep injustice. The extremely fast attack speed and shield break the beating dog. The leader has a good horn. The kobold leader led the way with a clear voice, as if he quickly planned the fight on his hands to interrupt Chiffon's attack, while Chiffon was dodging. This bowl of clothes right here like flying keys. When he was about to fall, Meng Wei stepped on his clone. Please then he suddenly exerted force, using the clone as a foothold, and the bowl moved towards the kobold leader community as quickly as dragging a bow and arrow. The next moment, the 7 black abyss suddenly emitted a burst of red light. At the moment of lightning, Chiffon used the chasing sword again. He turned into a terrifying dark red and directly handed the kobold leader to Wanchuan. The bandit surrendered to the leader with his last vestige of life, until he was finally taken away by Lost Wind. In total, the bandit, who was more than 4 times stronger than the elite, still fell. In front of the powerful magic weapon, the system prompts you to kill the 5G dog leader. U5G kills 500% of the experience in the goods area. You get 2,350 experience points. Congratulations on becoming the first player in God's domain. To kill the boss monster. The dog leader's violent law is increased by 200%. The reputation of the Star Moon Kingdom is increased. 10 o'clock, this time it was Haizi who was sitting on the ground. He felt a little uncomfortable because number 4 was not able to help him this time. This 0-level prison feels monotonous when holding the magic sword. The 5G handheld one explodes. Shuju of the West Railway Station was struck by the wind after arriving in Taiwan, and leave the kobold head dry. Very uneasy tone. The kobold leader exploded into flames, and the items exploded were scattered. Haizi shouted excitedly, "You have the same style as I thought." In a moment, Master, the effect after removing the skill book on the ground is reduced. Kuroko, your luck is really incredible. This book has a fine oil skill when you eat it. It is also a rare damage control tool when Using a spell book, Heisey was not fragile but looked very depressed. He felt that he was too. Can't help at all. He cheered up and asked, "Brother Feng, please teach me how to become a powerful mode. I don't want to hide aside and watch the exhibition every time." Shasha nodded. "Let's start with home." Heisey immediately opened his mouth. "Isn't that very simple? Just add some intelligence to the whole." I was very angry and punched him. "It's just that this profession is not as simple as you imagined." Heisey Deng is a little confused. "Shouldn't the uncle's profession be governed by everyone?" 10 points, but he shook his head. "That huge sum of money almost killed you in seconds. Don't you remember? You can be a little bit strong, but the Alliance says it has no hope." In the last 10 letters, I explained seriously that I wanted to be a powerful person. The magic number master, the spiritual streak will also not be swept. The Green Festival not only increases your movement speed but also allows you to cast spells faster. The Curse Master has very few life-saving skills, and the spells are not very powerful. Most of them are skills based on organization and health, and it takes time to exert all the damage. After discussing the home point of the magician, Shifeng began to distribute the war supplies. There is a green tube magic tang. You can take it and put it on. Then he combed the dark spots in the evil compilation skills book. Evil eats at the same time. The lawlessness time is 3 seconds. 5 economic rods are stretched out to restrain the target within a certain range. As long as the target is outside the range, the economy will be broken. Each economic rod will cause 20 points of basic damage, plus 30% of the magic book damage. Heisey looked at the shield stone and was happy to run. With this powerful control skill, the sticky bin water bottle can be improved by a lot. Keep an eye on the leader in the 10-point alliance. This skill has a 3-second singing time. You need to predict and be able to sing in advance. Control the enemy, and the crazy nodding in black letters means that you will practice more. Among them, there is also a piece of Qingtong Tujia and a version of Jiao Husu. 2 pieces of equipment can be exchanged for 10 points. It can be counted as 2 guns exchanged, and the black letter also makes this blood run for a long time. When equipped with blood leggings, the Dharma damage is immediately increased by 1 item. Then Shifeng and Kuroko transformed back into Iron Generals and handed over to Fang. The finishing master who is practicing physical education is satisfied. "Young man, you are very good. With your strength, you can definitely inherit mine. End-making technology." At the same time, the system prompts you to complete the hidden task of end-making. The player learns end-making and becomes a junior end-making map. He has the end-making talent and end-making genius and is rewarded with hundreds of steel and stone coins. Free to consume. Cutting off geniuses seems to be very erratic. The 10 seals indicate that this skill is successful in cutting off grass. It indicates that the hit rate will increase by 2.2 points. Black letter shield is a little disappointed. "It seems useless after hearing what you say." "Very, but seriously, don't look at it. It only increases by 2.10. You must know that the success rate of making a piece of ordinary equipment in the beginner Duan-Sul learning diagram is only 20%. Only if it succeeds, there is a 40% chance of gaining a little proficiency. Now, as long as Duan-Sul succeeds, there is a chance of extra obtain 2.10 and the efficiency of stewing competition increased by hundreds. For an ordinary player to become the ultimate player, it would take at least 10 days to create a learning map, and the materials cannot be broken, and the terrible failure rate would be a waste of money. With a lot of materials, you can save a lot of materials with Duan Jiao talent. When you heard that you can save money, Heisey immediately started laughing. In this case, this talent is indeed very poor. When will you build me some mechanical equipment? Drawings are needed to create equipment to make Feng Mai's appearance beautiful. I have only learned the skills and there is no way to stop without drawings. With peace of mind, I carefully produced the green shed equipment design drawing. The equipment created from that equipment design drawing is not only cost-effective, but also has excellent attributes. Many of them were discontinued in the past life because of the big transfer of that design drawing. After making up his mind, Shifeng didn't linger and turned around to leave. Just as he turned to leave, he approached. The master's eyes reflected his unusual anger in inviting Jian. Afraid of the common sleeves of Chihei, I can't escape the passage even though I move it. Yibo, who is a master. Master Bierke joins forces with the blind leader. Young man, please stay. You really make me look at you differently. This is the first time I have seen a mold for all these years of making weapons. This mold must have been assembled in an extremely horrific way. I'm afraid this organization has begun to reflect on his master. The leader of the ambassador for picking up guests is able to pick up guests with very little difference. Master Te said to his client with no lie in his eyes, "Are you willing to let me take a look at this sword?" Without thinking much, he directly handed over the people around him to the Union ambassador. This kind of clear view is a sin for every master of Duanzhou. When the target of the request sees it, he will naturally want to see the opposite. After looking at it for a moment, the checkmaster said solemnly, the body of the body was built by the famous General Orisis himself, and the Black Dragon King's healing teeth were used as the main material. It was ranked 31st among the 36 famous builders in the God's domain. However, this item was blocked by the Black Dragon King. In addition to giving the holder amazing power, it will reflect on the holder every once in a while. If the holder cannot suppress the anti-view, the holder will be blocked by the Black Dragon King. All attributes will be permanently reduced by 50%. This is a good sword and its power is endless. However, the organization on this sword is very evil. The more you try to use the power of the sword, the stronger the organization will be. In the end, the oil man will fall into the endless abyss. Your strength is too great to control this sword. It's difficult, it's easy to be swallowed up by the organization. Although I, the Chi Abyss Bearer, can bring classic benefits to the holder, I am burdened with the Black Dragon King organization, so I want to use the power of my opinion. The stronger the organization will be, the more it will eventually make the holder fall into endless injustice. Shifeng naturally knows all this, so he was hesitant at first. His curious questions and answers: are there any ways to get the news? Withdraw forward Saturday. The checkmaster shook his head. In order for this bright sword to have the power of the silent will pen, the Ming General Orisis did not know how many terrifying existences were on board. Their power after death was used by the Ming General. Feng Yi and the sword did not have extremely powerful strength. Impossible to suppress. However, it is not impossible to weaken the power of this active seal. If you want to actively weaken it, you must have strong enough luck. There are some stones on the continent of God's domain. The good luck of God's domain. These stones are called lucky. If you are lucky, you can counteract this initiative. Although this stone can be seen all over the continent, there are very few people who can get it. If you can find this stone, I can help you weaken the initiative of this sword. Shifeng, who had expected it, had an indifferent expression, but it was decided that Yi Haizi would hand over the new grey stone in his backpack to Master Jika. Haizi took out the green stone and pressed it. His name was not written on it either. Fortunately it is. The checkmaster took one look at Lawyer Mo's new rules and immediately stood in awe. When the checkmaster came back to his senses, he suddenly straightened up his face and said, Shifenglai, you are worthy of being a man I recognize. Very heartfelt writing. At first, this kind of machine was easy to ignore, but one day he was suddenly renamed as the Lucky Messenger, which directly made his worth rise from garbage to the Yintong mansion of God's domain. I am very much looking forward to it. The checkmaster can now be added to the ancestors. The checkmaster then returned to the old school of Shenhua. No problem, it can be done in half an hour. Please follow the checkmaster and put the lucky food and the people around you to the test. Body in hand. Following the constant beating sound, the lucky stone is incorporated into it. Half an hour later, the interruption was successful without any surprise. As a result, Shifeng found that the person who was promoted had some changes in the introduction of the person who was promoted. The description of the reflection on the weapon disappeared. The checkmaster looked at the frustrated voice, and then said with satisfaction that the ancestor of the Black Dragon King was temporarily suppressed. Shifeng felt a lot more relaxed. At least it won't be too strong in a short period of time. Then he put away the abyssal one, thanked the master and prepared to leave. It turned around and left under the public view of the Czech city. Shifeng suddenly discovered that lonely Rushua had sent many messages. Follow me and watch first, Mother Hoon. It was the Han Queen who had listened to the puppet show at the municipal government before. He wanted to ask Shifeng to lead him to face Shifeng with a death skill. After a moment of hesitation, he agreed due to the prioritization of technology, knowledge, and equipment requirements for numerous masters. After finishing the normal, Shifeng turned around and looked at Haizi and said, someone asked us to kill the parents of the dead magic spirit. Let's go gather as soon as possible. I'm a little confused about that black letter. Can't we defeat it with just the two of us? Shifeng explained that CG0 is a team member. There is no way for the two of us to enter the universe. Thanks to more people, we can be safer and less likely to overturn. At that time, when Feng and Haizi came to the dungeon of Jilin, various combinations of waists and hands were constantly heard. The entire Shijiling is already crowded with people, and there are two people everywhere. Many players are subscribing to Zuwan. At a glance, I found Jimor Rusu who was waving. He was shouting excitedly, loudly, you are finally here. If you hadn't recommended me to farm monsters, I might not have reached level 2 now. Those three friends are just living in the second season. You will lead the team this time. You will definitely be able to get through these parents. Lonely Rushua brought Shifeng and the two of them to the team gathering. His friends were obviously a little impatient after waiting and refused to listen. Here 2 people from the 10 Winds enter the team. When Skynet saw Shifeng's level, he couldn't help but feel a little lonely. This is what you call GAOS. I thought there was something trivial. Doesn't it seem like this? The shield warrior on the side also frowned. This, Ruo Gcai Yi is basically a piece of equipment. The King of Heaven sneered and said, death skill spirits are negative at level 2. Let a level 1 Cai Neo come to scare you. Isn't that just waiting for you? Sea Urchin hacks all knowledge and magician's equipment. What you specifically want is, treat us as fingers. Xuanju Duanzhang walked up to the 10th cover and teased you. Why don't you say anything, Mr. Jiji? Even if Wo Neo has been in service for so long, there won't be one episode. The Mantra Master on the side is also complex. Even with your level, you can call me and give me instructions. Shifeng didn't want to make Ji Moru choose to look ugly, so he just chose to quit the team. Finally, he said to Heizi, let's go to the ancestors to lose money. Heizi retreated without saying a word. I also came up with a smoking bowl when sending ink like snow. Sometimes King Feng Katian goes to speak. Now you have two choices. History follows us. The second is to leave with them. Team, don't lie to customers. He doesn't think he has misjudged the person. Shifeng is definitely a master. Then he also chose to retreat, preparing to follow Shifeng to see if his judgment was correct. Let's look at the record of leaving first. I am like snow and suddenly the sea is open. Don't regret making such a choice. When we clear the 4 seasons, we will get the high-level items. Just regret it. Loneliness is like Shuame doing anything repeatedly. His alliance catches up with Shifeng. I am the master brother. I want to scare you to death with you. I have 2 pieces of ordinary armor equipment. On me and my defense is 24 points. I nodded 10 times and it means it's okay. Unexpectedly, Ji Moru Shue actually left the original team to come to their rectification. He patted, lonely like snow, on the shoulder and laughed. It's absolutely impossible to follow the style. I'll disappoint you. You have a very good taste. Shifeng suddenly said to Kuroko, bring the staff and remember to turn on the special effects. And Heizi immediately joined in the crime to show that he understood. The light effect of the new equipment comes with a feint, but Lonely, like a snow shield, opened his mouth wide and looked at Heizi in disbelief. He thought that Shifeng was a rare master, but he didn't expect that Heizi was the real master. He used to be very capable, but now we're forming a team. The copy is too weak. In order to quickly enter the dungeon and shoot a few drawings, he had to ask Heizi to turn on the equipment special effects to pimp him out. Therefore, it was soon spread that Heizi's life was led by a master, third class, and Tian Wang wenching immediately. I'm really impressed if I don't show off my face. This person is too thick-skinned. At this moment, little Gaga on the side suddenly said, Boss Heavenly King, look at that curse master. His equipment that can use blue light looks very strong. This black mobile phone, the Qingtong equipment that is rare in time machines is fixed at the waist and pulls the head. It really looks like a master's style. Go see it first. The light effect of Qingtong equipment almost broke my eyes. Temporary is a great reminder when forming a team. The number spelling master is already at level 3. Mage Xiao Jada suddenly laughed. No matter how hard you grab that spell, it's impossible to clear the dungeon with an art machine, right? The shield station in the first shed is a message to remind us to equip the magic system. Let him join our team. The King of Heaven immediately nodded to show that this principle is very good. Then he quickly contacted Heizi and the fleet sent him a call. He immediately felt confident that Heizi. I just saw Kuroko's clip of Tianlang after rejection. The color immediately spread faster. He turned around and looked at Kuroko Kushi Qingjing, who was making an international gesture towards him, and called the police. What a self-righteous home. With Kuroko's hard work and desire, more and more people signed up for the very small pair. This effect is mainly due to the equipment on Heizi. The 4 people who deliberately blocked them in 10 minutes were actually pretty good. I'm happy to try it again. Only one of the 10 people was chosen. But after seeing Chang Shifeng's waiting for the future, I was very angry and said that I would withdraw from the body. Lonely like snow, I breathed a sigh of despair. I have a master's chest. It's a bit difficult to be satisfied. Turning around very lightly means taking your time, no need to explain. And Ji Moru Shue suddenly found that all the players around him disappeared. A big commotion suddenly broke out not far away. Many players ran over one by one with excited expressions. All the players were integrated into one unit, and Wan Lei showed an nymphomaniac expression. At this time, both of Hei's eyes were frozen. No way, you can meet them all. Very speechless, he looked at the 3 people who caused the commotion. The visitor is none other than Heizi. Like an ice and snow goddess waiting for the snow to clear, she wears a slippery bronze armor that perfectly highlights her Australian earth dragon figure. Coupled with her innate beauty and cold as snow temperament, even a woman will be moved by the sight of her, let alone a group of grown men. Even if she scores 10 points. She has to admit that Bai Qingxue is indeed the most perfect woman she has ever seen. What kind of female star? Nothing compares to. The two people around Bai Qingxue are also very familiar to Shifeng. They have seen them on major news and TV. They are all aspirants to be masters of spiritual education, because the same character is the beautiful Terutsuki, and he has the devilish ability to stir up trouble. The figure and the perfect balance between Young Hua and the invisible girl who made a mistake are all exuding excitement in every move. Xiaoye can only be regarded as one person compared to the visual eyes. However, her beautiful appearance and good skills are also at the top of the Star Moon Kingdom's visual rankings. In the same voice, the two beauties in the major roles plus a big beauty give the dead magic spirit an extra choice of beautiful scenery. 5 million people are raising their families. I want to get to know these three people. It's a pity that the three beauties didn't even look at them. Bai Qingxue walked forward in silence. She didn't notice these scars with Harris at all. I ate a pound in 10 minutes. I can't even think about meeting such a big shot in a small place like Hongyesheng. Can remember, I was so obsessed with eating that I completely forgot about getting people to pair up. Shifeng didn't talk nonsense. The leader of the stage just gave him a group of people to wake him up. The players in the first team all want to team up with the beautiful women on both sides. The man asked Xiao Xiaoye to witness. I'll make you unable to bear it first, whistle. Dao Yu was very sympathetic. They were all just doing what they did. Where are the real masters? At this moment, Tian Wang suddenly jumped out and said that as a first-class ranger, he hoped to join the goddess, fighting against the strong and pursuing people from the country and the nation. Even you clowns dare to say that you are masters. The little Gao around him was immediately touched by Zhao Yuerong's domineering touch, which was more suitable. Zhao Yueru, didn't give them a good look. I just let out a burst of anger and told them to get lost. Xiao Yue is a little helpless. Everyone is so confused by you that you can't find anyone to pair up with you. My shop. The teacher said that this group of weak-skilled replacements should give me a hard time. Kuroko, who looked infatuated just now, suddenly broke into a cold sweat. Right, 10 cases of local grass. Zhao Yueru was famous for his non-verbal ferocity in his previous life. That's why we got this title, because of the discarded poetry styles of these southern players. Once, a president of the Da Gong Association adjusted him and the result was this. The union with tens of thousands of people was beautiful and the president was directly killed by him. The platinum blood used by the crowd was suddenly discovered. How could someone ignore his existence? Looking around for a suitable pair, Shifeng suddenly turned around and met Bai Qing. The ice and snow look at each other. Goodbye. The wet peaks of pure white snow give it a very strange feeling. This is a kind of sharpness in the inner face. Especially the weapon of Shifeng waist sword made him a little concerned. Zhao Yueru doesn't understand why Bai Qingxue keeps staring at Square. Nothing surprising. Do you know him? Do you want to compete with the rookie team who only have one episode? He must have wanted to arouse us, so he pretended not to see us. Ignore him and quickly form a 3-person dungeon. But Bai Qingxue seemed not to hear him and walked alone in the direction of Shifeng. Yi Ryu looked at Bai Qingxue strangely and had to keep up and walk over together. Zhao Yueru, who came to Shifeng, suddenly stirred up the fuss and avoided the shortcomings. Dare to clear the dungeon? But Feng Danran said that I will recruit people here instead, so there will be a way to clear the dungeon. When he came back, he was so enthusiastic that Miss Bai was not interested in joining our team. There happened to be 3 of us, standing still like a shield. How dare you, a piece of trash like you, talk to Qingxue? Bai Qingxue has a beautiful hut like an antenna plus, integrated with bloodless temperament. There was only one episode in which Shifeng actually said that he could lead him through the death skill of facing the enemy. Skin Blaster. As soon as Zhao Yueru was about to publish, Bai Qingxue stopped him from calmly analyzing. Although Yi Feng only had opinions, the Curse Master had 3 pieces of Qingtong equipment. He must have smelled it. Look carefully at the weapon of his demon sword. It seems there is no such strange weapon. Zhao Yueru was a little confused. Such a noisy equipment was worthy of being called a weapon. And Bai Qing, but she firmly stated that her weapon must be unusual. Zhao Shanru approached Shifeng a little bit wildly. You are Rookie Songhuan. Where did Fuban Industry come from? This Fuban program has not been released at all. Instead, Feng said lightly that it was Feng Xi's love. Bai Qingxue was obviously not that kind. She thought peacefully. She had never heard of Feng's Wan after the Divine Realm had been open for so long. The Dark House broke the news about the game guide. Zhao Yueru also feels that Shifeng is a piece of shit. Faced with Zhao Yueru's doubts, Shifeng readily said that he could give him some free information first. The monsters in the Death Technique Spirit are not very strong. Players in this dungeon can easily get lost in various traps in the woods. Teams without strategies will basically not even be able to find the monsters, and will be killed and injured by various traps. Even if he is lucky enough to survive, he will commit suicide because he cannot find a way out. The little Jiujia around him immediately expressed doubts about this. There was no way he could trust what he said. Shifeng Wan argued with them and asked them directly to ask the players who had just come back to life from Fu Ben Li. Love clear water shield lost. I think Shifeng is very interesting, but Zhao Yueru kept talking about Shifeng and bragging. Bai Jinxue ignored his nonsense and walked directly to the very deepest level. It seems that you really know the death skills very well. If we don't team up with you, we probably won't be able to pass. It's a sign of confidence from Shifeng that it's not too late to join the group now. I didn't waste time by paying off the snow. I just turned around. It's one or two people who retreated nearly 10 feet to each other. Xiaoye nodded, her eyes kept scanning Shifeng and facing him. It looks very fierce. But Zhao Yueru said absolutely, I think he is interested in you. This person is a liar. What Bai Qingxue said while applying for admission was whether it was real or fake. You can see and share it by going to the copy. In just a short time, 3 second-level beauties joined Shifeng's teammates, and they just made up the manpower to continue the ball. Microscopic sense. Everyone immediately looked at their pockets. They never dreamed that an episode of Rookie would lead 3 beauties around the alley. It was like an idol downloading a copy. Hazy was so excited that Shifeng patted him on the shoulder and tried to capture his actual good performance. Not far away, the ink is like snow, and the thumbs up to the times are sealed every year. Then he led everyone to the dungeon portal. Please follow the system prompts to select the difficulty, which is normal difficulty hell. Without saying a word, after selecting the difficulty, he took the lead in entering the assignment, and the others followed closely and started to proceed one after another. All the employees soon entered the copy of Death Season Spirit. Dead Season 0 is a dark forest. Black rain is pressing down in the sky. From time to time, a cold wind blows, as if the world is silent. At this moment, the thigh of a cave leader suddenly appeared. At the same time, the system warned that he had chosen hell. Immediately die and send 0, the drop will be increased by 30%, and the amount will be increased by 100% after death. What does the middleman say? Without waiting for their pockets, they thought they were just getting ordinary gifts, but unexpectedly they chose hell difficulty. That word makes me feel bad. Brother Feng, why did you choose a lower difficulty level? If you want to trick us, you have to be like a shield and use your brain steps. Just waiting to be sent to the hell tower by me. Ansha Weiwei Xiao patted Hazy on the shoulder and said, don't worry. Lonely Rushua looked at the dark forest and asked, Brother Master, which way should we go? Shifeng said calmly, this skill spirit can easily get lost in it. Just follow me. He didn't faint at all and just chose a path that he couldn't walk on. Xiaoye asked Bai Qingxue worriedly if he wanted to follow, and Bai Qingxue nodded. Since everyone is here, he will follow. Let's follow him. Under the guidance of Shifeng, the middleman walked into the woods. The others just followed behind him, being careful to only look out for those around him. When the Shadow Throwing Skills Club was at the dance level, it organized a large number of players to go in and share their shit. It is now with great difficulty that we have figured out the map of the dead Jiling, and it cost hundreds of people to mobilize for this. There are 36 roads in the entire Deadly Soul, but there are only 3 roads that lead to the first lake protecting Wilmy. These 3 roads are all obtained by many players' life irons. 2 of the 3 roads are very dangerous and without enough strength, they are dead ends. There is only one way, the monster sacrifices. The indoor walking path chosen by Shifeng is the Little Monster Western Lantern. It is quite quiet and peaceful to walk on. Zhao Yueru asked a little wildly, do you think the rookie took us on the right path? Bai Qingqingshu nodded. This road should be very safe. I didn't even encounter a single monster and avoided them all perfectly. Where we just left, those little monsters at the oil stall immediately walked there. It was obvious that Yi Feng was very familiar with this belly. Violent as if dissatisfied. If you don't say anything, it means there are just a few little monsters. What's there to be afraid of? Shu Wenqing turned around and explained that the mobs are not angry, so fighting them would be a waste of time. Zhao Yueru couldn't help but secretly toot Sao. I think you are afraid that we will find out that you are a weak machine with no output. After a while, Shifeng's team came to a flat land in Quankou. Haiz's experienced Xiao Tu, this kind of land. There will be 89 somewhere, right? When he saw the empty flat bottom, didn't he feel a little strange? Boss took it away. At this moment, the whole body suddenly succumbed to a violent vibration. The ultimate human shield master, please ask the police. After all, this is one of the few places in the area, and any slight disturbance could be fatal. Shifeng Yuan entered the battle state and killed him. What is the fate that awaits today? Everyone, be prepared. The boss is about to appear. Daying Ganglua, you must know the picture of the huge breasts or the poison will come out. After that, he fell from the sky and landed gracefully in front of everyone. His information also emerged. Wilmy has obtained a 3rd level certificate and a health value of 6,000. Here is your Shuangjiao Road notice. As tough as the spot, if you are caught, you will basically be able to do it on the spot. I don't know how many players died in this position in the past life. Wilmy the Leaf Rabbit, leader level 3, HP 6,000, Wilmy's. The body is 3 people tall. The double swelling is as sharp as a hard swelling. The eyes and chest are pressed against the face and mouth. This is obviously a meat-eating spit. There are some differences in Lonely Rushue. We didn't fight any of the monsters. When forced, we immediately maxed out the monsters. Shifeng nodded. It's a waste of time to fight the mobs. The biggest benefit is to fight the boss directly. The third child, Xiaoye, and the second alliance hid behind Bai Qingxue, and Bai Qingxue also pulled out the common waste sword, so he was ready to fight against the snow. There is no rush to switch. He only redirects and sends Mo Rushue. This time the NP task will be left to you. You must hold the boss's hatred and control the firepower of other humans and machines. Don't OT. Xiaoye, who had heard this professional talk for many times, felt cold. I'm curious about what NT and OT mean. Shifeng explained that Anti's position is usually filled by professions with thick blood and sword defense. He is mainly responsible for holding the boss to attack. MT needs to attract the hatred of the boss to create energy for the losing profession. Slightly define the safe output link. OT refers to Chao hate Shiko. If someone suddenly breaks out too fiercely, his Chao hate value will exceed MT, then the boss will shift the attack target, and fragile output professions will generally be exploded. Fact, don't worry. I'll tell you what you need to do directly. Just follow my instructions. When Fa Hua finished speaking, Lonely Rushue suddenly activated his wind charging skill and charged towards the newspaper. The 10 shields are instantly transformed into the spot. If you are, I waited for Xiaoye to keep you fresh last night. Are you in a hurry to die? Lonely like a snow lotus, I desperately stopped walking, but I couldn't fully use this skill to accept it on my own. Wilmy looked at the Hua Ji humans flying in front of him and suddenly felt a little fierce. Please then Wilmy suddenly lifted it up high and walked away, unable to wait, heading back towards the loneliness like snow. When he saw the ferocious steel chief, his face instantly darkened. Now it was over. At this moment, Kuroko Shinsha suddenly served. He used his control skills to eat evil while eating. The thick branches of the tree burst out and instantly bound Wei Mi's body, interrupting its attack and allowing it to use its brain. Dao Sheng's loneliness in death is like a snow couplet, blindly turning towards Haizi to reveal. Please then he punches Wilmy again and prepares for another round. The next second, he slammed his head against the plane. In an instant, he received 58 points. The damage was diagnosed by Vermi and he lost 11 points of blood. The strength of the two sides was completely disproportionate. It was directly hit and could not get out of the tree. To be as beautiful as Tu Cow Island, your people are human cannonballs. This chicken powder will make the stone dance crazy. I can touch it with you. Some answers can be done. Believe. Shoot, 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 shoot. When you get there, you can understand, think, and take it. At this moment, you can really reach your goal. At this moment, a burst of green light suddenly appeared on Xiao Yue's body. The next time you walked around, you started to cast healing spells. Jimou Ruxuean, whose blood volume had been restored, hurriedly walked towards him. Soon, second term, the duration of the time shot is over. Where May 3 will reduce the inner team's economy to C8 in 2 clicks. Loneliness is like a snow lotus, and Shensheng takes a deep breath. Please then he quickly rushed towards Wei Yuan, waving his hands in the belly. It's common to cause ugliness. Although his attack did not cause much damage to Wilmy, he passed Wilmy hard with his flexible left position. Lonely Rushue's technical level was somewhat beyond Shifeng's expectations. Jian Tiaohan was caught, and it and Bai Jinxue also took action quickly. Shifeng and Bai Qingxue exchanged their favors, and took the opportunity to go to Wilmy's library, and sent Mo Ruxui's loyal party in front of Wilmy to let them feel at ease in the library. At this moment, Zhao Yueru's voice suddenly came out, please let me know. His report number has been prepared. I saw them suddenly spraying out the blazing eyes from their hands. Loneliness was like a snow wolf being hidden by the January issue. The incomparable number of reports exploded directly on Wei Yuanyu's body, and a mental damage of 118 points was released. 10 keys were sealed. I was a little surprised by the current situation. When Teru Yueru saw the 3-digit number of injured persons, she immediately burst out laughing. An uncle like that is really invincible in the world. The high amount of damage directly made Wilmy look ugly. He also slowly turned around in the direction of Zhao Yueru with a fierce glare. Then Wilmy let out a lifelong angry red and entered a violent state. The damage and speed were increased by 30%, and his body size was also slightly increased. 10 shields and 10 pressures. Zhao Yueru, the damage of your hug number is too high. In Qingxue suddenly turned around seriously and said, help me now. The hatred should be completely removed. And Zhao Yuruhai, who was a brave man, looked at the two of them fiercely. Then Wilmy rose higher and higher, and the terrifying length suddenly returned to his position. Smoke which Zhao Yueru, Yu. He also has a fiery figure and terrifying output ability like a devil. A casual hit on the explosive tree will cause it to explode with triple-digit damage. Under Gao Lei's damage, Vermi's body was directly moved towards his position with a terrifying force. Zhao Yueru's friend from Andao reflected it. Oops. I just used too much force. Now I'm going to report it. I'm here. In the blink of an eye, Wilmy's terrifying steel was already paved. Zhao Yu fell into a state of waiting, and had no time to hide. Just when the 1,000 troops were about to attack, Shifenglian's blind grey wind and thunder flashed out, and 3 thunder lights flashed out coldly. The 3 lightning beams did not hinder Ben from penetrating Wilmy's body and caused a large number of scars, successfully interrupting his attack. That's 4. I was so sure that I was jumping around like a ring. It really opened my eyes. It was a bit unbelievable that I actually survived. The powerful force of the wind was about to pull Wilmy's hatred away. He is no longer holding the hand and exudes the sound of a secret model. The original person is loud. Come and make me look ugly. Pay attention to the many attacks. Wilmy, who was shot, turned around and rushed towards Shifeng Fei. The birth of the Platinum Snow Lotus King reminds Shifeng to be careful. After all, Shifeng's level is the lowest. At the same time every time. However, Ming had already arrived in front of Shifeng, who suddenly fell down in front of him. Although he blocked the scene with his sword, he was also shot away. The wind suddenly turned around in the air, fell to the ground and rode a few meters before stopping and stabilizing its movement. Please continue to spread. The roaring giant scorpion of life, Wilmy, rose higher and higher again and swarmed towards Shifeng's position. Wei Rui, whose holy wrath is incomparable, her attack speed soared rapidly, her horns began to go crazy with grey objects, and she used her death power. As his skills are activated, Ren Blind, who lived in terror, quickly moved towards the Shifeng community. But Ten Cover did not choose Duocean for such intensive long-range attacks. It would constantly use the sounders on it to isolate the island. Ended with a long death force skill, Wilmy read. People fall to the ground. Then it suddenly started to spin crazily. While spinning rapidly, it also oozed out several purple computers. With the rest of Lei Sholo activated, Wilmy was stuck in place and turned into a terrifying dazzling wave. I sucked it off very quickly. With sharp eyesight, Wilmy had already arrived in front of Shifeng. At this time, he wanted to dodge but was too late. The abyss mourning in the hands of the Shifeng United Blind Association slashed horizontally on the terrifying mass of killing remains. However, this one thing did not stop Wilmyd, and many small scars appeared on it immediately. Suddenly, a bright figure flashed out from the side. Jingshue's power came out, and her feet interrupted Wilmy's skills. This powerful kick sent it flying 10 blue meters before it stopped. Wei, who has used his ultimate move, needs to use some skills at this time. He keeps talking about the system to adjust his status. Satsuki's sword distanced the 2 sides, and the Alliance used it several times. Time Wind returns blood. If the Alliance is very large, he will enter a weak state after death. His defense will be greatly weakened. Everyone should seize the time to deal with it. He might as well turn around and stare at the boss. Xie must not misunderstand him again this time. Already now, this old-faced guy has a stupid heart, but this stinky man actually dares to teach him a lesson. The employer did not miss this great opportunity to kill Wilmy. He kept using various small skills on him. Soon the boss was beaten to a state of residual health. This character keeps throwing out shadow pieces in his hand, and at the same time, the big dark boss is about to kill him. Shifenglian blindly used the exhibition machine to fly for the rice machine, and Zhao Yueru's hands began to condense flames again, and his brain used salt to burst out a blood flow. The fire of the Zodiac kept bombing Wilmy, and his last bit of health was finally taken away. Waiting for a burst of golden light to run, Wilmy arrived and dropped a lot of equipment. In one word and the lonely snow-swallowing corpse, the eyes are clear. There must be many collectives in this pile of equipment, but when you take out the recovery points, you have to remember to wait. Don't worry about the equipment for now. Everyone can recover the equipment quickly. Leaping like rain, the Platinum Snow Lotus King takes out from his backpack. Unwillingly, I started to drink. Only then did I start to explain that the final boss will hit the player with a surprise weapon. Follow my command. This boss is not difficult at all. The man in the middle heard a sound that shocked the whole dead Ji Ling. The huge black shadow of Dai Daoshuchi's giant sword jumped out of the woods. The black shadow is a huge werewolf. The werewolf looked at Shifeng. Liu Hei's eyes instantly became brighter, and his information also appeared. Pharaoh's level 3 head has 12,000 health points, and Zhongren, who has already recovered his condition, number 4 is no longer frightened. He looks at the werewolf with cold eyes. The most common screen makes Feiluot a bit dull. This is different from the scene he imagined was completely opposite. He didn't give the werewolf a chance to strike first. He ordered everyone to change the tide. The werewolf rushed forward. That kind of different situation in the encounter made the werewolf burst into a golden frame of emotions. It lasted for a while, and suddenly the entire area erupted into a series of red nuns. As the cover dissipated, the werewolf Pharaoh's life had been emptied, and his life slowly dissipated on the spot. At the same time, the system prompts you to remember to kill the werewolf pharaoh. How strong is a master with 10 years of gaming experience? Ordinary players are still fighting for the common machine dungeon. He has already led the final boss of the right region and difficulty. Kill people with abandon. The items dropped by the werewolf null lot are quite similar to those of the Wind Saint, but if you lose the skill, it costs 200. There was one item among them that made Chifeng's eyes light up. It was the sword held by a bloody man. The red sword exuded a faint ruby red liquid. The sword was drawn up by the man and dripped with red liquid. The whole sword revealed Shizu's killing path. Rise? Looking at the packed rice all over the floor, even Tokoshima's photo couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Bai Qingxue said calmly, as agreed in advance, you three have priority. If Shifeng is happy, not only can he get the Scarlet Man, he can also successfully cut the design from the back of his hand and give it to the swordsman. The black letters and the lonely snow made a crazy laugh. My fingers kept clicking on the equipment selection blue. The mouth of the black lettered pin is almost cold. There are 5 dark suits in total. This time, the chest and shoes are dropped, and Ji Mo Rushu as he got Ji Neng Xian Feng property, can resist shearing the steel of a bronze machine. Ren, who was about to become more and more like a shotgun, could not help but feel impatient. He felt much better. Congratulations are all taken away by these people, but Xiaoye was not willing to do this. Thanks to Yifeng's command, we were able to clear it out. It's appropriate to let them choose first. When Bai Qingxue looked at the leftover picture instructions on the item list, she suddenly felt a little surprised. Then the wind started to leak out about his unique moves. This strange move concealed the virtue of Zhao Yu like Hao Qi. Your wrong body can see it. The first in the item list is the formula of the attack mold medicine. The strength is urgent. This is a powerful emergency that allows the player to get 6 points of strength for half an hour. The rare formula of the mold medicine is notoriously difficult to adjust. A formula that can increase players' strength by 6 points in half an hour. They didn't come in at all. Zhao Yueru was immediately given a formula. He said somewhat unknowingly. You actually left such a precious formula to me. Shi Wenyang said a little, you also gave a lot of gifts this time. This is what you deserve. Zhao Yueru, who was extremely educated, suddenly became slightly confused. Thinking of what he said before, he felt so embarrassed. At the same time, the members of various guilds outside our sect were arguing endlessly. They all felt that the one with the mobile phone must be their own guild. At this moment, a prompt that the challenge was successful suddenly appeared. Congratulations to Yifeng's team for becoming the first team to defeat the dead magic spirit. Xiao Jiganman, which had been comparing poems to the night wind for a long time, suddenly became silent and stayed in place. Then everyone took precautions from the teleportation port. Everyone was wearing equipment that was a mixture of bronze and suspended iron. They were fighting against the microscopic little ones one after another. Bai Qingxue suddenly said, do you want to join us as a trial snake? Shifeng shook his head and said that he was alone and had no plans to join a guild. Lai Qingxue nodded. I respect your choice. When we try to have a baby in 3 days, the first 20-member team is preparing for the afternoon set. I wonder if you are interested. I'm very shocked. You need a weapon to enter. Are you sure you can really form a group? Bye. Lai Qingxue looked at Shifeng with her beautiful eyes. Think confidently, we are just tryouts, nothing is impossible. As far as Luo Feng knows, the Guild of Trials and Extensions has conquered more than a dozen virtual games. However, the emergence of the Divine Realm has aroused the popularity of virtual games. This was originally the second world of mankind, causing other virtual games to close down one by one. Subsequently, countless large financial groups blocked access to the Divine Realm to cultivate their own skills, establish their own power, and want to establish their own status in virtual finance. Knowing that the snake has naturally entered the Divine Realm, he wants to get a piece of the evil from countless assets. Moreover, he is well aware that not only his financial background is also very easy, but he also has more than 1,000 game masters. These 1,000 people are in God's domain. The name is even more impressive. He is called to Shenjun. It is because of the existence of these 1,000 masters that he knows that Snake has established a large virtual land that is similar to more than 80 divine realms and has a population of more than 1 million. The city is called the Divine Realm. Middle, the real bug. Such a powerful collapse will definitely put the strongest power into the divine domain. A team of 20 people will be assembled within 3 days. It is not a fairy tale. Then Bai Qingxue suggested that we add them first so that we can contact them easily. Shusha was not thought of by this powerful union. If I was given priority in selecting construction equipment and drawings, he could leave me a place. Zhao Yueru Wenyang was immediately furious, while Bai Qingxue simply smiled and said it was no problem. Heisei couldn't help but say that Feng was so awesome that he could actually become a good friend of the goddess of soldiers and blood. In the end, the three beauties quit their teammates. The little Gaga who was watching all around was sealed when he got up. Young players have recorded how they can't wait to survive. Short eyes, black letters and loneliness are as big as snow. The Federation asks Shifeng what to do. I just ran away with my legs. 36 seasons of running are the top words. Lee Dakan's players were chasing after him crazily, but they didn't hear many rumors. Can I ask how to shout the provincial department through the copy? Shifeng led the two of them to Dark Moon Shangbi. Lonely Wuxue felt a little strange when he saw the empty dungeon transferred. Shifeng explained that there are currently no dungeons of 4 seasons. Let's challenge it as a player. Most players are still at level 2. At this moment, a large-scale treasure business came from not far away. Please give me a favor, please. Very slightly different, Guardian Knight Kohler's tall figure and well-developed body. He feels familiar. Suddenly his eyes were bright and he was sweating violently. He did have such a good person in his memory. The name of the Tyrant Bear in the previous life is just right. The Tyrant Bear is the main body of the first-rate collapse hui. I didn't expect that the Tyrant Bear would come back on his own. His personality is still so young. It is completely different from the Tyrant Bear 10 years later. At 70 in the Divine Realm, Tyrant Bear is having a hard time, even being spoiled by a third-rate palace and having trouble leaving. Later, he joined the Grey Emperor's heart, only then began to shine. From an ordinary team, MT became a dark body of the main elite group in the Star Moon Kingdom. He ranks 15th in the profession of Guardian Discrimination. He can also resist and fight and live in the city. This is why he is nicknamed the Army Bear. The Thief King Xiong Kik, the successor of the Brilliant Stars, the guardian of the Star Moon Kingdom and the Discrimination Professional Ranking Chamber. You can resist and fight and live in the city. Looking at the sweet-faced Kogue, Shifeng suddenly had an idea. Juanxiong has not joined any guild yet. If he can recruit him to become his bodyguard, then the attached book will not contain every word. But the school laughed and said that he killed monsters all the way before rushing to the pillow to meet each other but didn't see anyone else. Heisei is a little doubtful of what he heard. Xu Ran can clear monsters by himself. You must know that the attack of the Guardian Knight is very low. It is not easy to clear monsters. Usually, you have to form a team to kill the boss, otherwise the upgrade will be very slow. But when I slapped it on my body, I found that the fake sex was in great damage. I'm very meaty, it all depends on the devil. Heisei had some premonitions when he buried his body. You are too hard. How much did you do? Lonely Wuxue couldn't help but express her disdain for Kuwen's ability to survive by playing with the wall. His alliance turned towards Shikaze and saw him. This meat stew is too strong. It is definitely safe to take to the lower abdomen. Then Shifeng resigned and invited Kogue to join the team. The sword can capture the camera, Jimoru Shirley and the position of Gaohu finally can get rid of the position of human shield. Let it go. Otherwise, Hei smiled and asked. Our team should still lack a healing position. It just so happens that I have a friend who is a healing guide, but he is a member of the Divine Realm. Lonely as snow, I can't help but slightly double my eyebrows. In the treatment, I bluntly said that the healing ability of the spiritual educator is the worst. The team that established the team will not take the spiritual educator down the abdomen at all. 1010 then opened his mouth and said that the God Realm was indeed the worst in terms of treatment. However, the blood red of the God Realm was not easy to be killed instantly. And there were 2 skills at the beginning, one was Life Prayer and the other was the Father of Life. The Father of Life could make the defender himself suffer. The damage is converted into a healing amount. Experts give it to others. For those who don't have any skills or equipment in the early stage, the dungeon advantage of God's domain is better than other treatments. Isn't it familiar? Seeing Shifeng's detailed analysis, Healy immediately admired him under the stars. Without wasting any time, he directly banned the team by directly banning the God Realm Master Kishore. Level 2 Scientific Math Test. I thanked Shifeng because no one was willing to take him in. He boldly said that he had been replaced by many teams and almost wanted to kill him. But Shifeng said seriously that there is no machine-pulling profession in God's domain, only the waste Anjia. The waste was assembled and the number of people required to enter the dungeon was reached. Shifeng wasted no time in changing pairs to enter the dungeon. Within the dungeon, there are also level 3 monsters on the side of Mount Man. There are at least several monsters on the vast mountain. Kohler is very brave. He holds a huge shield and uses it directly. He is about to kill the goblin in his skirt. Then he quickly raised the platform high and activated his taunting skills to start pulling the tube. This skill can increase the hatred of monsters in the surrounding stone code area by 1%. It is the main skill of MT to pull monsters. Jianzhou hated being caught, and the Jimoruxu alien gang took out everyone's anger and started to make crazy choices. With the activation of the Dazzling Wind exhibition, 1-0 sword weapons are equipped with expanded air support. This life will sweep away all the Earth scriptures from his lifetime. At the same time, Heisey's group Magic Hell Purgatory skills also finished singing, and Dishu's extremely hot flames rose into the sky, swallowing up the entire Earth Sutra army. The momentum of this skill was used up to 5 strokes, causing the Earth to shake a little. The ground temperature was controlled by the flames, and a burst of residual horns suddenly appeared. 5 seconds was enough for them to all suffer 200 degrees of damage, and their health was less than 100. Let's just divert the attack. The target was so bad, Shifeng directly drew out the Abyss Fold and used Wind and Thunder Flash. 3 electric beams of light were cast across the Earth Sutra's overall situation. The effect of deepening damage was coordinated with the exhibition machine. The last trace of the Earth Sutra's health was also taken away by Shifeng. Under the violent bombardment of Heisei and Shifeng, Di Jingmen immediately collapsed on their knees and began to flee in a hurry. The spirit of a large group of brothers. After they were all killed, a lot of earth and mineral warriors were revealed, and everyone's experience points increased crazily. Feeling right here, Coke suddenly discovered that a big reef appeared not far away. Things haven't had time to start persisting. The giant robot that peed shit suddenly appeared. Sloth is so stupid. How could there be a sudden outburst? At the same time, the system issued a warning that this was a surprise incident. Risky ground management, special elites, etc. Episode 5, HP 1600, passive skill damage reduction 9%. After cleaning up the oil, a very small hit rate will appear on the local screen table. When it appears, it will be the player's demon. Shifeng Construction Shield's wet face turned cold and violent, but Heisei didn't lose it and asked Shifeng if he had conquered the outbreak tester. Naturally, he wouldn't stay. He shouted immediately and everyone dispersed and started running for their lives. After hearing Shifeng's reminder, everyone even dropped and disappeared. They ran straight to the intersection of the dungeon without any reason for a moment. 10 seals are as deep as the wind in front of your eyes. There are very dangerous monsters in the Winter Danger Land, and they are stronger than the bosses in the area and the Death Technique Forest. In the last life, he led an elite group to collect ores collectively. He saw the advent and appearance of dangerous places. At that time, the elite group was still very excited. He didn't expect that it could be done. When they met the special elite who sucked Xiao Xiao, they were all excited to kill him. Don't look at the risky Earth Crystal, which only has 1,600 health points. That defense is extraordinary. The damage reduction is as high as 95%, and the attack of risky Earth Meridian is more powerful. It shrinks the sub-bullet and everyone returns to the game for free. As a result, this elite group of 20 people was directly destroyed and all members were mobilized. Seeing Shifeng's team running away with all their strength, the dangerous creatures felt disgusted by what they had done. He will never get over this group of humans easily. The steel machine he controlled started sweeping towards the position of the Shifeng team, sweeping away the wood and rocks. The bullets were fired continuously as if they were not going forward, and everyone felt the profound terror coming from them. I don't dare to get stuck at all. My foot speed is so strong that I can speed up a bit. Watching the risk management process disappear deeply and incomparably. Heisei stewed with stone and old fire at least. It suddenly flipped violently and used the button that had been charged up. Although it hit the dangerous place, the damage caused was only 1. Seeing the damage, Heisei's little eyes became a lot bigger and he was speechless and said, "This is too disgusting. If this Earth Crystal doesn't wear a vest, I'll tell you." He who was in 3 seconds. Shifeng didn't expect Heisei to be able to hit the target while running. However, it was stupid to deal with the dangerous goblin Yingang. He quickly adapted to Heisei's law and only used control skills. Heisei understood what Shifeng meant, so training begins, Yin sings evil words while eating. The risk goblin that had just caught up was suddenly restrained by 5 economic sticks, and its speed was greatly reduced. Just as they were dangerously approaching the peninsula, Zhong Grenlian speeded up. Don't distance yourself. When the risk goblin was dragging 5 economic reds, 5 40-point high damage cards suddenly appeared above his head. Shifeng Xuanxi had some differences. He didn't expect that Evil Side Eater could actually cause such damage. He saw the hope of a base kill. It turned out that Risky Land Meridian was not immune to job-based attacks. He immediately ordered everyone to stop and use coke to attract the hatred of Risky Land. Meridian. Turn your back to the crowd while others attack. Pay attention to your position. Raise the muzzle of the dangerous ground warp and immediately dodge the muzzle. Heisei is evil and attacks while eating CD1. We have a chance to kill it. Practice the risk-based experience of reducing damage by up to 95%. Shifeng actually seemed. Stop and greet the station. He said that he accidentally discovered that job-based skills could actually cause huge amounts of damage to him. At this time, the target of Dangerous Earth Sutra's hatred was Heisei. Jimou Rushue turned around blindly and began to carry out Shifeng's command. He's a better guy. Use the charge skill fiercely to charge towards the dangerous goblin. After waking up, he raised his hand, and it was a dazzling display of skills. The operation was fierce, but it was all a little bit of damage. although the damage caused is low, it does not cause alarm in the dangerous area, became a short-lived choice. At the same time, black character's skills are cooled down, and Evil Side Eater is activated again. Just returned. The dangerous land that God came to was once again firmly under control. The dangerous goblin who was knocked out of half of his health is here to lock the black man. Jinji punched him. At this moment, Coca-Cola started to burn fiercely and spread toward the dangerous location. Please, then he pointed at the head of the robot and suddenly turned off the next season of Holy Counterattack. 2 unnecessary injuries appeared immediately. Holy Strike is based on Holy Power. Swing the weapon forcefully to attack the enemy in front, which can cause 135 miles of damage while causing additional hatred to the target. Extra hatred caused by Holy Strike. The dangerous land attracts the mechanical electric tool of the brain crossbow that reaches deep into the right arm. Someone approaches Khan, and Coke quickly shields him. He took 3 steps back before blocking the attack. However, this episode directly knocked out 2/3 of his health, which immediately made him feel more stressed. With the delay of Coca-Cola, the black man who spreads rumors once again throws out his shoe pigeon and eats it. Control the time to turn smoothly, and the risk of remaining blood is in the movie of the self-defeating hand. The Coca-Cola Federation runs away, turns around, and shouts, "Quiet!" Scientific research tried its best to increase the healing points of Coca-Cola, but it didn't go through 100 health points. It was obviously a bit shocking. At this moment, things were going smoothly and wisely, but suddenly we came to the dangerous place. Begins the next wave of hatred. Just when Cola was about to be killed, Chiffon used Abyss Binding. The 9/7 black chains instantly trapped the Risk Crystal, allowing Cola to pass the details. Please continue to close the stage and the player will give a dose of thunder and lightning. Then it quickly swung out a series of slashes from its side, creating a gorgeous combo that created a real, already very high compared to others. When the 3-second control time expires, the Risk will return to normal after a while. The green goblin's face shows the effect of chicken powder. Here is the collision with the dangerous ground. The Time Wind Federation uses gravity liberation to distance itself. Please take the risk and quickly aim the gun on the left arm of the Taiwan flag at Chiffon to start a meal. According to the car bar supporting the ground, it is the time to apply the upper position to avoid high-level retaliation. When starting to place points, it does not necessarily need to be shaped. At this time, when Ji Liang and Pian Bian are fighting, Chiffon, who broke through the gravity and was liberated, was not so easy to remember. He pulled away, turned around, raised his hand, and threw out 3 rays of lightning, and Feng Leishan's target was indeed dangerously passed through the eyes above his head. This coquettish operation made Risky pass through. My heart suddenly moved. Please continue to land along the closed gravel. There is a risk that the goblin will be killed unprepared. Health value. The iron cylinder robot that was thrown to the ground kept making fools of itself, and its life and career dropped to less than 10%. However, at this moment, the mechanical art door of the steel robot suddenly opened. At this time, the dangerous management team put on rocket shoes and prepared to escape. Then he pressed the button on his waist, and the rocket spurted out a large amount of waste. There was a lazy flame that instantly flew into the air at an extremely fast speed. The Chiffon Federation uses the power of the Abyssal Ones. It doesn't want to let the inverted duck fly away just like that. It decisively resorted to Jiutou Longzhan. Such a mechanism is not allowed. The main god system will not just be rich with such a high-level paper as a little boy. There is often business in the rich and high-level paper. If you kill it, you may have an unexpected life. Chiffon knew that if he couldn't catch up, his federation would take action. From the 9 everywhere to the black 5, fly away. Being in a dangerous place in midair, I was often unprepared and was remembered by the people who were deeply wronged on the 9 islands. But the risky goblin was not killed instantly. His speed rose again and he quickly moved away from the Abyssal's attack. Stay in your hometown. In Shio's life, the Danger Earth Sutra disappeared into the air and could no longer be seen. The system also prompted 8 grams of fresh metal to escape. When Chiffon saw this name, he first thought it was strange, and then suddenly thought of Guan. Things with her. Akashemador is a famous engineering grandmaster in God's domain. 3 years later, Akashemador. He made the sky medicinal plug, the ring of 2 stones, the Microshinju fruit, established the earth scripture and the earth fruit, and opened the famous data product of Shinyu. At that time, countless super guilds fought for the ring of 2 snakes in the sky fortress. As a result, all the parents of the army. And the cause of all this is AK Shu Majua. Such a big shot appeared in front of him, but he didn't know it, and he almost killed the future boss in advance. The tree railing beside the emperor said after flipping up from the robot for a moment, "Right here is a box." Chiffon took the box and immediately opened it, revealing 100 keys to a treasure map. He doesn't need to press the button to write. Although he didn't kill the boss, he can still write a statement after getting this thing. Chiffon put away the metal box and quickly made arrangements. "You are here to spawn monsters and upgrade. If I have to do it, wait until you all reach level 4. The style of the black letter federal inquiry in the general note is difficult, right? Shifeng is excited to be sure that this newly arrived one will make you smile. I will go get a big baby first and see you again at 10 o'clock. 900 years ago, the Jinjin master Mo Lua worked hard to create something. Because this thing caused wars among many great powers in the god's domain, more than a dozen heroes fought for it. However, the whereabouts of this thing was unknown in the end, and it became an unsolved mystery in the god's realm. It is the history of the manifestation. The history of the manifestation is a winning item for alchemy. If you get the history of the manifestation, you will have the ability to turn gold into gold, gather infinite wealth, and even possess the dead. You can perfectly break the alchemy number, etc. price exchange principle. The treasure map in Shifeng's hand just records the location of this thing. Who would have thought that this sacred object would be placed in Kaishui Wuli of this company? However, the threat of Kaishui Lake is very dangerous to Shifeng. After all, there is a level difference of 8 levels. With level 8 suppression, Shifeng is not an opponent of actual monsters at all. However, Shifeng has to take risks. He has long since stopped taking the time of the manifester, and he should feel relieved earlier. Just when he was looking at the location of the treasure, a drama suddenly appeared behind him. Big octopus jar. Quite unexpectedly, I obtained a treasure map from a time when historical events were clearly protected. Being only level 2, he had to venture into the actual area of Kaishui to search for the treasure. Not long after he entered the water, a giant suddenly appeared behind him. The biggest Zhong Yuguai. He did not hesitate on the 4th. The Alliance used gravity liberation to discuss the situation. Although he can't beat him, Shifeng's running speed is still very fast. Even the monsters can't catch up with him. Shifeng came to the place marked on the treasure map. Near the location, if there is a sea-wasted guard with level 10 looking for his whereabouts at the gate of the dynamic school, he seems to be guarding something. Shifeng didn't dare to fight hard, so he decisively used Shadow Killer, letting his clone Yu Yu go over to lure Yu Yu, and even had to protect the temperature. Just as he planned. After the licking high-waist guard discovered the clone, all the clones were small. The Alliance controlled the clone to turn around and go up. Watching the clone lead to the sea-wasted tail guard in front of the mouth, I quickly passed by after 10 minutes. Go deep into dynamics. Shifeng discovered that there was a huge master from the Sun Gate dealing with guests in the cave. He didn't dare waste time. The Alliance took out the key in his backpack, then quickly insert the tool into the door. The huge stone door in the soft eye room opened with a yellow ring, revealing a shocking and dazzling light. Shifeng Alliance took a closer look and found that it was a teleport town similar to the entrance to the dungeon. He couldn't wait to enter the teleportation port, and what he saw suddenly shocked him. At the same time, the system prompts to remember. The player discovers the Temple of the Sun. The entire temple hall is the size of a football field. Although it looks a bit broken, there are many pictures and words engraved on both sides. And inside the temple, there is a group with a gold sculpture on it. Your treasure chest. On both sides of the treasure chest, I helped these 2 huge statues holding large items. When the wind came close to the male, I could clearly feel the meaning. This meaning comes from the huge solid statues on both sides. I don't know what will happen if I take out the manifest branch consciousness. He can't think too much now, don't rush to the golden group. His purpose is the significant envoy. The golden safe in front of the point should contain the significant envoy. He has no choice now. His mouth has been blocked. He can only get the knowledge of idlers first. As the golden safe was opened, a golden light suddenly emitted from the safe, and so did the entire temple. Then the golden smooth sword scissors disappeared, and Shifeng's face turned ugly. He looked at the endless-sized blood-red stone in his hand and felt extremely pity. Damn it, no way. How did the obvious knowledge become like this? The incomplete items of the time of the manifestation, special items that will be dropped after death, can be used to become essence bars, and can be attached to the deceased. They have many incredible uses. However, they were destroyed by the Jiedishio Nita and were broken into 5 pieces. However, the time of the manifestation was broken. Possessing great power, as long as 5 pieces of the machine are used, the full power usage effect can be restored. Because if it is destroyed, the power it possesses is less than 1/10. And it can only be transformed into warp training and elemental warp training. Although the effect was greatly reduced, Shifeng was still satisfied. These 2 functions allowed him to do many things. But at this moment, the sun. Suddenly something happened in the Western Temple. The giant statues on both sides suddenly began to shake. The statues suddenly began to produce terrifying effects. The closed eyes suddenly opened and locked for 10 seconds. Shifeng felt something moving and looked up. 2 terrifying figures were standing by him, ready to hit him like water. The boss of episode B100 of his building the Shield Stone Lenghan is furious. There is no battlefield at this stage, and it is obvious that he will drop it when he dies. How far does this disgusting design go? Suddenly, Shifeng noticed that someone had spoken not far away, and that the drummer was holding a copy of the advisor. With 10 years of experience, he immediately recognized that it was a teleportation spell. It seems that it doesn't dare to go crazy alone and even help use the gravity liberation speed to return the statue. At the same time, quickly fill the skirt in the direction of the coupon axis. The next moment, he quickly came to the skeleton and grabbed it with one hand. Donate the teleportation on the ground. Please immediately open the magic Shuani scroll in his hand and wear the purple magic suit. Immediately wrapping his bones around it, Shifeng quickly took away his destination, Hongye Town. Although the donation can be teleported to the city designated by the player, the casting time takes 3 seconds. However, at this moment, the giant statue suddenly opened its huge. Quickly illuminate this terrifying energy. The next second, the ball of energy suddenly shot out towards Shifeng's position. With a blast of light, Xi Ning saw that the energy ball emitted by the statue had already appeared. At that time, feudalism installed shield stones. Sweating violently, he could clearly feel the temperature around him rising rapidly. Just when he was about to die, his brilliant life disappeared into the temple, and the transmission was completed. At the same time, the energy of the inner group also exploded at the location of Shifeng. There was a huge shock to the entire Shenden. Please continue with the violent energy that explodes in an instant. The entire divine electricity is destroyed in one fell swoop. At the same time, the hands of Hai Yao, who was taken away by Yin, also felt the fluctuations from the temple, but also to be able to go deep, begins to spread the news that the security guard has been stolen. Humanity is about to face the conspiracy of the High Waist clan. At this time, the Red Knight array is full of size. Many players come here to rest after a hard day's work. Suddenly, all the players in Hongye Town received a system message. Players triggered a special plot to start the story of the Whisperers' riot. Hongye Town started a steaming mission. Players can go to the Adventurers Guild to receive steaming missions. After completing the mission, you can get a thick reward and union honors. Shifeng took the risk of almost being fucked on the return trip. Finally obtained the broken history of the manifestation machine items. The entire insurance company was exposed due to a scandal in the security service. As a result, the entire Red Knight Town players started the real struggle of language riots. Suddenly all the players were excited. Hongye Zhenjin, who had been sucking less in the mission, suddenly appeared to ask for recognition. Moreover, the rewards were so high that it was unimaginable. At the same time, Zhao Yueru was also very surprised when he saw the system prompts. Who is it that the mission is advancing so fast? Women are always looking for water on Chinese Valentine's Day. That's a level 10 monster area, but Bai Qingxue is very much in the same building. No need to wipe it. It must be Yi Feng. It seems that Yi Feng not only completed the task, he also managed to escape from the sentry within Ron. Xiao Yueru had to re-evaluate Shi Yefeng's strength. He decided that he must find out his details next time they meet. And the most regretful or hand-wringing seal that caused the main examination task is currently in the Red Shadow. I am also recalling the manager just now. It was so dangerous just now that even the reborn man didn't feel impatient. If he slowed down for a second, he would. I can't come back. Soon he came to the auction house inside. The auction house is a very convenient place for players to place there. Not only can it be seen in the entire Hongye Town, but also in hundreds of small towns and small towns in Baihe Guangxia. See common veins. However, the auction house charges a 5% processing fee, so the prices of the above items are generally sky high. Isn't it bad? Shifeng was going to clean up the drops of dead skills first, and then he put a hanging iron chicken gallbladder armor with 25 British emperors underneath. In addition, there are 5 pieces of Qingtongji equipment, Banjia chassis Sanying pen, and each other chassis A in pen. These equipments are all things that Xiaodue cannot use. The surrounding players suddenly became excited. Qingtong equipment was, Shishuanhua, you suddenly got into trouble with so many heavy people. Shifeng suddenly remembered the remarkable success he had just obtained. The first person has the ability to train elements, which means he can train his food intake and have a high chance of getting minerals. After installing the equipment, he started searching for real materials. Now there is no need to farm mines in person. Real materials are cheap. All the players in Hongye Town have become his wage earners. Shifeng had already accumulated a lot of wealth. With his wealth, he directly swept away all the cheap food on the selling shop. Many players who listed the food for sale received money from the food sales. Out news. Players were shocked when they saw the models and food items they had listed for sale. No other player has discovered the damage machine. The company gang notified teammates to quickly obtain these 2 materials. It is indeed a rare opportunity. There are 4 more players in your time auction house. Guess which mysterious boss is actually so rich. At the same time, the seal has already left the auction when you get it after scanning. Then it's time to reveal the obvious knowledge. Leaving the business festival, Shifeng came to the forging shoe mixer and spent 5 barrels to rent an ordinary forging shoe which can be used for 1 hour. In ordinary cutting forces, you don't need to buy all the cutting tools yourself, but they are quite shabby. although the device, but they are all ordinary gains without any bonus. However, the price of Wutong cannot be forced too much. After all, 1 minute ago, 1 minute fire. He no longer thought about it and took out Xian Hong's remarkable knowledge from his backpack. So he just used the element refining function to extract metal elements from 10 materials and extract ordinary 10 materials into various metallizations. After placing it at the time of manifestation, the success rate increased to 20% after practice. Time Wind Red. Directly choose to start the training. The mysterious power of Bigu flows into the training interface for 10 seconds. The training interface suddenly begins to shine and starts to challenge alone. Shifeng didn't feel a little nervous. The 20% chance was really not high. Read the text currency. When the whole person manifested, bullets of red hair were emitted. Stones the size of his head turned into sand and scattered on the ground. There was nothing. Didn't get. 10-4 didn't care at all. He just took out a set of real materials and piled them on the stone table, and then started the classic. Some stone parts have no metal elements, so they naturally turn into a pile of dead bodies. Failure is too normal. When Dianshu failed twice, he had some doubts that he was a black man, but the actual information was not as good as before. He picked up a piece again to experience it. One after another, a group of real materials was consumed in a short time. As a result, the ore user was not extracted 10 times in a row. Shifeng Dun was a little full. This was due to some strong drops. Could it be because the manifested one was just a fragment? It's just that the success rate is not high. At this moment, Xiao suddenly found a metallic piece with the same color and luster in the pile of old sand. His alliance took it out and saw that it was exactly a piece of compatriots. After 10 failures, it finally became one. With the first frame, Shifeng Liansha breathed a sigh of relief and began to speed up the 10L experience rate. All the food he bought soon turned into a pile of sand. Tokikaze also found that the job of Kanoko was quite human-like. After all this hard work, a total of 470 yuan of the same frame and 130 yuan of the Qingtong frame were extracted. If these materials were sold, they would be worth more than 2 billion yuan. But the cost is only 400 million yuan. The price difference is more than 5 times. It is simply a flip. Suddenly there was a loud voice in the room. Apparently the 1 hour usage time is almost over. Didn't Shifeng feel a little lucky when he left the forging? It took an hour just to practice the materials, and he started forging before he even came, and all his money was used to buy food and mold machines. Now he can't even take out the boards. However, at this moment, he suddenly received a system message. Buy-in system has been extracted, and the extraction procedure has been cancelled. 3,053 barrels. The blood of the Dark Star has been extracted, and the extraction procedure has been cancelled. 3,021 barrels. The news from the auction house made Shifeng smile slightly. He was very satisfied with the price. He didn't expect that the iron chicken plate armor worn by the one-button shield warrior could be sold for more than 30 British zeros. Buy. There are many rich people in Chengcheng area. Before and after, it was the wind that directly took the Silver Land to rent a room in the Zhongji section to build momentum and prepare to start cutting off the equipment. The entire room in the mid-level Duansao room is larger and more exquisite, and the equipment is better than that of the ordinary Duansao room, especially the hammer and flame used to cut off noise. These two things are not simple. The Qingtong level 100 chain hammer increases the power of noise-cutting items by 3%. It must be connected to the fire to eat fuzzy with extremely high temperature, which can make the refining items more pure. When refining to the shape and breaking the items, the success rate is increased by 2%. Zhongji Duanzhua can increase the level rate by 5% in total, and the Duanzhua book can increase the success rate by 5% when Duanzhua is equipped with the same Jiji equipment. Then Shifeng stopped wasting time and took out the design diagram for making Kai on the back of the hand and chose to learn it. The success rate of making the study diagram can be increased by 5%. All in all, the success rate of making the Kai on the back of the hand reached 60%. He pointed at leisure. It's just that there is no lack of willingness, and the materials to make the hand successful are far from fake. It only requires 5 magic spirits, 5 pieces of Qingtong frame, and 20 pieces of the same frame. It immediately picked up the hammer and started its own road to Duansao. This man with great fighting ability. I actually gave up the common option of blowing it with gas, just because it can't take out any of its compatriots from its pockets. Shifeng first put the same frame and the green one into the fire to crack, suitable for adding magic essence. After burning, he took out the red frame and put it at the bottom. Dip it first. He didn't dare to be careless, because the next step was the key point. After getting ready, Shifeng picked up the 100 chain hammer and prepared to hit the hot fat food. The sound of dang dang kept coming to mind, and my heart suddenly became angry with the 4 swords. The quiet sound echoed throughout the whole world. The framed photo is, he was very careful every time he knocked. After knocking hundreds of times, Guangsha suddenly emitted a burst of medicinal light. At the same time, the system prompts you to remember that the forger's success has increased the forging proficiency by 2. Gained 800 experience points. As the light dissipated, the grey Taijia at the condensation camp appeared, and his hands were restrained. Qingtong level plate armor equipment requires 10 points of strength. Equipment level 3. Defense plus 22. Strength plus 2. Stamina plus 3. Health plus 1050. Additional ability defense. The damage taken by the power is reduced by 3%. Limited professional shield warrior and guardian knight. Looking at the accompanying defensive power, the style of the teacher is very deep. I didn't expect that I could successfully build Qingtong equipment for the first time. The experience value gained is still so high. Moreover, this piece of equipment not only has attributes and data that meet the standards, but also has negative loan capabilities. This piece of equipment will definitely be a great success. He was thinking that he didn't destroy it twice. I retained the experience of successfully cutting off the first time. When the seal was clean, it was filled up instantly. I started to madly cut off the kai on the back of my hand. The success rate of 60% was still very high, and there were relatively few failures. Wang Lu's time passed quickly. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The 10 seals received a total of 23 first-place sanctions, but 4 were shown as companions. At the same time, the level of the 10 seals was also raised to level 3. Now it is not much different from those expert players, and the number of creations is endless. The intensity has been increased to 44 points. The next step is to take pictures of the sailing and start selling fire. After a while, there was a shock and shout from the baggage of the filmmaker. The hands were restrained and the 4 camp coins were hung on the bottom of the frame. A few were hung up to test the water. The little brother could see such a powerful Kaijia shield and the Wildcat golden light. Not only does it have powerful attributes, it also comes with additional abilities. It's just that Anti is magical. Personnel from various guilds of the 10 feudal dynasties are moving in the auction house, and they are closely related to each case. Currently, he is the only one. Anyone who can make the back of the hand will open it. As long as you sell one piece, you can at least turn the silk tone pen. Suddenly, Shifeng heard that the value of a series of system auction houses first-class gymnasiums completely exceeded Shifeng's expectation. He originally thought that the 5th camp would be about the same, but he didn't expect that the subsequent entries would get higher and higher. The highest price had been sold to the 8th camp and the lowest price also sold at the price of Wuying. The purchasing power of the tone pens at the online stage is very high. The total liquidity of any second-rate union is only 60 or 70. The tone pens continue to be put on the auction house. And then he starts to look for skill books and then looks at a players in addition to equipment. Strength lies in the breadth of skills. Shifeng turned over more than 10 pages in a row. When he turned to the last page, he suddenly froze. He looked at the skill books on the auction flight and looked a little dull. Is there any mistake? Is anyone selling such a detailed skill book? He directly bought the foresight that can withstand attacks. He also bought 3 ordinary skills. The eye of observation that discovers weaknesses increases speed by 1 and has 5%. It is a wing-shaped object that avoids distant damage at hit rate, and the group skill is displayed on the ground. After counting millions of skills, Shifeng suddenly heard Xiao Jiujia on the side trying to pump for the guild. I made cards with my hands behind my back and gave away my treasured skills. The guild leader will be immediately satisfied with the effect. As long as you buy those few pieces, our guild will rise quickly. When the guild develops, you will become the president in the future. Ten Wenyang can't help but secretly tell Cao Cao. It seems that all guild presidents are the same. They will have to spend a lot of money, but thank you very much for selling your skills. With these skills, his life-saving ability and attack ability have been greatly improved. At this moment, Xiao was suddenly interrupted by a video call from Bai Qingxue. As soon as he got through to Bai Qingxue, he said that he had something to ask him for help. Miss Shifeng Dungan, this kind of girl is so special that she still needs to help herself. It's a big change. Bai Qingxue went directly to the destination. Lend me 15 British Communist barbarian backhands. The attributes of this heavy hand armor are so good. With this equipment, there will be no problem with the materials and talent for the next 3 episodes. Now all unions have. This piece of equipment is on the wind wall. Suddenly, he would rather do what Shifeng asked. Could it be you made the Kaibor on the back of your hand? 10 letters of blind denial. He doesn't want to expose himself. Then his alliance said that they would guerrilla the gravity later and then. The communication was quickly cut off from behind. Faced with the 6th sense of Bai Qingxue Neijin, Shifeng Dian felt pressured and struggled. Many trade unions in Bihar City have attached great importance to the first-generation Kai system, which shows that the popularity has spread. Now the popularity of the first-generation Kai system has probably reached its peak. It is a good opportunity to make a lot of money and accumulate capital by selling large quantities. The little guy in Paiman who had just defeated Ingbi was shouting excitedly, "President, we have lost 1.3 billion, we will definitely be able to do it now. Separate the two hands." The inner-name president angrily said that it was too late to win the land, and the price at first sight was as high as Juling. At the same time, Shafeng returned to the Duanzhou room again. This time he rented it directly for 10 hours to prepare for the wedding. But after a while, the victory on the back of the hand will not be like this. If you don't make money, you won't make it. In order to earn the startup capital to open a studio, Shafeng entered a frantic cutting-off mode. Although it takes a lot of time to build a piece of equipment. But if the damage efficiency is very high, the upgrade speed will be much faster than the player's normal upgrade. When he thought about being prepared to make a big turn, his mood became stronger every time. The movements in Shafeng's hands are compared to. He used to practice the rhythm of the vertical percussion a lot, as if he was playing a moving song. The shape of the performance material was deformed by him. When Feng came to his senses, he accidentally knocked money away from the materials on the table. He felt that this piece of material might explode. However, at this moment, the system prompted me to remember that the equipment in the braking position was successful, which increased the braking proficiency by 3 points and gained 4,100 experience points. It is named Qingtong Baseplate Armor. The equipment requires 12 points of strength. The equipment level is 3. The defense power is increased by 23. The strength is increased by 3. The endurance is increased by 3. The health value is increased by 120. It comes with the power of control. The treatment effect received is increased by 10%. Limited Professional Shield Warrior and Guardian Knight. This man actually set up a blacksmith business and ended up in a changing situation. It was so sticky that it completely knocked out the shape of the material. As a result, it accidentally created its own original decoration. When Shafeng saw the attributes of the new equipment and was immediately happy, players can create equipment in God's domain. However, this is a very difficult thing. Not only do you need to be very familiar with breaking and making, but you also need to have in-depth research on various materials to be able to create good equipment. Brand new equipment revealed. The stone feudal equipment exuded a faint light. Gan Zui named Qin Ling the Shimmer Protector and then equipped it again, leaving a black eye mark. This mark is equivalent to the name of the Duan Zhao style. After that, others will take a look. When you see this mark, you know that this piece of equipment was made by him and it is also a genuine anti-tail mark. Then the system prompted that the naming was successful and the design of the Shimmer Chest Protector was automatically generated. Shafeng was overjoyed. Not only can you sell it to the factory, but you can also make your own Shimmer Breast Protector designs. In the previous life, countless great worlds of destruction were constantly researching various materials and using various methods to create new equipment. In addition to impacting the middle world of destruction, the main purpose is to create original design drawings. This is what makes these crafting masters so rich. Because it is very easy to make design drawings. You can count tens or hundreds of points in minutes. Otherwise, you can build your own equipment every day. Similar things can be made by using them. How many more TV videos are there this time? I watched it for a while. 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 For a while I watched for a while I watched for a while I watched for a while. With the Glimmer chest guard shooting map, it was all a matter of effort to transfer dozens of people. After all, there were a lot of players in the white synthesis area. And there were even many unions. When Feng didn't feel like exploring his true self, he didn't expect to end up creating the original. Chuang was actually pumped by such an ultra-low probability event. Next, it started to build the Shimmer Chest Protector. The materials used in both are the same, but the Shimmer Chest Protector is practical and handsome, and has better additional capabilities. When the 10 hours of performing the breaking style were up, the equipment harvested by Shafeng was very sophisticated, with a total of 142 successful pieces of equipment. And the harvested materials were almost used up. Then he left the Duanzhou Association, planning to sell a batch of equipment and then purchase a batch of raw materials. At that time, Feng came to the auction, only to find that there were many people who were punished by Feng's fiery hands. No one bought it at all. He also saw that the logistics staff of various guilds were missing a lot for some reason. The auction house. It's a lot quieter. Then Shafeng walked up to a guild logistics player and asked, "Sleep as a brother. Why is the auction house so deserted today? Where are everyone going?" The players inside were not surprised and explained that they didn't even know about this big thing. There was a player who bought and sold educational mallets. He sold a lot of level 3 bronze plate armor equipment. Although the attributes were worse than the back of the hand armor equipment, the price was super cheap and he only needed 4 wins. Coins, and it also said that as long as you contact it to order in bulk, you can get discounts. Naturally, various trade unions will contact it to order. Who will be here waiting for the back of the hand to buy Kai if it survives? Shifeng was a little surprised when he heard the name Ichue Trading. Last time, Ichue Trading didn't come up so quickly. At the beginning, I discovered the hidden mission of the Tixiang shop in one fell swoop. With the craft-breaking talent rewarded by the hidden mission, I quickly became the ultimate craft-breaking learner and then joined the Yuyin Guild. In the end, Xiong Datian accepted the Dog Shadow. The Lanhua conglomerate Shinran promised that among them, one of them had a hammer, Manmai, and several masters of Tuanchao and Moyaoxu. Otherwise, he would not have been fired in the first place. It must be said that Limai Manmai and him were destined to be compatible. He grabbed a piece of talent that was sold for a lot of money. He immediately hammered a piece of talent that was sold for a lot of money. Then he turned around and wiped out his wealth. Shifeng opened the forum of the Crescent Kingdom, and he soon discovered an ironclad rule. Promoting justice starts with me, and we must never let the evil-hearted Wei do whatever he wants. This is an eloquent preface, and at the same time, it is profitable to collect a piece of Qingtong equipment. The cost is only 2 camps, but when the Black Heart is sealed, the racket is as high as 5 camps, which shows that he is extremely evil, so he has to stand up. And there is a problem with the success rate of unlimited sales of level 3 Qingtong equipment. So he only sells for battalions and gets his money back. After reading it, I became very angry. All the articles were smearing tar. This was obviously an attempt to step on him and advance himself. His own worth and popularity will allow Da Gong to throw out the infection value and live up to the price. The student testimonials and data proving the sale of the vertical hammer are simply ridiculous from a 10-point perspective. Come up with a few diagrams to create a third-level Qingtong equipment. Plus, the ultimate success rate of building momentum is only 20%. The price of 4 British coins can't even cover the materials. Ichue Man is definitely losing money by trying to raise his profile. If he hadn't stepped on him to get the position, he wouldn't want to have anything to do with Ichue Man anymore. But since he offended him, he must be prepared to pay a heavy price. Then Shifeng directly sold a small part of the Glimmer breastplate for 4 silver per frame. He had significant support and the number of pieces was broken. And the cost was only a few tens of dollars. The price accounted for what he never needed. Immediately after, Shifeng shouted at the auction luggage, "Look, everyone!" A group of shimmering bears appeared in the auction luggage, and the price was only 4 wins and 2nd place. The hot little ones around. Just now, Mr. Zwan was also. Then he started to praise the streamlined shape and handsome style. It also exuded a light grey color. There was also a black eye mark realized by wet printing on the left chest, which made him look very handsome. Some players around me immediately said that such a handsome piece of equipment with good attributes was actually going to die. The machine was so cruel that people pretended to be a dog. The dogs shook their heads. Some guild logistics staff even directly called people to inform the guild executives not to waste time by blowing the whistle again. At the same time, the members of the Danzhou Association who invaded and killed Zheng. The entire frame library hall was crowded with players. The players present were the spokespersons of various guilds. They came here for only one purpose, which was to invite Yi Kaishong to join the guild. If now they all receive a small letter from the top of the guild at the same time, and the middle flag on the 2nd floor was broken, and suddenly a girl came out, "Brother Hammer, you are so awesome, everyone admires you to death. I used to go to those third-rate union hardware to survive. You didn't even show your face. Now you're just waiting outside like a grandson. You can't even let go of the feeling. You directly found the strongest union to join it. Shut up and blow all over your face and mouth. This is nothing. Who allowed a stupid person to open the way for you to hide your sex? Such a great gathering knows my importance. I really want to thank him." Later, he was cut into the Art Stream Guild and infiltrated into the upper echelons. That's really cool. Now that singing is just a skill from childhood, let those third-rate bow masters wait outside and help me improve a lot of status and reputation. Suddenly, a mad warrior walked in from outside the door. He shouted in an incomparable voice, "Something bad is going to happen." Nowadays, a lot of collectible equipment has appeared in the auction luggage, and many guilds have noticed it. "Everyone, no one cares about you, boss." The deal suddenly started like this, and his expression suddenly became unstable. He had finally managed to attract a pig from a first-class palace. How could he be taken away so easily? When I walked out the door and took a look, he immediately told the truth on the spot. The originally crowded hall has become empty due to the lack of people, and the business association is blindly looking for chaos. What happened? Xiao Gaga explained. A batch of shimmer breast protectors suddenly appeared in the auction luggage, and they only sold for silver pens. Several medical abortion unions have already expressed their willingness to hire that engineer as the chief engineer of the union. People from the union also went to the auction house. In real life, Ichibuki business is frantically throwing things to show off his power. He is so bold and wants to make me mad. Then don't blame me for being rude. Such muscle bottle equipment must be extremely costly and the success rate is extremely low. You sell it. For win ratios, let me see how much you can lose. With great difficulty, he attracted transfers from top-notch trade unions. Now he has been stolen from the limelight by that person who goes against his reputation. If he does not regain the limelight, I am afraid that all the medical abortion unions will forget about him. But its musical pen is no longer enough. It can only use credits to purchase Duansao's materials. Must be full of respect. At this time, it is like a book with a red eye. It plans to use credits to buy materials. As long as it can join a first-class union, it will be able to pay off the credits soon and be able to recover. For the rest of its life, after a quick call, he happily said that the two materials can be used for 10,000 new points. Then he opened the forum again and quickly started writing TSE. Soon there was an additional iron point in the discussion. For the benefit of the majority of players, I decided to sell it at the price of 3 silver coins. I will fight to the end against the Black Heart. Xian Liuyun, Pastor Bai Ji, one of the top 10 priests in the future. But now he is being bullied by passers-by. What would you do if you met him? Not long ago, after Naofeng saw the price reduction of Ichibuki trading, he couldn't help but breathed out, "Do you want to have a fight?" Then come on, Taibeisu. All the shimmering breasts were put up, and they were adjusted to sell 20 pieces every hour, and the price was also adjusted to 3 cents. The auction house became lively when I met you. Although it was easy for Shifeng to sell clothing pairs, it was different at Ifeng. After learning that Shifeng had also lowered his price, Beast immediately stepped down. He doesn't sell any of them now. They are all blood sunflowers for the sake of cooperation. Fight with the wind, and it will continue to build ferocious savage armor. The materials purchased with credits will be gone. Once he blew the deal, he kicked the small injury out of the door and treated Muku as a fool. He continued to give him leave until that bastard went bankrupt. Soon the whole shoot. There are also many vibrations in the selling line. The price of Yorenji has dropped to 20-30 heads. At the same time, Shifeng did not continue to build equipment. He bought white paper and a nose grinder to start turning around. He knows how to put aside difficulties and surrender to himself. He is determined to find fullness. I'm not the only one who can cut prices. With the design drawings of the Glimmer Fierce Award, all trade unions will take my drawings and cultivate their own Duansao style. No one will come to fill you in the future. We didn't have many meetings at all. We just discussed the design of Xiwu Zhong first and prepared to test the water. After Shifeng Jiang's design drawings were put on the auction house, there was an immediate upheaval within the Anti-Killing Association. It became a mess. After the shimmering chest design appeared on Deji Auction Airlines, the sole body production of the closed Dust Manmanli machine, he was already going crazy trying to pursue the business, but seeing Shifeng directly start selling the design drawings made him furious. Just pour out a big mouthful of 82-year-old blood. Now this blow is full on the day of no reincarnation, and it has withdrawn from the divine moon. At the same time, I was very surprised to learn that since he sold the design drawings, Li Zun was so angry that he vomited blood and was sent to the hospital. He couldn't help but feel nervous. He tricked me last time. This time, I'll let you experience despair. At this moment, the female player Bai Ming was buying a cold drink was suddenly knocked to the ground. He thought Uncle Weisuo came up to him and teased him. This is a virtual game. He actually came to sell Liang Yin to make money. Do you think you are a milk tea girl? Only a fool would. Go buy this thing and see how good you look. Why don't you come to my house tonight and win a piece of land for you? It's no problem. The Hongfa men and women who are standing next to each other are eating and drinking blindly, etc. What kind of skills does bullying a girl have? Shimon Selection is immediately faced with the prospect of legislation. He smiled in front of him. Come on, come on. I'll give your hero every chance. As long as you dare to repeat what you just said, I will let that woman go, but you will also pay the price for it. I will let the entire guild kill you back to Lingji. Red, Fan and Wenyang was so frightened that his whole body trembled. Could it be that his alliance and Weisuo were in debt? Immediately afterwards, Siam and Piaoxue shouted at the microscopic players, "You weak players who are hiding in the dark to complain, hurry up and get out of the way. There is only one episode of Xian Liuyun. His eyes are wearing clothes, but he can't beat him. He doesn't have the number 4 version of the tattoo. When I saw the name Xian Yuyun, Shi Fengxing's head turned and realized that this girl turned out to be Xian, one of the 10 great gods. If we can win them over, the future team will be guaranteed. Shi Feng immediately prepared to pitch for Xian Yuyun, because he had already included Xian Yuyun as a member of his team, and no one would have thought of it. Xian Yuyun, one of the divine shepherds, would be such a mother-in-law. Xian Yuyun has been a person who knows deeply for the past 3 years. The girl from the military academy left Shen Yu, and Xian and Yuyun also quit the guild with her. From then on, she has been a poisonous player. From the beginning of the world, Kun relied on his own efforts to reach the 5th level of the Holy Mother of Light. Finally, Xian left a message and boarded it. The pinnacle of Moshi's career became one of the top 10 divine inks that shocked the divine realm. It is really hard to imagine that the sacred tree in the future will be. He is such a clumsy young man. He is different from those gods who have accumulated resources from centralized labor unions. He can do it with the combined efforts of one person and one person. When Shimon picked up the key, the wind randomly cut up the audio that had been knocked to the ground and tasted it. Then it was so angry that you also figured it out. Believe it or not, I will kill you directly back to level 0. As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Feng suddenly appeared beside Piao Xue at Shimon. Then come and give it a try. Xiamen Piao Xue didn't see clearly how Shi Feng appeared behind him. In his heart, he is not aware of the time yet. Immediately afterwards, Feng's hand suddenly exerted force, and he directly knocked Shimon Piao Xue to Kishidao on the ground. His strength was so great that he was like a humanoid murderer. Shi Feng was so cold. Why didn't you say anything? Just now, aren't you very arrogant? Come and hit me. The microscopic little Jiao was also shocked by Shi Feng's power. After all, the power of berserkers is notoriously powerful. And another player's alliance birth reminder, be careful of that buddy, Hong Yejing does not allow it. When players PK, NPCs will come to catch you. While Shi Feng was drinking juice, he calmly said, don't worry about me sharing it freely. He thought secretly in his heart, I am just relying on strength to suppress him without using skills to attack. So why? I will definitely not come to my mother. Shimon Piao Xue looked at Shi Feng as if he were alone and said angrily, boy, you have the guts, let's see how I kill you back to level 0. In the blink of an eye, Shimon picked a tower with 2 fierce horns, and the power boost brought by the Yellow Storm skill, directly give the entire area to red. Immediately afterwards, Shimon Piao Xue took out his big sword and slashed directly at Shi Feng with a charge of wind. Shi Feng also drew out the Abyssal One and blocked this room with a huge price. Shimon Piao Xue's big sword bounced. Shi Feng's sword was knocked back by 3 horses, and even the big sword in his hand was reduced by 2.99. Shi did not continue to fight, but made a fuss. Have you not eaten? Why are you standing up so small? Shimon picked a school and was immediately furious. You kid is looking for death, let's see how I deal with you. He stood up quickly, then raised the large bullet like Shi Feng. Just when Shimon Piao Xue was about to get cold and windy, the guard suddenly appeared to stop him. Shimon Piao Xue thought it was the other way around. Defense formation legal name, if Zhong Dan attacks other players in a small formation, you will be punished by being banned for 12 hours. Shimon Piao Xue suddenly froze in place, and the domineering force just now disappeared. Shimon Piao Xue was dragged away and led away. Don't forget me and wrote, boy, just wait, I will remember you. Our martial arts masters will not let you go. When I come out in 12 hours, I will still be a good man. By then, there will be no room for you in the whole Red Night. Ziyang Yuyun Lian blindly thanked Shi Feng for his help. Although he wanted to repay the kindness, he was just a novice and had no money. Xian Yuyun, one of the great divine priests in the future, was actually humiliated by Wei Zuonan, and with just a few tricks, the guards were able to take action. Drag the key pen from Shimon Piao Xue. Ziyang Yuyu Lian blindly thanked Shi Feng for his help and found out that he wanted to repay Shi Feng's kindness. But Shi Feng didn't say anything, his eyes were fixed on Xian Yuyun, who looked lucky. Another thing is that I haven't joined any guild yet. Xian Yuyun Jianzhuang suddenly became nervous. He covered his chest with his hands and couldn't help but take a step back. Then he turned around and shouted, I only sell juice, not my body. Just know. It made Shi Feng feel like he was a bit of a swindler. Then he took out a camp and said, I need a reserve to help me make up my knowledge. This camp should be regarded as the company I want to pay you. The death smoke flow is a little bit overwhelmed by the stunned shield. It's really just doing something. Is there a job? Shi Feng couldn't help but feel angry and wanted to do it with me. I'll give you a stable income, or you can continue to endure the embarrassing sluts on the street. I'm lucky to have you. Xian Yuyun looked at the camp coming out of Shifengdi, his eyes revealed. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to agree. Shi Feng casually took out what the first-generation Silver Emperor said. You just use this money to buy cooking paper and materials, and then rent a kitchen to help me make food. There will be no one in the future. I can burn you. Xian Yuyun was afraid that Shi Feng had some plot against him, so he asked why you were so nice to me. It's quite reasonable to say that I just want to hire you to help me because I see that you are more serious about your work. Then he stopped staying and turned around to leave. Xi Yangyu looked at Shifeng's leaving figure in a daze, feeling very grateful in his heart. The alliance said that he would work hard. However, the color of the wind seems very dull, but my heart is ecstatic. The accuracy of the ice fruit, it can't be put to great use. Let him practice life skills for a while first, and then slowly lead him to actual combat after he gets mixed up. I just spent a few camp walls and got a divine ministry like this. As for the ice and snow goddess, I can only say yes or no. Then Shifeng went to the library in Hongye Town. The library was located among the civilians in Hongye Town. The mysterious son that was revealed when he killed the werewolf Philo was full of elven writing, so he prepared. I was sent to the library to find someone to help me interpret it. Pinglinku is a place where Yulong is mixed. I just stepped into Pinglin, weeping for the mice hiding in the darkness around him. They had already spotted him and fell in love with him. Then at this moment, the woman on the right who was named Shenzong Tichuan suddenly smiled at her. This little brother, are you here to have fun? Buy a few slices here to ensure that you can spend a pleasant night. Shifeng directly uses the Eye of Observation. The next line is Elite Chi, 8 episodes, health value 1200. He also tried the surroundings and said lightly, I think you want to take me to a place where no one is around to save food and beauty. The little Gaga, who was surrounded by white clothes, saw Shifeng and refused to take the bait. He bravely charged at Shenao crossbow, preparing to explode Shifeng. Without saying a word, he directly hit the person who made the sound and then fired back at the sneak attackers, using the technique of sealing thunder flash. Taking advantage of the effect of deepening damage, Zhangji alternately returned flat and quickly, and Li Jianjian passed through. The bodies of the two sneak attackers directly reduced their lives to 0. Xiaolian walked towards Shifeng and smiled. You must be so awesome, my sister admires you so much. I don't know where you are going. My sister can lead the way and save you a lot of trouble. You only need to pay a small price. Shifeng didn't want to get entangled with these NPCs. He just wanted to find clues to the Elven Diary, so he refused in a cold voice. No need to bother. I know the road to the Jingguan Pavilion. I heard Shifeng say this. Next, the big face smiles even wider. You can ask me anything about the library. No one is more familiar with it than me. Then sound. Because Xinji repaired the lower company, I stood up for the self-confident Shuangfeng and smiled, because I am the original lower company of librarianship. A second ago, this woman said she wanted Shifeng to have a pleasant night. The next second he turned around again. Become the librarian of Hongye Town, the Holy Sisters' second company, and the second-level inquisitor. The lower part of the nun's uniform. If you wish, the angel descended to earth for you is extremely sacred. His ugly stone seal said in the same way. Now do you believe it? See the makeover. Shifeng is still a little bit unable to accept the fact that it was just a large earth mass. I got a small ball on my lower face. After laughing, since you have something to do with me, let's go to the library and talk about it. In the blink of an eye, rows of bookshelves suddenly appeared in the slums that were once in dire straits. The policeman spent a short time working on the library and the library was created out of thin air. But this library looks very run down. It's just a 2-story building. Seeing the heavy dirt in the room and the dilapidated secretary on the wooden table, I felt that this library was more like a haunted house. Next, put your legs on the table. What do you want to do when you come here? Shifeng was a little dissatisfied with Xie Lian's appearance of supporting a gangster, so he got straight to the point. Dear priest, I am here because I want to decipher the contents of a book. There is no nonsense when placing an order. I just opened the offer for 30 camp coins. I couldn't help but breathed a sigh of relief. Give it to me. Can't I give it to you? Before and after closing, I started flipping through the diary that had just come from Shifengdi. After that mysterious day in March, Xiaolian's face suddenly showed a look of surprise. Then they started to fight and quickly threw out the diary in their hands. At the same time, some changes occurred in the diary. A black smoke suddenly appeared on the cover of Breaking Rescue Chihei. Please follow the good voice of testimonials coming from the diary. A mass of black energy suddenly came from it. That mass of black energy condensed into a terrifying big demon phantom. The true demon phantom seemed to be dragging it down. Send out for a while. Dagu Mo's phantom was happy for less than 3 seconds before the next company used evil retreat. The continuous magic circle appeared and suppressed it instantly. Just when the demon phantom is disappearing. Part 2. He didn't even raise his hand to release a dose of the sacred spear. The golden divine spear directly gave the demon phantom to Guangchuan. However, the demon phantom did not let go. The little priest did not overestimate his own abilities. He easily crushed the sacred spear with just a pinch. The pressure on the lower shield stone increased. He did not dare to release the belt. He quickly transfused blood with his hands in midair and produced a series of divine words. The entire library was immediately shocked by the new golden 6 blind magic, and if the magic phantom teamed up with the blind shock to attack. Let him fall into disgrace. This demonic phantom looked at the terrifying energy coming from the shop and suddenly felt a little bit shocked. It was actually the Sanjishan. After singing the song, Xia Lian from China gave a big congratulation and disappeared. The words of warning against this terrible mass came from the law. Use it very well. The demon phantom that has just been charged to the lower level is directly stimulated by the distance. Under the test of the holy fire of the 3 streets of China, Lemo's face welcoming the true spirit was shattered by the holy fire in a single glance. He was dead. I won't dominate Shifeng Xiao here. We will meet again. Shifeng Dunsha felt a biting meaning. He didn't expect that there was a terrifying demon hidden in the diary he cut out. The demon phantom in Bu Yihui's diary is like. At that time, the system remembered that the player was attacked by an organization from the devil. All attributes dropped by 50%, and the experience value of killing monsters dropped by 95%. At the same time, the player was attacked by a big devil. He will find you after 90 days. If killed, the player's body will be cleared by the big demon. Shen Mianxia used 3 consecutive moves to connect Shen Zhong to blast the Sand Demon Phantom Queen. Shifeng Jing was attacked by the devil's organization. Once the resistance failed, he will be defeated by the devil. The iron heads of the lower company were all full of men, but none of them looked very weak. She took a deep breath and said, "You, a 30-year-old camp lady, are really at a big loss. I saw a series of prompts even if he was having sex. I'm not going to stop cursing. This diary is too bad." Xia Lian slumped down on the chair and panted. Fortunately, the problem is solved now. If you eat too much for a few days, you may be possessed by a big devil, suffering in hell forever. But Feng is not happy. The problem has not been cured yet. I will still die in 90 days. Xia Lian explained that this book of 1100 keys recorded the model that unlocked the door. What I am doing is to find this power, enter the idea through this diary, and find the Dark Bible stored in it. As long as you promise the Dark Bible back and give it to me, I can destroy it so that the big devil can no longer appear. The system prompts that the player accepts the epic urgent mission, Darkness Comes. Mission content, find the Dark Bible of the sick ghost and prevent the coming of the great evil. The reward is unknown, 10 silk locks of darkness. I never completed this task in my previous life. It was impossible for him to go to the Black Dragon Empire, so he asked the blind priest if he could give me some clues about the Dark Cry. After hearing Shifeng's question, he showed a smile that looked like a solemn smile even on the holy words of honor. If you want clues to the Dark Cave, you need to pay the time information fee, but I know you definitely don't have that much money now. I can first help you dismantle the organization of Da Lamo and let you make money. Seeing the fiery desire in his eyes, Shifeng felt a chill. There must be a fee to disband the organization, right? Xia Lian fell down laughing while performing his skills. It costs 3 gold to lift the ancestral curse. Seeing Xia Lian's behavior, Shifeng even wondered if Xia Lian had clairvoyance, which would have guided him to weigh exactly 3 pounds, not too much, not too little. Xia Lian quickly put away the glittering gold coins, and then took out a glass ball the size of his head and gave it to Shifeng. He can take you to Moonlight Zero to collect 30 pieces of moon time. Just bring the materials back to me. Then Shifeng took a prudent amount of money to go to the Yaoji store and bought a large bag full of attack recovery Yaoji. Moonlight Ground Zero was not a place for aunties. On the contrary, it was full of crises and extremely dangerous. If you were not prepared, you would definitely die in silence. He also went to the magic store and bought more than 10 types of magic swords. After being fully prepared, he felt that he could now go to Moonlight Ground Zero. Then Fufeng found a place where there was no one. After turning on the teleportation ball, he changed to the white light and disappeared in Hongye Town. Let it open its eyes, and what is reflected in the eyelids is the grey sky. The waves are getting higher and higher, spreading out a faint glow, illuminating the whole beautiful forest. This place is the Jiuji Monster Zone. The monsters here are highly tuned. More than 90% of the players come here to kill monsters and hunt for treasures. The monsters here produce gems, and the probability is not low. Especially there are many treasure chests here. As long as you see the treasure chest, there is an 80% chance that gems will be produced. There are various resources in the map, such as ores, herbs, fine stones, etc. However, most of the monsters here are in groups of 35 and will be destroyed if you are not careful. For Changlai, for low-level players who escape here, death is almost a matter of course. Therefore, it is also known as the Land of Long Cotton. The Jiuji Monster Zone in UZ0 ground belongs to the Realm class for players at this stage. Shifeng is now under the organization of the Big Devil. His attributes have been greatly weakened, and it is too difficult for him to fight monsters. When I realized this, I immediately took out the Ini sword axis and directly released the simulation of the sword axis. The gorgeous magic uniforms on the sword shaft ran out of the sword shaft, and his body suddenly became a little blurry. If you look from a distance, it's hard to spot his presence. The Cauldron Wing Sword Axis can greatly reduce a player's sense of presence and is not easily detected by surrounding enemies. It lasts for an hour and is a must-have prop in dangerous areas. Using the Hidden Medicine building, ordinary monsters below 15G will be difficult to detect within 30 yards. Very quickly, he sneaked into the woods to make an appointment. Hopefully the central area of the woodland seeks the time of the moon only to disarm this nasty organization a little earlier. He was very familiar with the Japanese Zero Emperor in his previous life. He walked quickly around the edge of the monster group. Under the influence of Shifeng's clever multi-dodge and the Hidden Medicine Scroll, he wanted to return to his home, and Huiyuan Idang quickly went straight to his destination. It took him more than an hour to arrive at a general failure. This area is a frame for producing knowledge. In order to get to the 30-block frame as soon as possible, turn on the group horsepower and start the wind digging mode. Huran Shifeng found a patrol of a pair of mountain warriors not far away. The appearance of the mountain beast warriors means that there is their camp nearby, and the people in the camp will. The probability of maintaining fragrance is very high, and the rewards you get when you turn on fragrance retention for the first time are often the best. The current top players are only around level 5. There are definitely not many players who have been to Yuiguang Lingbai. Suddenly, a crazy idea came to him. If he arrived in Jiangdao Township first and opened, wouldn't it be like taking off from the same place? Then Feng Xiaoxin bypassed the patrol team and went directly into the camp. He didn't rush to take action, but carefully observed the terrain and then practice the multi-guidance plan away from your eyes. There are Shantu warriors all around the British Empire. One of them has more than 40 subordinates. Not far away, there are also Shantu warriors patrolling the base team. Shifeng suddenly stopped after stretching out the front camp. He felt that there should be a warehouse in front of him, and the safe would be refreshed inside with a strong impact. But the bad thing is that the shadow-armored mountain beast warriors at the entrance of the warehouse can actually break the effect of his forward movement. If you want to clear the warehouse, you must deal with them first, but doing so directly will trigger attacks from all the monsters in the camp. Just when Shifeng was trapped in the blue, the shadow-armored mountain beast warrior suddenly left the warehouse door, then walked to the warehouse not far away. Jane stopped when she was putting away the fire. I saw that he filled a large spoonful of unknown liquid. It would be better to drink it alone. When Shifeng saw this, he couldn't help but murmured. Your feasible plan immediately appeared in its mind. Just teach warriors at Ingjia Mountain. At the end of leaving the ditch fire, Shifeng started to move cautiously. Soon he bypassed the group of monsters and came to the hook fire shed. Wendao couldn't help but say that the smell wafted from Guoshan's delicacies was too stinky. Then it took out the black iron horns from its backpack and put them all into the pot. In order to solve the problem of everyone who can achieve the effect of expanding forward, Ishi Fengjin added a lot of black iron beer to the dinner of the Shansho warriors. Suddenly, all the Shanji warriors in the camp were drinking the pot of delicacies that Shifeng had added, and they all lay limp on the ground. Looking at the soundly sleeping Shanji, he was suddenly happy, and the monsters in the entire camp were overwhelmed by the black iron pepper. Mountain beast warriors love to put the treasures they collect into the camp warehouse. There are several large treasure boxes in the warehouse. One of them is a brilliant iron selection machine treasure box, and there are still many months left. Shifeng couldn't help but secretly wash his mind. There are quite a lot of death cases. This time he was arbitrary. He didn't dare to open the first treasure chest as a favor. Obtained the 8th tone, and at 14 months, there are also armors such as music helmet, and clear machine plate armor. It requires 35 points of strength. Defense plus 43, strength plus 5, agility plus 4, endurance plus 4, and combat recovery plus 1. Limited occupation berserker, Jiansha and Shifeng picked up the silver-white helmet and were a little surprised by it. If you can get a music set, there will be additional attribute bonuses. Suddenly he knelt down and stood up. If God had persuaded me, he would have let me get some music set equipment from the safe of this black iron machine. The moment it is turned on, the system prompts you to think of it, or the hand is a ringless iron selector. The finger equipment requires 10 points of dedication to add 1 to strength. Plus 1 to free, plus 2 to dedication. One of the attached skills can allow the user to enter the state of being used. The user cannot see other people, and the user cannot be seen by others. The duration is 1 minute and the cooling time is 5 minutes. It can only be used in the flying combat state. When used, it is instantly sealed and has no damage to the grip slot. This borrow refers to a treasure of the same quality as the gravity borrow. At the same time, the shadow-armored mountain beast warriors who were not attending the meeting also recovered from their most miserable state. Stop rockery and temporarily enter the warehouse. I immediately noticed Shifeng's little head. It was Shifeng who turned around and looked at Dunsha, who was almost surprised. Obviously, he didn't expect that the warrior Ying Jioshan would wake up after just a few minutes. The shadow rockery beast warrior rushed to 10 points in a blink of an eye. Raising a huge banner with both hands, he was about to be hit on the red sand. Shifeng decisively used Benyang buildings and directly brought out the Shanshou warrior Benyang. The price of Benyang buildings was as high as $50. He originally wanted to encounter bad luck, early dizziness later. The Benyang building can turn enemies below 15G into an unusable and unattackable Mianyang. After a while, the mountain beast returned to its original state forever. He suddenly stood there with a fierce attitude. Please, then he got up and started to go around to chop the net. It is necessary to shred the little head of the head to keep it fragrant. At this time, Shifeng had already quickly escaped from the mountain. After he finished tying the ring in his hand, he slapped it down. With this baby, I can hide my whereabouts. I can put the moonlight into my hands, make all the treasure chests in Ground Zero transparent. Shasha had done a lot of research on the Moonlight Spiritual Land in his previous life and knew the refresh locations of many treasure chests, so he put on the Suwu ring, opened the map of the Moonlight Spiritual Land, and prepared to start a raid. Shifeng holds the magic treasure artifact in his hand. Continued by Wu Zhidao. With his knowledge of Yuguang Land, he is about to start a journey to sweep the treasure chests. He came to the treasure chest club member and directly turned on the continuous shadow to enter the continuous state. When turning on the gas to keep the fragrance, Shifeng's continuous state will not disappear, so the reading is very smooth. However, after playing cards in the box and starting to fumble around, the state of nothingness disappeared, and he was discovered despite being in a hurry. Savage shield bearer, Gui Wuchi rushed towards him with his giant sword. However, Shifeng prepared a lot of electronic computers first and did not give anyone a chance to get close. The whole Moonlight Zero ground is very big. Shifeng insisted on his persistence and spent a lot of time to finally clean the treasure chests in the Moonlight Zero ground. He looked at the stuffed backpack and the shield stone blossomed with joy. The harvest from opening the box this time was really good. I collected the moonlight when I disbanded the organization. I also collected the music set. After disbanding the organization, I can hurry up. What should I equip quickly? Suddenly she saw that the items in her backpack had improved. Did she make a mistake? This kind of magic weapon can be found at this level. But the subsequent tasks will be easier with her. Really optimistic about the hard period. After finishing everything and confirming that there was nothing turning around in the Moonlight Spiritual Land, Shifeng started the teleportation sedan and left the Moonlight Spiritual Land and returned to the Red Knight Formation Library. Some Hu Yi from the lower company looked towards Shifeng. Brother, your speed is quite fast. Did you collect it so quickly when you were slightly aware of it? Shifeng took out the required items and asked, Dear Monsieur Lian, I have brought you what you want. Now can you help me remove the ancestor? The lower company perked up when they saw the golden energy backing. Little brother, it seems that you have gained a lot from this trip, Xia Lian suddenly said after 2 clear words. Having a little knowledge is a very ancient thing. Du Guanyu solved the problem of Suzhou. Eri, if you pay 3 gold coins, I can collect the required materials for a whole month of land. In addition to helping you disband the organization, it will also give you unexpected big gains. Why did I feel like she was trying to trick me if I didn't catch up with the 10 shields? She quickly said no to the respected Miss Xiaolian. Just give me a low level 1. Seeing the alliance battle, Xiaolian stood up and said seriously, don't be too hasty to refuse, little brother. Do you know about the remaining Salio 4 of Chumojian? Legend? When I heard the word Jian Jiansheng, I was instantly confused. Xia Lian paused and continued, legend has it that Salio 4 was tortured by the ancestor of the Great Devil for a long time. After a lot of hard work, I finally found it. After finding the way to eliminate Suzhou, that is to complete the first life of the Moon Land. After completing the first life of the Moon Land, Zalios gained a new life and gained extremely powerful power. The great demon king who was defeated by this became a legend of the god's domain. Down? After Xia Lian's 7-star speech, Shusha was extremely shocked. Xia Lian said clearly that as long as you pay 3 gold coins and 1 5 gold coins, you can get the complete first-class music system. 10 glanced at the laughter. Your subordinate company said helplessly. Well, if you can become Jiansheng in the future, it will be worth it. After Shifeng reluctantly took out 3 energy, the system reminded him that the player has accepted the complete Liqi first thing. Under Xian Yan's brainwashing, he paid 10 cents and 5 kilograms to perform a complete UDII lifetime. Under Xia Lian's agency, Shifeng came to the mangroves outside the slum library. The lower company stood between the 2 main platforms and commanded, just stand there. I was very worried and asked Miss Xia Lian what kind of danger this matter would pose to me. The impressive double wind after effect hit that stopped and stopped. Don't worry. Although it's my first time, my skills are very good. Even if I hit, the teachers all praised me as a genius. Let's start now. Immediately afterwards, the lower face began to beat, and he chanted divine words in his mouth, and his fingers kept transfusing blood. The Imperial Air Navigation divine text is floating in the sky. The image of Tianji is compared with the previous triangle. There were a lot of divine texts written this time, and at the same time, it began to emit the golden light of the medicine eye. After more than 10 minutes, the magic at Shifeng's feet began to emit a burst of green light. The moonlight that moved to the ankles shone on his body. Immediately afterwards, a lot of black smoke came out of Shifeng's body, and the black smoky vine reluctantly left its body. After a moment, black flame finally quickly broke away from Shifeng's body, and at this time, his chain. He has started to sweat and his face is blank. The witness is suffering from some kind of severe pain. After lasting for several minutes, the black smoke finally completely separated from his body. However, instead of disappearing, it formed a black shadow exactly like him. The demon clone is very angry. Despicable human beings. Do you think that by separating me from your body, you can get rid of my control over you? The demon clone is a level 4 elite monster with a blood volume of 2000 points. The alliance reminds me that it is the demon inside you. If the clone comes and pays homage to him, you will be able to disband the organization. And the 10 seals are extremely dignified, and the elites of the 4th level are obviously. You're not that nice to me. At this moment, Lamo's clone Nu Hesheng, the first human being, can never defeat the powerful demon. Then it pulled out a black common elephant killing seal. He rushed to Shifeng. Chang Yihui brought out a faint dark horse. When Shifeng saw such an action shield, he had already used it quickly. Parry to hold off the fight. The demo clone completely exceeded the strength of normal elites. The power of this one was far beyond Shifeng's imagination. The entire ground chain was directly opened with great force. Xie Lian's point lasts for a lifetime and becomes bigger. He has 100% of your attributes, while you have only half of your attributes due to his ancestors. He is just looking for death. With the strength, speed, and life increasing, the demon clone stood close to the advantage and could not block it with the wind, and was directly knocked away by the sword. Shifeng jointly adjusted his body shape blindly and stepped forward, and the demon clone also rushed forward quickly. The pressure on the sealed shield stone increased. Are you kidding me? This finger has more strength than I can make a cup of. The demon clone is unforgiving and is a common style in hand. Good, 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 good. Good, 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 good. Good, 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 good. Good, 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 good. Good, 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 good. The effect of the involuntary will of the devil's clone, submission and the true self, you will gain the supreme power and then escape from the human area of the sad sword. 10 letters but no thanks. Do you want me to be your queel? Don't dream. Just imitate the clone's shield type brain, and suddenly exert force on the hand to directly knock the stone seal away. Please take on the demon clone and use it to seal the star's mouth. This piece will officially showcase your skills. His alliance turns on the sound file. His attributes were weakened by more than half, and he couldn't block this slashing attack at all. He was knocked away again and punched. He took several steps back before regaining his balance. The demon clone was raised again. It's common to start accumulating power and promise peace. If you don't obey, then you will die. The demon clone of the stone-sealed residual noise elite monster whose attributes were weakened by 50% destroys the egg. The devil's clone refused to bear the burden of the 10 seals, so he started playing chess with weapons and prepared to dry it out. In the blink of an eye, 3 sword energy condensed from 7 black magic weapons flashed out. This was Shifeng's wind and thunder flash. Seeing the light mat and the stone peaks and shields, cold sweat flowed wildly. What about the difference that falls when the wind shines? The location where Shifeng was immediately erupted with giant red rice, and the entire area was lit red by this violent blow. The demon clones flew in the air without any side movements, waiting for the smoke to dissipate. To release hard. He kept talking loudly and carefully to adjust his breath. The system also remembered the warning that the health value indicated that there were 10 points left. The sex demon clone didn't intend to give Shifeng a chance to tell the truth. He suddenly activated the seal chasing button, and he quickly stabbed Shifeng with a fatal blow. The next second, just as he was about to be stabbed, the demon clone suddenly stopped. As I rubbed my body, I could see the wonderful carbon sign under my feet. I couldn't calm down in the shield position. My body couldn't use my brain. This was the sign of magic. The special demon clone can't wait to be reunited and released. The human being with this writing skills actually uses such low-key methods. Hold the wind and slow down the common after effects of opening the stroke. You didn't expect that I had hidden a trick. This is the magic circle seer he got from opening a treasure chest at Moonlight Zero for 110,000 yuan. Holy Light Magic Circle. The Light Magic Circle eliminates all evil in the event and binds the target unable to move for 5 seconds. At the same time, it reduces the target's all attributes by 50%. And 100% of all attributes of the attendant. The effect on evil figures is doubled. During the fight, Shifeng secretly used Shadow Killer, causing Fei to go deep beyond the magic circle. As early as when the demon clones led Shifeng's shadow clones were already hiding in the dark and starting to launch a counter-war. If it takes too long to cure all these methods, it is better to complete it when thousands of troops and one method are used. This rule takes the user as 7.0 and covers a range of 100 yards. As long as the legal expedition fails, it will no longer be difficult to complete this task. The clones started laughing angrily. Baby's human being Shu Ran Gai. Come on. And Shifeng smiled calmly. I don't know if the magic is too exhausted. I was almost killed by you, but this magic weapon was used on you before it was even 5 heats. The demonic clone Shield Stone was so angry that he gritted his teeth. What do you mean, kid? Was that the real person at that moment? Shifeng was not talking nonsense and suddenly moved towards the demon clone Grey Touch to show off his skills. Please continue. The wind and thunder flash colloid. The weakened demon clone can't handle the output of his blood volume at all. Let it drop suddenly and be cleared in less than a moment. The demon clone turned into a streak of black smoke and dispersed slowly, but revealed a strange effect. Bianfeng, don't think this is the end. We will meet again. At the same time, the system remembers that after completing the Yulan mission, the strength experience value is 10,000 points, and the strength is the title of the strong devil. The life hope of the Star Moon Kingdom plus 5 white combined life hopes plus 20 life hopes of Red Night Town plus 100 Red Night Town life hopes. Reach 50 points and become a first-class citizen of Red Night Town. Hope to reach 100 points and become a third-class noble of Red Night Town. A fierce demon. A wise warrior and a respected exorcist everywhere. The god of death gathered by dark creatures with a noble status can reduce the attributes of dark monsters within 100 horses range by 10%. And increase the damage to dark monsters by 10%. The demonic clone turned into a black smoke and disappeared. Make a dark grey mask equipment. It has a magic armor face and is a special item. After wearing it, the tail suit can become another person. Without advanced observation skills, the tail suit cannot be seen through. I am very happy to put away this mission of Lamojiang noodles. Not bad in terms of power, these essence flowers are worth it. With it, I can transform into a real black-eyed breaker. No one will know that Yifeng and the black-eyed breaker are actually the same person. Demon armor can be tailed to become other. Shifeng can now have the dual identity of Heian Duanzhou Yefeng. The lower face looks very anxious. Adventurer, the nose scan has been completed. The ancestor of the great devil will not bother you anymore. Shifeng couldn't help but worry. You okay? Xiaolian said after directly opening the magic portal. This time I try to make me weak and not stupid. I will rest for a while. If you need me, come to White River City and find me. After speaking, he walked directly into the portal. After learning about Xingtou, Shifeng thought secretly. The date for the Dark Moon dungeon promised by Bai Qingxue was very close. Bai speeded up his practice. Discussions among players came from Hongye Square. Recently, Gonghui has acquired games. The necessary exchange rate has also increased a lot, and now it can be exchanged for 600 nebula. The server has just been launched. God of the world, those big labor unions are paying high prices for acquisitions. When prices stabilize later, we won't be able to make any profit. Put all your gear like me, sell it and the props, and then sell all the games to the guild. I guess after a few days, 2 months of food money has been transferred out. I looked at the equipment in my backpack very much. It was great. After defeating the hungry demon, I just met the attribute requirements of the music set. At this moment, a group of people came to drink together and interrupted Shifeng's good mood. Shimon challenged a group of people. Only this eldest brother who Shifeng sneered at was this guy. I saw him take it easily the day before yesterday. If you give me 10 camp coins, you must be very rich. The man called Big Brother Leng Husheng looked at Shifengji and asked, Little brother, you are the one who beat my subordinates. You have to pay back when you come out to fool around. The person in front of me who is called Big Brother is named Iron Sword Imperial Master. He was once the top master of a certain training dance game. The ice game listened to the rules and turned to fight in the realm of gods. It didn't take long for him to form the Martial Spirit Alliance, which was very powerful. He had killed Yang Hu twice alone last time. Even the stabbing heart of the alliance suffered from the Iron Sword Mad attribute. But now that we have the Abyssalist and the music set, we don't need to be afraid of it at all. At random times, the wind changes and prohibits us from moving forward. The little quack on the side can't help shouting, "Boss!" The boss completely ignores our existence. Could it be that he is scared to death? Shimon Piaoxue, Alliance C, Lifeng, stop for me. I must give you a good look today. Shifeng then slowly turned around and said, "Who are you? The choice of a new door does not depend on the intersection." Damn it, how dare you forget the great cause of waiting? The person who suddenly laughed out loud turned out to be the trash who harassed Xian Liu Yun. He was released from prison so quickly. Is Lally's stay comfortable? Shimon Tiaosha's face immediately darkened. You did it on purpose? The news that is full of praise is about to break out, but Iron Qi Guangsha was born in the organization. Okay, please pay attention to your words and deeds. Don't damage our image of martial arts and fierceness. When Tai Jian was doing Kuang Ao, we were not evil. But little brother, since you beat my men, you can pay 20 to win and forget about it. Otherwise, don't blame us for taking more than 7 for less. A male pathmaster looked at the monkey-like stabbing heart and received it. Iron Qi Guangsha has been upgraded to level 5, and the equipment on his body is also very awesome. This time, the wind is more fierce. Boss stabbing heart, why don't we go up and help? For Stars also made a gift and sent out a cold light to receive it softly. Don't wait until the critical moment. Let's take action again. Like this, only then can we reach out to the head of state. For Star thought to himself, if I wanted to see how this mysterious master would deal with this kind of situation. At the same time, Shifeng suddenly took out a full 50-year-old from his backpack. The win ratio after effect is only 20 win ratio. Is it too little? Shifeng was blackmailed by the 50th Alliance, but he went to Xiaominglu and took out a large generation, saying that you wanted too little. Iron Qi casts blunt stone eyes with golden light. You guys are really rich. Why don't we be friends? Shimon Piaoxue couldn't help but wonder. Boss Jinqian's eyesight problem cannot be corrected. After the iron key was applied to Shimon Xinshu Ichuan, he continued, since you are so sincere, from now on, I will take care of you. Whoever will soften you from now on will be us, Wu Lingmang. Iron Arrow Mania is an ineffective urging island. Come on, let's trade quickly. Then his alliance initiated a trade request for Shifeng. However, at this moment on the ground, suddenly several black chains appeared. As soon as Iron Qi Guangsha came to his senses, he found that there were many chains binding it, making it unable to move. Shifeng suddenly pulled out the abyssal one, and also used the fierce light towards the iron key with a few cracks of smile. Shuijian madly gritted his teeth and cut the ruler after realizing that he had been tricked. How dare you do it here? Before he could finish his words, the voice maker in Shifeng's hand began to move rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he counted the iron arrow frame where Ren Sui was standing. His life was spiraling downwards and he couldn't stop. Thornstar couldn't help but sigh. What a fast sword. The series of movements just now were exactly the assassination tree he was pursuing, and the female player on the side shook her head. Brother Thornstar, this Yifeng actually dared to kill people in safety. He was too busy stronger. Tai Jian was so mad that he didn't even have the ability to resist. He turned into a piece of starlight and scattered on the spot. Shifeng Ding spoke to Shimon Piaoxue and other members of the 50th Alliance. Who else wants this 50-syllable pen? Shimon Piaoxue was beaten so hard that he kept retreating. Graduation style, don't be too arrogant and openly fight in safety. Just wait for the guards to punish you and then be arrested and imprisoned. Wei Bing quickly sensed the scene. Seeing Wei Bing appear, the players around him all expressed their regrets. It's not good. Wei Bing arrived so quickly. Although Yifeng is brave, the price is too high. Shimon woke up after picking up the pieces. Alliance dress export. Lian Barber's appearance was cracked towards Wei Dingfeipu. He hugged Wei Bing's thighs very quickly. He killed my boss. Lock him up quickly. He must be strict. When choosing a new door, you can't help but feel connected with each case. You're done. You're about to drop one episode, and you still have to add coins for 24 hours. After you come out, you'll be reincarnated as a second-rate person. Let's see how we deal with you. Captain Wei Bing ignored Shimon's blood challenge and turned to Ding to say to Shifeng, Dear Demon Hunter, although you are a noble, but according to the laws of the Red Leaf Formation, if you kill a player here, you will have to disturb the 4 battalions and find them, otherwise you can only please go to the prison. Hearing the superior guard captain say this, everyone was dumbfounded. Shimon's selection was even more open-mouthed, so he laid 3 eggs. Demon hunters have aristocratic status everywhere. In the prison of gods, the aristocracy enjoys many privileges. If a Harabayashi player offends a noble, he will be imprisoned or killed. Even if a nobleman beats up a Harabayashi player in the safe area, he will not care if he is not a soldier. This is the difference in status. I didn't expect that the price was quite cheap, so I took out 20 winning lands and gave them to the guard captain. Here are the 20 winning lands. There are 4 more battles to be fought in the Wei meeting. The guard captain Wen Yang didn't play around for a while. The Ancient Forest Alliance's human shield exploded on the spot. They didn't expect that Shifeng casually scattered the 20 camp just to buy their lives. They were simply rich and willful. The players of Weiguan couldn't help but feel happy when they saw the Wu Lingmeng players running away. Haha, Wu Lingmeng, you two have today. Within the level 5 monster dungeon, Bai Qingshui's team is to defeat the boss. His command came from the crowd. Clean up the mobs first, otherwise the attack on the boss will be ineffective. The execution ability of this team is very strong. Players can transfer their attack targets to the little foreign gods one after another, but at this moment, the party at the front of the shield battle suddenly turned around and shouted a reminder, be careful behind you. At the same time, an elite monster determined to stand aside suddenly appeared behind Chike, the girl we just introduced. The elite monster also raised a huge weapon in its hand and prepared to tear her apart. He suddenly built a bold target with a golden lion color. It was too late to dodge at this time. However, at this moment, a common sound of measuring strength suddenly appeared and a thick blow came from his lower body. In the blink of an eye, the skin turns purple. Haijia's Bai Qingxue suddenly fell to the ground. With the help of Ash Tree's skill display and a set of flat ridges, the elite monster with built-in terror was directly destroyed. Don't kill instantly. When Bai Qing has enough blood, he turns around and takes command. If he doesn't have enough strength, go to the rear to rest. Silly Daoshen's your assassin, he said with a sincere heart. Okay, Senior Qing. The white blood of Alert started to move again, and he quickly rushed towards the group of monsters in front of him. It can tear through such dense monsters without any damage. It can easily cut down flying monsters with just one piece. It shuttled among the monsters at a very fast speed. While Zero Fire avoided attacks, it kept harvesting those monsters. Even the monsters with low IQ couldn't help but show panic expressions due to the strong hatred shown during the period. His grey sword seemed casual, but it could inflict serious damage on two monsters at the same time. The huge damage caused by the weak point attack directly killed Chi Bird on the spot. His eyes were extremely cold as he stared at the group of monsters in front of him with such cold hatred. Die to me. Then he suddenly activated the construction skill to attack the Link machine. Countless construction blinds immediately followed the fool, sucking the white blood of the powder paper and lifting the armor. Coupled with the fighting movement sprinkled with factors, he flowed like a female war goddess. If you work hard to be an official, there will be no chance of success. The human with the double-headed monster in front of him was so arrogant. He suddenly opened his terrifying opera and began to quickly gather energy to prepare for his ultimate move. Blinking tip, two terrifying purple lights. It suddenly spurted out from the boss's mouth. Wherever the beam was locked, there was no gold or sea. How powerful is the ability to remove evil? Lai Qingshu calmly commanded the boss to enter a weak period after using his ultimate move, and all the outputs were fully activated. After receiving the order, the nonverbal witch Teruaki held up the blank Yusho High and recited the last spell. The final spell of magic had also been transfused. There is also a mobile number station slightly. The moment the shoes were exploded and dropped, a stream of hot flames immediately erupted from the locked position, and monsters in the entire area were. This skill made me instantly famous. As the smoke dispersed, the boss, who was in a weak state, could not resist his power attack and was bombarded as soon as he could. Lai Qingshu did not rush to collect the actual loot. Instead, he inquired about the situation of those who died in the battle. The team members jointly reported blindly. 5 people were lost. The main body fell, plus 2 more who entered the battle, 1 remote and 1 healer. Lai Qingshuotan took a breath and continued. He went down separately and took 10 minutes to clean the station, add repairs, and then prepare. Go to Fike Sisi Primary School. However, at this moment, the teleportation gate suddenly tore open the space and slowly appeared. The employment and construction department was a little surprised and quickly entered a battle state. Why did the portal appear? Is the battle not over yet? Please follow a man with a black great body and a strong sense of divine power to slowly walk out. The man actually only walked to a place far away from Bai Qingshu and stopped for a moment. He took off his shirt and introduced himself. The imposter interrupted me. Let me introduce myself. My ID is Black Eyes. This person is dressed in a devil mask and uses a paid service to send friends to his side to increase the sense of mystery. Shifeng transformed into Black Flame Duan Zhao and suddenly appeared in Bai Qingshu's team. Your assassin can't help but Jin, who can say that he is the one. The mysterious tailor? Another male warrior was also shocked. Is he the master who brought down the trade of artistic rights? Platinum Shoes introduces himself very formally. Platinum Shoes, the captain of the World Serpent, a sake-raising daimyo. Shifeng opened the door directly to Jianshan Road. He heard that the Tongue of Sound trial was recruiting troops and buying codes. This time, I came here specifically to meet your captain to talk about cooperation. Bai Qingshu said with great confidence that the Tongue of Sound trial is lacking a formal cutter. If you are willing to join us, you will be rewarded at will. The Xie Alliance in the same class whispered, Sister Qingxue, how can you identify her as the real pneumonia maker? Have you forgotten that those movies hid our movies? Not long ago, I was in Germany, looking for black eyes. Many players pretending to be black eyes come to have sex. In less than half an hour, all the materials in the warehouse were pretended to be wasted. In the end, not even a piece of Breeze Mutual Fierce was built. Come and write. I said very firmly that this person showing up in this way must be a master. Very sudden interruption. Miss Bai, don't get me wrong. I am cooperating with Shenzhen Snake as equals. If I am asked to obey Shenzhen Snake, then I can only say goodbye. Shining on the moon is like classical Chinese, and suddenly there is no limit to the way to go. What a great tone. If you can cooperate with someone who has deep knowledge and equals. At least it must be an equally first-class trade union interview. If you come to Qingxue indifferently, you are qualified to talk to us. There are not many equal forces, let alone individual players. What qualifications do you think you have? Shifeng looked at Bai Qingxue with an incomprehensible smile. He casually displayed all the timing iron selection machine equipment cutting diagrams in his backpack. Bai Qingxue couldn't believe her eyes. She was even more shocked. This was a high-level painting. Zhao Yueru's eyes were even bigger. She exclaimed loudly. How could this guy get so many high-level photos? Shifeng recorded an expression that did not take Shishen's knowledge into consideration at all. Are you more qualified now? Miss Bai. And when Teruaki kept asking about the origin of the thumbnail, Shifeng smiled and said it was a business secret. Zhao Yueru, who is taller than him, can only work hard. He no longer dares to underestimate Shifeng. 2 hours ago, in the Lovers Bar in Shishui Town, Heishu touched his beard and turned towards Shifeng. The great adventurer, you can help me get it to end the influence. I am willing to trade my treasure with you. At the same time, the system talks and prompts to obtain a repeatable mission. Heishu submits 5 cups of ice. Silver to Heishu. After Shifeng took over the task, he took the ice juice that had been prepared. Take it out. The reason why it hired Xian Liuyun to make ice juice was to prepare for the mission. It is not necessary to take the 7 juices to taste the backing stone road out of the fine carbon expression. Perfect quality ice juice. Thank you, adventurer. In this task, every time you give 5 glasses of ice juice, you can get Shatong coins, which will increase Heishu's favorability by 5 points. The experience level is only 250 points. Heishu drank all 5 glasses of juice in one go, and Lu lost his expression as if he could do it. What should I do if I can no longer drink such delicious ice juice? Shifeng, however, smiled and said, don't worry, it's all about the ice fruit. He immediately opened the backpack full of ice fruit. Please follow the system prompts and remember. Complete 340 requests for the task Heishuan. Obtain 3,400 points. Gain 85,000 experience points. Increase the favorability of Heishuan earning palm to 1,000 points to reach the level of re-entry. Obtain the reward Black Shoes Key and the Advanced Cutting Blueprint Actual Chapter. Shifeng couldn't help but be secretly proud. Not only was he promoted to episode 5, he earned a high-level blueprint for free. He even got a hidden reward, the key to the Black Sequel. This is where the blueprint comes from. Shifeng found Bai Qingxue with his black face and set a high-end design for a cup of blood to seek cooperation. Bai Qingxue, who had doubted Shifeng's strength not long ago, secretly thought about Shemion Lu Ningzhong. I will never allow a renew with high-level blueprints and other unions. He bit the duck and closed the big one. I agree with your request. The enemy will not fight first. If the main members are born to the 10th episode, let the main members wear these equipment. Regardless of upgrading or going down, the efficiency will be greatly improved. However, Shifeng turned around and became a big upgrade. But I don't want to cooperate with you now. Bai Qingxue and others, Wen Yang, suddenly felt a little confused and stood there for comment. Platinum blood, suddenly blue face and red bowl of beef. I was the one who offended me before. I apologize like I ignored you before. Please consider our fitting support carefully. Zhao Yueru's eyes suddenly got bigger. King Shuji, how can you bow to him? He is just a trick that failed. Bai Qingxue's expression showed color but was cold and cold. I'm already sure. The front-end person is Black-Eyed Wanzhuosha. With him, we can ensure that the Union becomes an enemy of the God's domain. I stopped when I heard Bai Qingxue's apology. Then he nodded and smiled. As the captain of the Snake of Life, you really, I am willing to cooperate with you and only provide the best equipment to Shen Jiji. Of course, the price is also the most suitable. Bai Qingxue formally extended Bai Shi's hand and said, I also have a deep understanding of Chang Yingyi. Our cooperative relationship should be like the supervisor of the Pancha class. Shifeng couldn't pack the tank too lightly. so he shook hands with it, but Bai Qingxue unexpectedly discovered that there was a familiar smell. Bai Qingxue suddenly looked at Shifeng and said, "We are going to fly to Sith. Are you interested in teaming up to level up together?" Shifeng agreed simply. "It just so happens that I have to go there to do a task. The key to the hidden mission Black Void needs to be obtained from the Featherway land in the non-Sith Canyon." Bai Qingxue was very curious about Shifeng's strength. He pressed and chopped it finely. "That's great. This way he can test out his strength." Then Shifeng joined Bai Qingxue's team with the ID of Black Eyes, the most powerful shield warrior shield. He is born with a desire to compare. Isn't Heiyang just a broken master? What qualifications does he have to join Lord Bai Qingxue's fighting team? Your assassin always tries to crack his mouth. Don't be anxious. We can see how he makes a difference in one piece. Soon we arrived at the core area of Phasis Valley. This area was bullied by a large number of level 6 monsters, including a birdman monster named Yingsheng Neo. A large group of biters were flying in the air. The number of secret mothers was astonishing. Bai Qingxue didn't dare to be suspicious. He quickly ordered everyone to pay attention to the sky and protect and treat them at critical moments. Dun Zhong suddenly said it out loud. I saw in the discussion that players shared the butterfly they wanted when they met Yingsheng. He said, "Yingsheng, you are going to kill him. Catch them in the air and throw them down. Players who are thrown to the ground will be instantly killed." Zhu Ren Wenyang was immediately alert. Little time comes, but Shifeng said nonchalantly, "What are you afraid of? If someone gets caught, it only means that your positioning skills are too poor." That female assassin Wenyang instantly exploded on the spot. "You don't have any awards in class. What on earth are you doing to waste money on the battlefield?" However, at this moment, the strength of Birdman's legs was so strong that he immediately fell down, just like the old British people in ancient times. Self-study in Mingli. Before anyone could react, the Birdman quickly took off and widened the distance. The sky caught up with him, leaving only the female assassin begging for help. Shifeng can't help but feel curious about the ice body. You should give priority to the one with a big reward and add fire as the target. It's lighter. Team Platinum Snow has just entered the core area of the Phyxisia group. Suyu was quickly caught in the air by a birdman. The Dun warrior immediately raised his head and shouted, "I'm here to save you." But its sensitivity attribute is still too low, and the listed height is still a little short of it. Su and the shield are Huang's lifesaver. I don't want to die. The shield warrior whose human name has fallen can only express that he is powerless. At the same time, Yueru quickly finished singing his skills with words, and suddenly threw out a skill to report the number, setting up 2 people. Immediately, he hugged the birdman's body tightly, and the flames instantly swallowed the birdman. The birdman, who was in pain, immediately let go of Suyu. Suyu quickly fell down before he could recover. The injured birdman looked miserable, but the life of the birdman was very good. This injury was nothing to them, and the fallen Suyu burst out with a killing wave of disabled students. Dumbfounded, his whole life just exploded onto the ground. The objects dispersed, and a damage value of 1530 points suddenly appeared on Suyu's head. He instantly became reduced to residual health. He couldn't help but say with confidence. He thought he was dead this time. Zhao Yueru stopped the proud 2 sides and began to condense the flame again. At the same time, he said, "Look at your nonchalant look." Su and Lian blindly explained it all with that joke. "I want to lose the god who harmed me." Shifeng couldn't help but secretly thought, "You're a good scapegoat. Although I killed your assassin," the birdman who looked back on God's arrival suddenly let out a burst of angry piercing throat and was forbidden to fly towards the heavy man. Throw down. If the target he chooses this time is no longer Suyu, but the one who has been standing aside all the time, he will be released. The moment the birdman approached, Shifei quickly waved the common weapon in his hand, and Huan flashed, and he followed suit. Put Santan on the birdman's wings and let him fly. Please take the cup of birdman with frank wings. It is forbidden to fly in the direction of Suyu. Suyu, who finally got up from the ground, immediately stood there waiting to be discussed, afraid of looking back to God. He could move to the side to see if he could avoid the birdman. If he was hit, he would have to take shelter on the spot as he didn't have much health to begin with. Shifeng Huan turned around and said to Suyu, "It's just a piece of cake." Suyu looked at the title of the birdman poem on the side and didn't feel any lust at all. Please continue his unconvinced look at the thief. What's the matter? You were just lucky enough to cut off his wings. Just at this moment, another bird suddenly appeared from high in the sky and made a searching sound. Even if a person's strength is long, he will be solemn and grab it when he goes down. Suyu's reaction was very fast. His eyes and hands quickly rolled to the side, and the 2 of them tore apart the ground the moment they landed in a terrifying position. The next moment, the condensed Gundam, his 40.10 winds came along stupidly, and a room once again spread on the birdman's wings, instantly breaking his thoughts. In a hurry, it became a dead bird, fell heavily to the ground, and exploded with a few co-grounds and some light feathers, solemn to the shield stone, standing there with a face full of disbelief. And Shafeng slowly put away his swords and traced it from a high altitude. The mirror in its eyes was still there. When his strength was questioned, Shafeng casually killed the Bergman with a single stroke of his sword. Sayu, who looked down on Shafeng, immediately stayed where he was with a look of disbelief on his face. Just now, I thought that Shafeng was just the focus of an ordinary breaking style. It instantly exploded on the spot. The strength shown by Shafeng completely exceeded their certification. Bai Qingxue couldn't help but secretly think, I've only seen Yi Feng use this innate Jianji. Is this black rock really just a Duan builder? Shafeng once again took the shaking shed and walked in the direction of Chao Ding. He said while walking, why are you standing there?